stage, and it's like people want to win enough that like they'll get over it, you know, and they're gonna keep trying until the end, and then like maybe you're gonna have a spicy review after the game or something, but like that's like how it's gonna go, because everyone always cares about winning on stage no matter what.
Yeah, usually it's only like if someone's unfocused will they get like kind of yelled at. It's like if it feels like the focus level is really low, then you know your coach may be like wake the fuck up. But otherwise, it's like you don't really like flame each other very hard in between the games. I mean, some people might, but at least like for the teams I've been on, you don't really flame. You'll flame really hard in review, like afterwards for sure. But like in between the games, it's like there's no point in putting down your teammates' mental, because they'll just play worse next game probably.
Yeah.
That makes sense. We saw your coach actually leave the room to like have to take a timeout or something. How? Yeah. Like, what have you talked to your coaches about their reactions, or like what is their reaction after like a really tough game? I'll start with you, and then we'll just go down the line.
For us, I mean, we have like one coach who's here and one coach who's still remote.
Okay.
Because just like visa stuff. So the remote coach, he just watches the games and he's like prepping the reviews or whatever. We'll review it at some point. Our coach who's here, Kim, he's like possibly the biggest tilter on the team. So like, so he can get really emotional. So I'm actually really happy to hear that he like stepped outside and like took some deep breaths today, because he was like really solid today, and that was really good. So
nice.
Yeah.
What about, because with you guys, it seems like Grayson is the chill one, and then Sam is the one who's like tearing his hair out.
Both coaches like tilt a lot to us, and then when we play good on stage after a game, I say like, fun to watch, huh? Like joke, you know. So yeah, they're good coaches, yeah.
What did you say to them after today? Did you ask them if it was fun to watch?
I said again, like, fun to watch, huh? It was good game.
Yeah. My coaches don't really tilt, I would say. I guess sometimes see Rupert, you know, getting upset, going outside by himself, but he doesn't really show it to the team very much. Yeah, I would say they're not big tilters. They just do their job, and I think they do it well. I would say the players are more harsher on each other on my team than the coaches are. But yeah, it's been good.
I'm going to shift it to the other two series yesterday. I don't know how much you guys were able to watch those.
Yeah.
But basically, just generally, what are your thoughts on FlyQuest, Shopify? We'll start there, because Shopify actually did manage to take a game.
Yeah, I thought FlyQuest, I mean, Whippo in particular, I feel like he didn't have the strongest day. But he's still really good at like doing a lot from behind, or like even when his lane's not going well, he's really good at like finding good angles or like getting resources somehow. Like he's just like proxying random waves and stuff. But I didn't feel like he had the best showing yesterday. I think that's part of why the games were so close. But I do think like Shopify also seemed like they were playing pretty well, like together, making plays together. And that's why it was close, yeah. And then game 3, they just like got so outdrafted, they can't win.
That jungle matchup is terrible.
I mean, like I tried Shen into Nocturne and Scrims, because I was like, oh, like it'll be like TP where Nocturne ults and then I have like a second. But it's like, no, the champions disappear instantly, and then you can see wards. So you can TP, but if you pick Shen into Nocturne, you can never ult. So it's just like it was so useless.
I feel like FlyQuest is one of the best team now. And then Inspired is like just I feel like he's full clear demon, right? And then I think Busio covering their mid a lot. So if we don't see Busio in game, we feel like, oh, Busio is in this bush, in lane bush. So we scared to play against Busio. So they're just good.
What about the series though?
Series?
Yeah, like the versus.
I saw Nocturne, Shen Jungle, and then like, I don't know. I don't think it's good.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I was also focused on the Shen jungle, to be honest, because I'm a juggler, you know.
We all were.
Yeah, I mean, that matchup sucks. I think you can play Shen in some matchups, but not that one. Shen clears too slow. And also, you can't even taunt Nocturne. So it's just terrible. I don't. Yeah. I think they could have potentially won game one.
The
But
Italy top game.
yeah, the nearly top game. But I think they were playing fights really poorly. Like they kept using all their ults on Jinzhao when he had Mercs and ult, and like they kept like Rakan RWing him, Sejuani ulting him. Like there was this one fight at Otacon in game one where like Fudge 1v2s them top. Like he kills Whipple 1v1, then Azir TP's top, and now it's a 4v3 at Otacon, which in my opinion they can't lose. But then instead of like Rakan and Sedge going and Silas going on Corki, they use like all 4 of their ults on Jinzhao, and then Corki just kills the ball, and I was just so confused. Like, I was like, I don't know. So I do think they could have won game one. They played a bit better because I think the nearly was like going to be so useless that game. But yeah, they kind of just got 4v5 in game one. It felt like, and then they won game two. Game three they can't win. So.
What do you two think of Italy top?
I mean, it's like annoying, but it's like really hard to pull off. I mean, you have to be like really crazy, and your team has to be really down to just like basically AFK while you like play the game. So it's like, I don't know. I don't love it. I mean, it's fun to play, I will say. Like you just like chuck spears over and over. Like there's nothing they can do. You know, you win like so hard. Yeah. You can't win lane against Italy top, and then what it is like. It's like your team wants to fight, and you're like, no, don't fight. I'm gonna take this tower. And then like, no, don't fight. I'm gonna take the inhib. And then like, oh, can you guys cancel their bases? Like just go die actually, and then maybe I can end the game. So it's just like, I don't know. Yeah.
Looks like annoying. like when sniper see Italy top, please ping me Irelia like something. He wanna play Irelia like entire like.
He always wants to play Irelia.
Yeah. So like, yeah, Italy top looks strong. Yeah.
Would you let him play in Italy top?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks annoying.
Yeah.
TL, they had a rough game one against Disguised. Ended up absolutely obliterating them in the second game. I'm not sure how much you guys got to see of that, but just general strengths of TL.
Strengths.
Yeah, or I mean, like, what is your assessment?
Core JJ is always in the side lane bush. Like always. I died to it on stage. I was so tilted. I was like, how could I forget? He's in the bush. like he's always in those bushes. So just like don't die to that time. Like as soon as they're behind Core JJ, they like get vision, and then he goes into a bush in side lane, and they try to kill you. And if they kill you, they get back in the game, and it's just like, oh, it's so annoying.
It's true. He's everywhere.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, Sniper died to it too.
Yeah.
He's got so much presence in the game. What can you do?
Is he like Busio, where you just have to like play off of the mid wave?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Busio, I feel like Busio is like more random with where he is, but Core JJ is always in the lane bush, like near the alcove. He like loves the alcove.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been drafting more towards comfort too. I think it's been helping them. Like they just picked Sion Lilia, and then APA was back to playing Ziggs and Nico. It's like it just feels like they're playing comfort again, which is good for them. I do think Umti's been playing a lot better recently than he was before, so I think that's also been helping the team. But I think they're pretty solid right now, and I think they're probably going to get better as playoff comes too.
You agree?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
What do you think of Umti as a jungler?
I think Omti is good, but he loves gank, and then he loves cheese play, like 3 camps top gank, 3 camps bot gank, or level 1 flash the war. Yeah, but Omti is good. I think Omti is good.
And then any thoughts on Disguised or how well?
I don't know. I haven't scrimmed Disguise in literally 4 months. So like, I think we just refuse to scrim them. I don't know.
Wow.
I'm not booking scrims, so I don't actually know.
That's
but
actually
like,
impressive that we make the cut.
yeah, we haven't scrimmed Disguised in a long time.
Like I assumed the only reason we're getting scrims is because there's only 8 teams, so it's like you have to scrim everyone.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, hard to say. I think they're just struggling individually and as a team.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean they won the game. They won the one game versus TL where they had like Yone. But I feel like Yone is like one of those champs where it's like even like you can, if your Yone wins lane, you can beat any team, you know? Like it doesn't matter if we're playing, it's like the best team in the world and we have a fed Yone, we can win, you know? But it did ruin the bracket. I was like, we were hoping to play 100 Thieves for like second place, but instead it's like we have C9 and TL and everything, and it's like so much harder.
We were actually hoping to play TL, or I don't know about we, but I thought at the time 100 were better. I don't know about it anymore. I think. Well, okay, it's not like hate to 100. I just thought TL was like kind of bad, like a couple weeks ago. You know, like, I just thought they were kind of bad, but now like I don't know. They don't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah.
Who's better, you or TL?
Of course, 100 Thieves.
Of course.
Of
course.
We'll shift it a little bit away from LTA specifically. First week on new patch. From my perspective, I didn't think the champion like priority changed all that much. Would you agree? Like River, when you were coming into this week, scrimming on the new patch, did you have any different, like, without getting too far into spoiling draft or like leaking anything, did you have any like super different champion priorities?
Not really, but I can say, can I say this champion? But I think Renekton is strong now. So
I agree.
Yeah.
yeah.
The
think
ulti buffs
Renekton
are
is
just
strong.
crazy.
Yeah.
You just press R and everyone dies. Like
Yeah.
you don't even do anything.
Yeah, we have a meme on our team. Renekton 3600 damage, level 16. Because when it got buffed, that just was like so hyped about it. He was like, Renekton 3600 damage, level 16. And then we were like, yeah, if you could stand there and hit Ord for 20 minutes. So we like to meme about the 3600 damage that Renekton's getting at level 16.
Nice. What do you think? That was it? Renekton super strong?
Yeah, I mean the biggest change seems to be that like the grub timer got moved. So now it's like bot lane prio matters for like first dragon, because you can do dragon and then you can swap and do grubs and then you can just like do that kind of snowball now. Whereas before you kind of had to pick one. So I think like early fighting champs are maybe a bit stronger, but it's still like people are playing pretty much the same thing.
That reminds me, in your game,
Yeah.
Dig did like an early swap that was almost like it was on the previous patch. Were you surprised by that? Because I was a little bit, but then I figured maybe it was just a matchup thing.
I think it's matchup thing.
Yeah.
Because Gwen Renekton matchup was like kinda one side for Gwen, and then maybe they want the lane swap for Renekton.
I mean, Sturdy was just getting shit on. Like,
Yeah.
honestly, like that's all that was happening. It seemed like he couldn't lane anymore. The 1v1 after like the first 4 levels.
Yeah.
Couldn't really lane actually at the second level, but yeah, it was rough. I think that's probably why they swapped.
Yeah, it reminded me, I wanted to ask because I heard someone be surprised about it in comms, in one of your comms replays, but I couldn't remember who it was. It wasn't you, but someone was like, oh, they swapped?
Sniper.
Sniper, yeah.
But we knew that we
Okay.
gonna lane swap, but like we called.
Actually, yeah, it was
the jungle
Sniper.
ganks and he's like, oh, jungle's here.
Yeah.
I get that.
Oh my
I get that pain when I call
Yeah.
Neon. Like I'm like, top can move, and then they're like, oh, top's here. I'm like, I'm so angry. You know?
Yeah.
You gotta be louder, bro.
Yeah, they're like, oh, top gap. They're like, oh.
So yeah, that's it. Not because it looked like a lot of patch changes to us, but it doesn't seem like a ton has changed outside of like lane swap timers or lane assignment timers, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, for me, champs feel the same, like very similar. I think there are like some champs maybe you can play, but the biggest thing is just that like bot lanes aren't running top at 4:30 or 5 minutes the wave. Like before, you just run top no matter what, and then you take grubs and then you just dive the top laner if they don't match you. And now you don't do that anymore, or you can like in their game, but you don't like usually you don't because then you lose straight for free.
Yeah.
And they changed Otacon, but like I swear everyone's just taking Otacon like they would have taken it last patch. Like whenever they would have taken it last patch, they're taking it in this patch. Like, yeah. And they didn't change it at all to be like harder to kill.
No, it's easier to kill.
Yeah, it's
now.
easier to kill, right? So like,
Yeah.
I don't know, just it's whatever. The change.
I do like that there's no revive Otacon. I really didn't like the revive one.
Oh yeah, actually that was annoying for scrims because in scrims you almost always get black. Well, at least in our scrims, you almost always get the black Otacon, and then and on stage you almost always get the red Otacon. So it's like you're playing with a different Otacon in scrims and on stage.
You two have both played with Licorice before.
Oh,
You guys
nice.
have all played together. So I wanted to
Okay.
know from both of you, what are your most embarrassing stories about licorice? And then I'm gonna ask him the same about you two.
I don't know if
I don't know that I have any.
Yeah,
I don't know if I have
No?
any
I don't really
embarrassing
have-
stories of Eric.
We're pro gamers. We just like sit
Yeah.
inside and play.
Yeah.
play League, you know?
Yeah.
Like, there's really.
There was one time in 2018 where I was like really making fun of Eric for losing lane to the Shy. And then he like stabbed at me so hard. And I was so scared at the time. Because normally I was a sub at the time. I wasn't playing, right?
Mhm.
So like me and Eric were pretty good friends. So I would just like shit on him. And it was like pretty normal. And then like one day I think he just like had enough of like my bullshit. And then he just got like really fucking pissed at me. And I was like, oh shit, my bad. My bad, Eric. But I think I probably went too far at the moment. I don't remember the situation. but
I don't remember
Yeah.
either, but
it was like we were screaming IG and it was like Victor top came meta and then you were playing Aatrox with Victor and then you couldn't play because it was so OP.
Yeah.
The klepto whatever.
No, they weren't playing Victor, but it was the
Aatrox
we were
Aurelius.
screaming IG, and it's like we play one game where my lane is like really ruined from like level 1 or like level 2. You
Mhm.
know, I was playing like Lissandra Akali or something, like some really
Oh, okay, yeah,
it's a
yeah,
really
yeah.
weird
God.
matchup, right? And I like my lane was like really hard. Like I don't know if I got ganked or I pushed or like something went wrong. Really unplayable game, and I was like, oh okay, like can we remake? And I think Sneaky was winning lane, so he's like, no, like we're gonna play it out. So we play out this like 50-minute game where I'm like completely useless the whole game, right? I'm just like I'm really suffering. I'm down like 8,000 gold 1v1 or something at some point. Like it was like so
I don't know what
brutal.
happened. He was just getting shit on so hard.
And then the next game, I pick Aurelia top blind because it was like really OP at the time. He picks Fiora and they gank me and I 1v2 them. I kill both, right? And they instantly pause and remake. And I'm like, I suffered for 50 minutes and it was my turn, you know?
Actually,
So,
the
yeah, I
Shy
think-
started that.
I mean, I remember that. Yeah, it's not even your fault.
Yeah.
I was probably just mad at the show.
Yeah, I mean, the Shy started the meta. Like, actually, we were doing it a bit on CDI after, but like, he literally would just like, he wouldn't ask for a remake. He would just say AG, and he'd leave the game.
Yeah, they just pause
Yeah.
and then leave.
And then leave. And then like they're like, they go in the next game, and they're like, yeah, so we're remaking, right? And then they were like, I guess, yeah, I mean, they're IG, so like, what do we do? Like,
Yeah,
we're just gonna remake? Like, I don't know. But yeah, he started that meta.
Another thing the Shy has given us.
Doesn't even ask.
That's so brutal.
He's given us so much to replay. What about you, River? You have a funny story?
I don't really have. And
No?
I don't remember. We went casino in London,
Mhm.
in MSI, right?
Yeah.
And then, no, it's not.
Alright, moving on. Good story. Went to the casino.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll just leave the audience imagination up to that, I guess. I don't know if you know what he was gonna say.
I don't remember anything like exciting happening at the casino, but
Did you win any money?
I think I won like $200 at roulette.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice, bro.
Good job.
Yep. I mean, with River, it's like, it's not really an embarrassing story, but we just loved like making fun of Sam. He's like the head coach. Like I feel like that's like kind of the thing to do
Yeah.
when we were playing together. Because Sam he's just like one of those people that's like so fun to make fun of, you know? Like, so it's always like, I don't know. I mean, like what he said after, where he was like, did you enjoy watching the game or something? So I think that was like most of my memories with River. And then with Flabber, like I don't know. I remember we at Worlds in Korea. This isn't like embarrassing, but at Worlds in Korea, we like lit like the firework tubes.
Oh,
on the
that was
beach,
fun.
which
Oh,
was like
yeah.
super fun. So that's like a
But I refused to do it because I was scared. But I stood next to them.
yeah.
And
There
they
was,
were
there was like a
fireworks.
street vendor who's
Yeah.
just selling them, and you just light them.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
we did that on Kwangali, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
I think you guys were on Hand Day.
Yeah. I don't remember. It was before a quarterfinals match.
Yep.
I think. Yeah.
I'll let you guys get out of here soon. Last thing, matchups for next week. You guys are facing Shopify.
Shopify. Yeah. I think we're gonna win Shopify like easily. I think, and then Sniper gonna like shoot first. I'm pretty sure. I believe my team.
Nice.
Yeah, we're gonna win. Yeah.
Does it even matter if you win?
It does. It does.
It does.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I'm
they're
not sure.
because you lost to a FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if they lose and Dig loses to Fly, which I'm gonna assume is gonna happen,
Yeah.
there'll be a three-way tie.
Yeah.
Okay.
There'll be three of them 1-2.
Oh,
So
that'd
It could
fun.
be a cursed three-way tie.
We have to be.
I'm good.
You guys are up against TL. Primarily for seeding, because you two have locked in the top 2 spots.
Yeah.
How do you think that's going to go?
I think it'll be a good game. I think it'll be pretty close, actually. I think TL are definitely getting better now. And we are definitely not looking that great right now, at least from this weekend's game. So I think we'll have to practice hard next week. But yeah, I think it'll be a good match.
Then you guys take on Disguised.
Yeah, I mean, it's like kind of a must-win match when you
Yeah.
play against Disguised, because I think like if we went in and we lost, like I don't even think like for playoffs it just flips which one of us is the bottom seed. But we're gonna play a match at best of 3 anyways against either like Shopify, probably Shopify or Dig. I mean, maybe 100 Thieves if there's like a 3-way tie and they have a really bad day. But I don't know that it like really matters which of those teams we play against. But it is like we want to have a good showing and show that we can like play clean and have a good game.
Any last words from any of you? Sorry, that sounded really bad. I'm a terrible host.
Actually, I will say I thought C9 played really well today, but like we were just a little bit worse. So like, I think they're the best team in the league, and we just like came in right under them.
Thank
so
you. Thank you.
based like on a tier
Thank
list,
you so
I would
much.
do like C9 and then Lyon and then maybe like FlyQuest and TL. You know?
Okay.
So,
Oh, 100 are 5th now.
yeah.
Okay. Oh, you're really down there, River.
Yeah.
I thought we are better than Team Liquid.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. 100 Thieves then Team Liquid.
Nice.
That's the list.
All right, official tier list going out. The LTA is celebrating Season 2 and Spirit Blossom next week with post-show games, food, and activities on both Saturday and Sunday. So if you're in the area, come vibe with us and hang out at Riot Games Arena. Tickets are still available for Sunday. And thank you so much for watching Pros or listening to it on Spotify, Apple Music, or wherever you get your podcasts. We will see you next week.
Oh, you're really down there, River.
Yeah.
I thought we are better than Team Liquid.
You think so?
Yeah.
Welcome to the latest episode of Pros. I'm happy to be joined by Blabber, River, and Licorice after a very long day. River, you waited 3 hours around the studio.
Yeah. I went food together, and then when I watch game 2, it's gonna be fast game, like.
So you blame Blabber for that.
Yeah.
Hey! I'll take part blame.
How much of the games did you get to see? Were you surprised to see the outcome, or?
Game 2.
Yeah.
They got elder. I don't know what happened.
So I have to turn to you, Licorice, as the.
So it was like one of those, and then I like tried to follow up, but I think if I just like let him go in and then waited, and then we just like 4v4'd, we probably still win. But it was like he went in, so then I tried to go in, and then everyone tried to go in,
Yep.
and then we like all died, and then
Yeah, Callisto went in, like melee range, I think, too.
Yeah.
And then he got chunked to 1 HP, and then we just chased you guys down, and then got Baron.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, then there was another play because we were still wondering because Lion was then still pushing down mid. Were you surprised to see Audi go so deep?
At the Nexus push, like with
Yeah.
Elder.
or the
Was it Audi? No.
You just feel like you need to fight. I don't know. Like if someone's running at me and trying to fight, like it's just at that point, it's just like we're just gonna fight. 70-minute death timers. Like, I understand why he turned. I mean, I wasn't surprised. I was surprised we won, but I wasn't like surprised with what happened in that situation, I guess.
What are your biggest takeaways coming out of that game for both of you?
That game?
Yeah, or just the series in general.
I mean, the series for us, I think it's just like we need to work on our team fighting. I think that.
I think we just played bad in the first 2 games as well. Like in game 1, they didn't really have a way to deal with Azir. Like they had like pretty much no engage for Azir, but we made the game super volatile in the other game so that Azir couldn't like get his items. And then I don't know why we just kept fighting. I mean, I was part of the fighting, right? Like I was kind of inting in the first game. So that's probably why the first game felt like shit. We didn't really let Azir do his thing. And then game 2, I got caught. Like I think we would have won the 3rd Drake fight. I think we were winning at that point in the game, to be honest. But then I herald down mid, kill myself, give them 3rd Drake for free, and then I just felt so OP.
The Nautilus hook that definitely did not want to hit into the.
I mean, is the thing fight on mid wave or give the zone, and I mean, they can't hook me. They just lose, so that
just
game was
lose,
hard. Yeah.
I'm gonna start with you two because your game just happened, but I'm also gonna then throw it over to River, and we're gonna talk about 100 Thieves Dignitas next. But what was your confidence level going into this matchup from both of you? Let's start with.
I thought we were gonna lose. Like, I'm being totally honest. You know, like I think I went in expecting it to be like a really hard game, and then like if we played really well, maybe we can win. And then we like won the first game kind of randomly, and then we were like winning the second game, and it was like, whoa, this is really sick, guys. And then we lost, and it was like, okay, that's close.
Do you get like a feeling when you're? I mean, because the game was kind of in your control. Did you feel like you got too hypey or?
No, I don't think so. I mean, game 1 and 2, it was just like after early game, the games felt so easy. It was just like game 1, we took a 3v3 at Scuttle Crab and killed 3 people.
Yeah.
So it's just like after that, it's just like really, really simple to just like win everywhere, I think. And I think we had like a pushing bot lane too. So even though they weren't there, they're still like winning their lane. And then game 2, yeah, I don't know. I mean, Blobber seems to think after he died it was hard for them, but it seemed like it was pretty even the whole time until that happened. And then, yeah, so.
I mean, I think we died again after I died. Like we lost another fight. I don't remember the game like super well, but I think after I died, like we fought again and then we lost. And then we went to, because like you guys had Callista, so you just went to every objective and just hit it.
Yeah.
And we don't really have engage with our champs. Like we didn't really have engage, so like I'm playing Lilia and I have to run in, and your ACS cleanse, just support as Mikhails. So like I go to the soul fight, I flash in. Somehow like no one's Mikhails or anything, so like we almost won, but like I can't steal anything, and then it's just cringe.
What was your confidence level going into? Because I know you guys had kind of a disrupted practice schedule this week.
I mean, I thought the first game, personally, like it was gonna be rough because generally when you don't scrim for a while, you kind of go back to your solo queue habits. And Phil's also like, I think he only slept for like 2 hours last night. He's been up for like 15 hours. So, yeah, I think he's having it the roughest out of all of us, which is why like I felt like bad about my performance. But yeah, I mean, I thought we could win, regardless of that, just because I thought we were a better team. But yeah, definitely didn't play very well.
River, I know you guys all said, I still don't know if you're trolling or not, that scrims were really good this week because
our scrim was really terrible. So like, we just don't care screens, just play very on stage. And then this week, we have to like fix our mistakes in scrims. So like, we played like really focused in scrims, and then get better now.
I just want to know from your perspective, just because I've heard so much about 100 Thieves scrims from other people, what makes for you like a good or bad scrim with this team?
To be honest, snipers is like best, but like I always say where is younger in scrims, but he didn't listen. So I don't know. So just fight. Please, just fight. So,
having faced
so
them in
your fault.
scrims, yeah, is this
My
your
It's
fault?
your fault, okay.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. I don't think like. I think there's more going on than just sniper. I'll say that. But I do think that in scrims he doesn't always play very well. Like it's just like it's not even like he's like running it down or like something, but it's just like he's not like focused. Is what it feels like. So he's not like trading or like trying to push in matchups he can push or something like that. But I don't know. Like they all just run it down sometimes. Like
Me too.
But I think our team might be like a close second for like worst scrim team. I don't know.
That's true.
Yeah.
Oh, so we just haven't heard about it because 100 Thieves.
Yeah. They take the bottom spot, so they're the scrimmagers, you know, and we're just like squeaking by, you know, like just barely.
Yeah. Every time I play against Lyon, like you can tell that they get emotional. Like they get tilted so fast. Like one bad thing happens, and some of their players will just run it down. I won't name who, but some of them, I mean, Eric knows, but some of the players just legit just sprint the game down and then GG. Run the game down and then type GG, so.
Is this also your experience, River?
Yeah.
Just because I had to stop in at the scrims just because you guys have talked about it a lot. But then going into that absolutely incredibly long game against Dignitas. Second game was a bit cleaner, but how would you evaluate 100 Thieves' performance this week?
This week, I think Sniper played well today. He like kept 32 like so hard, I think. So, but like he made some mistakes, and then we made mistakes too. We might lose today, so. We should fix our problems, but I feel like we can beat anyone now. Like I feel like, so yeah, I have confidence.
Your team seems to have, like, and I don't know if this is different in scrims, but on stage, you guys seem to bounce back so quickly, especially after what we just heard of, like maybe. Certain other teams or players are very emotionally volatile. Your team, yes, you're down after losses, but you guys seem to have such good vibes to be able to recover. Because, like, I remember when you were facing Team Liquid last split, and you had a very similar, really rough throw in game 2. And you guys ended up winning the next game. So I was thinking this about Lyon because I was like, come on, you guys, like they can recover.
That's not the face of a man who's mentally strong.
No.
I don't want to remember that game.
Well, you played together. You're just like sitting there. No, River's not. He doesn't have the mental fortitude.
I mean, I feel like it's always so different on stage. Like scrims is one thing. Like I think like for my team, we have some like scrim tilters, but then you go on stage and it's like people want to win enough that like they'll get over it, you know, and they're gonna keep trying until the end, and then like maybe you're gonna have a spicy review after the game or something, but like that's like how it's gonna go because everyone always cares about winning on stage no matter what.
Yeah, usually it's only like if someone's unfocused, will they get like kind of yelled at. It's like if it feels like the focus level is really low, then you know your coach might be like wake the fuck up. But otherwise, it's like you don't really like flame each other very hard in between the games. I mean, some people might, but at least like for the teams I've been on, you don't really flame. You'll flame really hard in review, like afterwards for sure. But like in between the games, it's like there's no point in putting down your teammates' mental because they'll just play worse next game probably.
Yeah.
That makes sense. We saw your coach actually leave the room to like have to take a timeout or something. How? Yeah. Like, what have you talked to your coaches about their reactions, or like what is their reaction after like a really tough game? I'll start with you, and then we'll just go down the line.
For us, I mean, we have like one coach who's here and one coach who's still remote.
Okay.
Because just like visa stuff. So the remote coach, he just watches the games and he's like prepping the reviews or whatever. We'll review it at some point. Our coach who's here, Kim, he's like possibly the biggest tilter on the team. So like, so he can get really emotional. So I'm actually really happy to hear that he like stepped outside and like took some deep breaths today because he was like really solid today, and that was really good. So
nice.
Yeah.
What about, because with you guys, it seems like Grayson is the chill one, and then Sam is the one who's like tearing his hair out.
Both coaches like tilt a lot to us, And then when we play good on stage, after a game, I say like, oh, fun to watch, huh? Like joke, you know? So they're good coaches, yeah.
What did you say to them after today? Did you ask them if it was fun to watch?
I said again, like, fun to watch, huh? It was good game.
My coaches don't really tilt, I would say. I guess sometimes see Rupert, getting upset, going outside by himself, but he doesn't really show it to the team very much. Yeah, I would say they're not big tilters. They just do their job, and I think they do it well. I would say the players are more harsh on each other on my team than the coaches are. But yeah, it's been good.
I'm going to shift it to the other two series yesterday. I don't know how much you guys were able to watch those.
Yeah.
But basically, just generally, what are your thoughts on FlyQuest, Shopify? We'll start there. Because Shopify actually did manage to take a game.
Yeah, I thought FlyQuest, I mean, Whippo in particular, I feel like he didn't have the strongest day. But he's still really good at like doing a lot from behind, or like even when his lane's not going well, he's really good at like finding good angles or like getting resources somehow. He's just like proxying random waves and stuff. But I didn't feel like he had the best showing yesterday. I think that's part of why the games were so close. But I do think like Shopify also seemed like they were playing pretty well, like together, making plays together. And that's why it was close, yeah. And then game 3, they just like got so outdrafted they can't win.
That jungle matchup is terrible.
I mean, like I tried Shen into Nocturne and Scrims because I was like, oh, like it'll be like TP where Nocturne ults and then I have like a second. But it's like, no. The champions disappear instantly. And then you can see wards. So you can TP, but if you pick Shen into Nocturne, you can never ult. So it's just like it was so useless.
I feel like FlyQuest is one of the best team now. And then Inspired is like just I feel like he's full clear demon, right? And then I think Busio covering their mid a lot. So if we don't see Busio in game, we feel like, oh, Busio is in this bush, in lane bush. So we scared to play against Busio. So they're just good.
What about the series though?
Serious?
Yeah, like the versus.
I saw Nocturne Shen Jungle. And then like, I don't know. I don't think it's good.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I was also focused on the Shen jungle, to be honest, because I'm a juggler, you know.
We all were.
Yeah, I mean, that matchup sucks. I think you can play Shen in some matchups, but not that one. Shen clears too slow. And also, you can't even taunt Nocturne. So it's just terrible. I think they could have potentially won game 1.
The Italy top game.
Yeah, the Italy top game. But I think they were playing fights really poorly. Like, they kept using all their ults on Jinzhao when he had Mercs and ult, and like they kept like Rakan RWing him, Sejuani ulting him. Like there was this one fight at Otacon in game 1 where like Fudge 1v2s them top. Like he kills Whipple 1v1, then Azir TP's top, and now it's a 4v3 at Otacon, which in my opinion they can't lose. But then instead of like Rakan and Sedge going and Silas going on Corki, they use like all 4 of their ults on Jinzhao, and then Corki just kills the ball, and I was just so confused. Like I was like, I don't know. So I do think they could have won game 1. They played a bit better because I think the Nilly was like gonna be so useless that game. But yeah, they kind of just got 4v5 in game 1. It felt like, and then they won game 2. Game 3 they can't win. So.
What do you two think of Nidalee top?
I mean, it's like annoying, but it's like really hard to pull off. I mean, you have to be like really crazy, and your team has to be really down to just like basically AFK while you like play the game. So it's like, I don't know. I don't love it. I mean, it's fun to play, I will say. Like you just like chuck spears over and over. Like there's nothing they can do. You know, you win like so hard. Yeah. You can't win lane against Italy top, and then, but it is like. It's like your team wants to fight and you're like, no, don't fight, I'm gonna take this tower. And then like, no, don't fight, I'm gonna take the inhib. And then like, oh, can you guys cancel their bases? Like just go die actually, and then maybe I can end the game. So it's just like, I don't know. Yeah.
Looks like annoying. like when Sniper see Nidalee top, please ping me Irelia, like something. He wanna play Irelia, like entire like.
He always wants to play
screens.
Irelia.
Yeah. So like, yeah. Usually, Thomas looks strong.
Would you let him play in Italy top?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks so annoying. Yeah.
TL, they had a rough game 1 against Disguised. Ended up absolutely obliterating them in the second game. I'm not sure how much you guys got to see of that, but just general strengths of TL.
Strengths.
Yeah, or I mean, like, what is your assessment?
Core
of them?
JJ's always in the side lane bush. Like always. I died to it on stage. I was so tilted. I was like, how could I forget? He's in the bush. like he's always in those bushes. So just like don't die to that time. Like as soon as they're behind Core JJ, they like get vision, and then he goes into a bush in side lane, and they try to kill you. And if they kill you, they get back in the game, and it's just like, oh, it's so annoying.
It's true. He's everywhere.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, Sniper died to it too.
Yeah.
He's got so much presence in the game. What can you do?
Is he like Busio, where you just have to like
It's
play
Busio,
off of the
it's like
mid wave?
Busio. Yeah.
Yeah, but Busio, I feel like Busio is like more random with where he is. But Core JJ is always in the lane bush, like near the alcove. He like loves the alcove.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been drafting more towards comfort too. I think it's been helping them. Like they just picked Sion Lilia, and then APA was back to playing Ziggs and Nico. It's like it just feels like they're playing comfort again, which is good for them. I do think Umti's been playing a lot better recently than he was before, so I think that's also been helping the team. But I think they're pretty solid right now, and I think they're probably going to get better as playoff comes too.
You agree?
Yeah, I agree.
What do you think of Umti as a jungler?
Umti? I think Umti is good, but he loves gank, and then he loves cheese play, like 3 camps top gank, 3 camps bot gank, or level 1 flash the war. Yeah, but Umti is good. I think Umti is good.
And then any thoughts on Disguised or how well?
I don't know. I haven't scrimmed Disguise in literally 4 months. Like, I think we just refuse to scrim though. I don't know.
Wow.
I'm not booking scrims, so I don't actually know.
That's
but
actually
like,
impressive that we make the cut.
yeah, we haven't scrimmed Disguised in a long time.
Like I assumed the only reason we're getting scrims is because there's only 8 teams, so it's like you have to scrim everyone.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, hard to say. I think they're just struggling individually and as a team.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean they won the game. They won the one game versus TL where they had like Yone. But I feel like Yone is like one of those champs where it's like even like you can, if your Yone wins lane, you can beat any team, you know? Like it doesn't matter if we're playing, it's like the best team in the world and we have a fed Yone, we can win, you know? But it did ruin the bracket. We were hoping to play 100 Thieves for like second place, but instead it's like we have C9 and TL and everything, and it's like, it's like
We were actually hoping to play TL, or I don't know about we, but I thought at the time 100 were better. I don't know about it anymore. I think. Well, okay, it's not like hate to 100. I just thought TL was like kind of bad, like a couple weeks ago. You know, like, I just thought they were kind of bad, but now like I don't know. They don't seem that bad anymore.
yeah.
Who's better, you or TL?
Of course, 100 teams.
Of course.
Of course.
We'll shift it a little bit away from LTA specifically. First week on new patch. From my perspective, I didn't think the champion like priority changed all that much. Would you agree? Like River, when you were coming into this week scrimming on the new patch, did you have any different, like, without getting too far into spoiling draft or like leaking anything, did you have any like super different champion priorities?
Not really, but I can say, can I say this champion? But I think Renekton is strong now. So
I agree.
Yeah.
yeah.
The
think
ulti buffs
Renekton
are
is
just
strong.
crazy.
Yeah.
You just press R and everyone dies. Like
Yeah.
you don't even do anything.
Yeah, we have a meme on our team. Renekton 3600 damage, level 16. Because when it got buffed, Beatrice was like so hyped about it. He was like, Renekton 3600 damage, level 16. And then we were like, yeah, if you could stand there and hit Ord for 20 minutes.
So we like to meme about the 3600 damage that Redex is getting at level 16.
Nice. What do you think? That was it? Renekton super strong?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest change seems to be that, like, the grub timer got moved. So now it's, like, bot lane prio matters for like, first dragon. Because you can do dragon, and then you can swap and do grubs, and then you can just, like, do that kind of snowball now. Whereas before, you kind of had to pick one. So I think, like, early fighting champs are maybe a bit stronger, but it's still, like, people are playing pretty much the same thing.
That reminds me, in your game,
Yeah.
Dig did, like, an early swap that was almost like it was on the previous patch. Were you surprised by that? Because I was a little bit, but then I figured maybe it was just a matchup thing.
I think it's matchup thing.
Yeah.
Because Gwen Renekton matchup was like kinda one side for Gwen, and then maybe they want the lane swap for Renekton.
I mean, Sturdy was just getting shit on. Like,
Yeah.
honestly, like that's all that was happening. It seemed like he couldn't lane anymore. The 1v1 after like the first 4 levels.
Yeah.
Couldn't really lane actually at the 2nd level, but yeah, it was rough. I think that's probably why they swapped.
Yeah, it reminded me, I wanted to ask, because I heard someone be surprised about it in comms, in one of your comms replays, but I couldn't remember who it was. It wasn't you, but someone was like, oh, they swapped?
Sniper.
Sniper, yeah.
But we knew it. That we
Okay.
gonna lane swap. But like we called.
Actually, yeah, it was
the jungle
Sniper.
ganks, and he's like, oh, jungle's here?
Yeah.
I get
Oh
that.
my
I get that pain when I call
Yeah.
Leon. Like, I'm like, top can move, and then they're like, oh, top's here. I'm like, I'm so angry. You know?
Yeah.
You gotta be louder, bro.
Yeah, they're like, oh, top gap. They're like, oh.
So yeah, that's it. Not because it looked like a lot of patch changes to us, but it doesn't seem like a ton has changed outside of like lane swap timers or lane assignment timers, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, for me, champs feel the same, like very similar. I think there are like some champs maybe you can play, but the biggest thing is just that like bot lanes aren't running top at 4:30 or 5 minutes the wave. Like before, you just run top no matter what, and then you take grubs and then you just dive the top laner if they don't match you. And now you don't do that anymore, or you can like in their game, but you don't like usually you don't because then you lose straight for free.
Yeah.
And they changed Otacon, but like I swear everyone's just taking Otacon like they would have taken it last patch. Like whenever they would have taken it last patch, they're taking it in this patch. Like, yeah. And they didn't change it at all to be like harder to kill.
No, it's easier to kill.
Yeah, it's
now.
easier to kill, right? So like,
Yeah.
I don't know, just it's whatever. The change.
I do like that there's no revive Otacon. I really didn't like the revive one.
Oh yeah, actually that was annoying for scrims because in scrims you almost always get black. Well, at least in our scrims, you almost always get the black Otacon, and then and on stage you almost always get the red Otacon. So it's like you're playing with a different Otacon in scrims and on stage.
You two have both played with Licorice before. You guys have all played together. So I wanted to know from both of you, what are your most embarrassing stories about Licorice? And then I'm gonna ask him the same about you two.
I don't know about wait. I need to.
that I haven't.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have any
No?
embarrassing stories of Eric.
We're pro gamers. We just like sit inside and play.
Yeah.
play League, you know?
Yeah.
Like, there's really.
There was one time in 2018 where I was like really making fun of Eric for losing lane to the Shy. And then he like stabbed at me so hard. And I was so scared at the time. Because normally I was a sub at the time. I wasn't playing, right? So like me and Eric were pretty good friends. So I would just like shit on him. And it was like pretty normal. And then like one day I think he just like had enough of like my bullshit. And then he just got like really fucking pissed at me. And I was like, oh shit, my bad. But I think I probably went too far at the moment. I don't remember the situation.
I don't remember either, but.
It was like we were screaming IG and it was like Victor top came meta and then you were playing Aatrox with Victor and then you couldn't play because it was so OP.
Yeah.
The Klepto whatever.
No, they weren't playing Victor, but it was the.
Aatrox
We were
Aurelius.
screaming IG, and it's like we play one game where my lane is like really ruined from like level 1 or like level 2. You know, I was playing like Lissandra Akali or something, like some really
Oh,
some really
God.
weird matchup, right? And I like my lane was like really hard. Like I don't know if I got ganked or I pushed or like something went wrong. Really unplayable game, and I was like, oh okay, like can we remake? And I think Sneaky was winning lane, so he's like, no, like we're gonna play it out. So we play out this like 50-minute game where I'm like completely useless the whole game, right? I'm just like I'm really suffering. I'm down like 8,000 gold 1v1 or something at some point. Like it was like so
I don't know what
brutal.
happened. He was just getting shit on so hard.
And then the next game, I pick Aurelia top blind because it was like really OP at the time. He picks Fiora and they gank me and I 1v2 them. I kill both, right? And they instantly pause and remake. And I'm like, I suffered for 50 minutes and it was my turn, you know?
Actually,
So,
the
yeah, I
Shy
think-
started that.
I mean, I remember that. Yeah, it's not even your fault.
Yeah.
I was probably just mad at the Shy.
Yeah, I mean, the Shy started the meta. Like, actually, we were doing it a bit. I'll see that after. But like, he literally would just like, he wouldn't ask for a remake. He would just say AG, and he'd leave the game.
Yeah, they just pause and then leave.
And then leave. And then like they're like, they go in the next game, and they're like, yeah, so we're remaking, right? And then they're like, I guess, yeah. I mean, they're IG, so like, what do we do? Like, we're gonna remake. Like, I don't know. But yeah, he started that meta.
Another thing the Shy has given us.
Doesn't even ask.
That's so brutal.
He's given us so much to replay. What about you, River? You have a funny story?
I don't really have. And
No?
I don't remember. We went casino in London, in MSI, right?
Yeah.
And then, no, it's not.
Alright, moving on. Good story. Went to the casino.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll just leave the audience imagination up to that, I guess. I don't know if you know what he was going to say.
I don't remember anything like exciting happening at the casino, but
Did you win any money?
I think I won like $200 at roulette.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Bro.
Good job.
Yep. I mean, with River, it's like, it's not really an embarrassing story, but we just loved like making fun of Sam. He's like the head coach. Like, I feel like that's like kind of the thing to do when we were playing together. Because Sam he's just like one of those people that's like so fun to make fun of, you know? Like, so it's always like, I don't know. I mean, like what he said after, where he was like, did you enjoy watching the game or something? So I think that was like most of my memories with River. And then with Flabber, like, I don't know. I remember we, at Worlds in Korea, this isn't like embarrassing, but at Worlds in Korea, we like lit like the firework tubes.
Oh,
on the
that was
beach,
fun.
which
Oh,
was like
yeah.
super fun. So that's like a,
But I refused to do it because I was scared. But I stood next to them.
yeah,
And they were like,
there's like a street vendor who's
Yeah.
just selling them and you just light them.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
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 We did that on Kwangali, I think.
Okay.
I think you guys were on Hand Day.
Yeah. I don't remember. It was before a quarterfinals match.
Yep.
I think. Yeah.
We'll let you guys get out of here soon. Last thing, matchups for next week. You guys are facing Shopify.
Shopify. Yeah. I think we're gonna win Shopify like easily. I think, and then Sniper gonna like shoot Fudge. I'm pretty sure. I believe my team.
Nice.
Yeah, we're gonna win. Yeah,
Does it even matter if you win?
It does. It does.
it does.
Yeah,
yeah,
because
I'm
they're
not sure.
because you lost to a FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if they lose and Dig loses to Fly, which I'm gonna assume is gonna happen,
Yeah.
there'll be a three-way tie.
Yeah.
Okay.
There'll be three of them, 1-2.
Oh,
So
that'd
It could
fun.
be a cursed three-way tie.
We have to win.
I'm good.
You guys are up against TL. Primarily for seeding, because you two have locked in the top two spots.
Yeah.
How do you think that's going to go?
I think it'll be a good game. I think it'll be pretty close, actually. I think TL are definitely getting better now. And we are definitely not looking that great right now, at least from this weekend's game. So I think we'll have to practice hard next week. But yeah, I think it'll be a good match.
Then you guys take on Disguised.
Yeah, I mean, it's like kind of a must-win match when you
Yeah.
play against Disguised, because I think like if we went in and we lost, like I don't even think like for playoffs it just flips which one of us is the bottom seed, but we're gonna play a match at best of 3 anyways against either like Shopify, probably Shopify or Dig. I mean, maybe 100 Thieves if there's like a 3-way tie and they have a really bad day. But I don't know that it like really matters which of those teams we play against. But it is like we want to have a good showing and show that we can like play clean and have a good game.
Any last words from any of you? Sorry, that sounded really bad. I'm a terrible host.
Actually, I will say I thought C9 played really well today, but like we were just a little bit worse. So like, I think they're the best team in the league, and we just like came in right under them.
Same
So
here. Thank you.
Based like on a tier
Thank
list,
you so
I would
much.
do like C9 and then Lyon and then maybe like FlyQuest and TL. You know.
Okay.
So,
Oh, 100 are 5th now.
yeah.
Okay. Oh, you're really down there, River.
Yeah.
I thought we are better than Team Liquid.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. 100 Thieves then Team Liquid.
Nice.
That's the list.
All right, official tier list going out. The LTA is celebrating season 2 and Spirit Blossom next week with post-show games, food, and activities on both Saturday and Sunday. So if you're in the area, come vibe with us and hang out at Riot Games Arena. Tickets are still available for Sunday. And thank you so much for watching Pros or listening to it on Spotify, Apple Music, or wherever you get your podcasts. We will see you next week.
Look at Azure. No flash, yeah, Zido. Rumble's really in, Yeah, come on, 2 seconds. No flash, Rumble. We can Rumble. Nice. I'm taking. Yeah. I feel tired. Yeah. Oh my god. I'll be fine. I kill Puppy. Okay, done. What do you guys? Oh my god. Nice. Azure node. GG guys. This is too good. Yeah. I'm at 40 side. Chill. And then Bertin. Okay. Willie,
Cannot just mega Inferno bomb the wave to save the game. He has to find some kind of a crazy outplay. APA's first death will be the death of Team Liquid, and C9 in a come from behind victory take this series 2-0.
Victor, no flash you.
Wait, you can smite still, yeah? Yeah, smite still.
I'm looking Victor. Look at the now.
Help Pantheon, help them.
Play first target.
Pantheon.
Yo, I don't have any combo.
Okay.
Kite back, guys. Kite together. We can save guys.
Run it, guys.
Rumble has no fun.
Yeah, Nola's there. Kill Nola's.
Guys, we can end, guys. Rip.
Protected. Smolder is sharp.
Yeah, Smolder sharp.
Yone.
Going to Smolder.
Okay, we
Let's give me Yone. Come with me.
Careful, I really flash. Careful, I really flash.
Yeah, it's okay. We can win.
Oh, MF with no flash.
Yeah, killing MF.
Stun.
MF
Oh,
dead.
nice.
Can you get,
Don't nice flash.
yeah, can anyone else?
Don't
Yeah, MF killing. I'm killing them.
Yeah.
Go. Nice.
Yeah, that's a game. Is that good?
Good job, guys.
Welcome back to the LTA North waiting room. Fly versus Dig is going to be up in 26 minutes.
What are you doing, Raz?
What are you doing? Taking shots?
It's a dig throw.
Oh.
It might not happen today. But you threw it to yourself and then you caught it, so
That's true.
You know
you're
what's
predicting
really
them to
crazy?
win.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see what the predictions are. Maybe I won't catch this one. Emily, get it.
Wow.
Emily!
My arm is injured.
Dropped
Oh,
it.
yeah, that's actually cooked.
I should not have done that.
This is mine.
I should not have done
Dig,
that.
actually, because of what Shopify did yesterday, there's a scenario where they win their group.
They could be number one.
That's crazy. Anyway, it is Spirit Blossom weekend. There was a sweet after party yesterday that many of you attended.
Yeah.
It was a great vibe. I mean, I remember, like, me and Emily were just taking pictures with a lot of fans as well. Lyon has a lot of these cute stickers. Did I bring it?
Did you not bring this? You
you
brought
bring
them
it?
to our
No.
meeting.
While we're
Stuff
showing these
one of them
videos, I'm
here.
going
You
to my
literally
backpack.
had 50 of those things.
Yeah.
My backpack's here somewhere. You keep talking, guys.
We had the cosplayers out there. It was super fun. A lot of the games set up. I went out and got some pictures too. Can he make it? Oh! We didn't get footage of someone making it?
Wait, I didn't see the crab roll.
The Tio
man,
crab
I
pool.
missed
Raz
it.
is dying in the back.
I
Hit my head on the back. May have had head injury just to get these
We
things.
found the cards though.
I found the
Let's go.
cards. So this was like a Lion thing. Basically, they had like Saint portrayed as a saint. Very topical.
So
It
this
might
was
be the new Pope.
specifically a Lion thing, or was this
Yeah.
part of the art collab?
Dude, these are like
No,
sticking
specifically
together.
Lion.
What-
Specifically
Why are they
Lion.
so sticky?
Well, I had it in my back pocket all night. So
I got 4 Lion members
These
right
are
here.
all the art collab ones.
yeah. So
Yeah, what you got? Is that the 5th line? I got 4 right
Yeah,
there.
this is Saint.
so there is one Lion member.
Whoa, he's
Penna.
hollow. He's shiny.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's the rare card.
You
He's-
got the shiny.
That's my Pope right there. That's my Pope. I don't know about you guys.
There are too many of these.
I mean, there's so many.
I
for
think
the
there's
LTA
the correct
collab.
amount. One for every
Yeah.
player.
Crazy.
Yeah, Rudy had a
So
bunch
cool.
of them, a bunch of those. So
Yeah.
like, it was a really nice time. Of course, Shopify had their boba truck, which is always a great one.
That's
It
their
was-
thing?
Yeah, it's their thing.
There
and it
was such a line for that. I did not get it because
Yes.
I didn't want to wait in line.
Well, the thing is, they had 2 lines theoretically. One line was to take pictures with the Shopify players, and everyone was like there. And I realized, oh, the boba area is just free. I actually just have to go to the other line.
What? I
Yes.
played myself because
did.
I did not want to wait in the line. But I thought it was for boba, not to take pictures of the Shopify player.
Yeah, true. They were there for the Shopify players.
too
I was
bad.
there for the boba.
The games yesterday were also good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Some would say better than the after party. Anyway, Cloud9.
Sounds like someone who didn't go to the after party.
It does.
Exactly.
It does sound like someone who wouldn't do that. But the base defenses from Cloud9 just keep happening.
Dude, this one was so crazy. Like, watching it, and APA was doing such a good job marking the Aurora. He was keeping Loki out when they were going for the final push, and then he teleports in, like, on the Nexus turret. Oh, it was so close for Team Liquid.
Yeah, small spectator bug. The left Nexus turret was respawned. It just didn't have a health bar in spectator, so it wasn't as close as it may have appeared on that first attempt by TL to end the game.
But I love that, I mean, that was the change that happened at the beginning of the year, the fact that like those Nexus turrets will respawn, and the fact that it made the difference there
Oh, man.
is crazy. And also the fact that C9 back-to-back weeks are just having crazy base defense to be able to find wins.
What a crushing loss for TL though, because like they had one of their classic runs of play, especially with the Ziggs, where it was like 4 turrets in 4 minutes with the way they were moving around the map. And I was like all prepared. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna cover this really cool mid-game stuff, and then C9 is able to come back because of their base defense.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. Team Liquid had some really, really good like focus play to get back into that game. But like you're saying, you know, at the Nexus, then the final move really matters versus Cloud9. They couldn't do it. The other series was a banger also, though. The other series was a mega banger. Contracts.
Close games.
Crazy.
Contracts ties the all-time North American record for Baron steals.
I'm coming for you, X-Smithy. That's what he said. But also,
Actually, he said happy birthday, Jake, by the way, because I know it was X-Smithy's birthday yesterday.
No way.
And so the fun add-on is that on X-Smithy's birthday, Contracts tied his record I'm in their Discord, and we was like, oh, happy birthday. Jake was a little bit salty that he just got tied on his birthday, but hasn't passed them yet, so they can share the glory.
For now, but also the Otacon steals that were constantly happening every game. It was a banger. And also the fact that we got to hear from River every time he got an objective stolen away from him. Yeah. That's the happiest guy I've ever seen.
The way we edited that, it was like the steals led to them winning. They lost the game when he stole both objectives, and they won the other two. Yeah. The third game, though, I was talking about this yesterday during the cast, where the Xerath fell like 100 CS down. Here's why. Here's part of why. So part of it is just Palafox is bad. It is supposed to be.
Whoa!
It is supposed to be Azir in laning phase, and post laning phase, 14 minutes in, he's down about 25 CS. But this is why he doesn't get aggressive for the rest of the game. So this is the overall vision, and if we're just looking at Palafox's vision, he knows that anywhere he goes is in danger. Since at this moment in time, he doesn't have any teammates around him. Like this would be an ideal 1-3-1 setup if he wasn't on Xerath. Nara's on bottom lane. They have Lucian Emilio pushing mid. Contract is doing whatever he wants, and Palafox is here. But then, essentially, 100 Thieves can just dive him in between turrets. And I think he learned his lesson after this moment, because for the rest of the game, he either only catches waves at turrets or only moves up when he's near his teammates. So he just doesn't have freedom for basically 16 minutes until 40 minutes in this game where he can't do anything. That's why he kept falling down so much in experience, because they were a little bit hamstrung by the Nocturne. With that being said, they still managed to pull this game out in a ridiculous way. We were talking about the counter engage, and if anyone wants to chime in, but this was like the first time where they're down 2 Drakes, and we said during the cast, they probably need to win this game by getting a soul. So it's gonna be a long game if they pull it off. So they have to like group up as 4 or 5. Fudge is the only one who's allowed to be on his own. Everyone else has to constantly be grouped up, so they're always going to be losing an entire wave of minions. But in the actual fights, Fudge again has to do a bunch of hero duty, just zoning out the Aurelia whenever Aurelia would try to approach. And I went to the wrong Drake for this one. This is the fight that I wanted to show. Yeah, just insane amounts. Fudge always zoned out Sniper, and then whenever 100 Thieves would try to engage, they just consistently peeled back. So Ayla flies in, but they Melio ult to cleanse everybody. They burst any squishy as they come in, and they just played these front-to-back fights. But it was just super interesting since the Xerath could never be on his own in any of these split push situations. So by the end of the game, you can see he's down 100 CS to the Azir, but still manages to be effective because he groups up with the team anytime there's an objective up. It was just a really wild game. We haven't seen poke comps like work in, what, 2 years?
Yeah.
This is a rare exception.
Talking to him about it afterwards was really funny because we were like, so was it the Xerath angle? And he's like, actually probably not the best Xerath angle. I was hoping they didn't lock in Nocturne. They did lock in the Nocturne. And he did talk about how afraid he was to be able to step up and catch waves. But he also said their communication for a lot of these and the reason why they were able to have patience was the thing you talked about with Fudge, right? Because it was like, we're going to send Fudge out, he's going to step on someone's head, and that sets up where I can just shoot.
He's going to step on someone's head.
And you know what? It worked.
And the head was Sniper's head. Because I want to give a lot of props to Fudge because there were not just the theoretical Xerath counter Azir pick in this game.
Yeah.
The Aurelia pick is also supposed to be a kill counter to Gnar. Early in lane, you're supposed to be able to go for these stuns. You have the Nocturne for later also. And so the theory is you're supposed to have this Aurelia to be able to go for kills plus a Nocturne threat onto a Gnar also.
Yeah.
But Fudge absolutely dominated. He got so far ahead and he constantly was making really big plays for the team. I just think he has had such a big glow up. If we did give a most improved player, I think it would go to Fudge at this point because it feels like ever since he played that game versus FlyQuest, and even though the team lost, he did really well versus Bwipo. I think it gave him a lot of confidence, and he's been playing really well, in that series and plus this series.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, also for Ducky in the chat, yes, if you do pay attention, you will climb to Silver 4. 100% that will happen.
What's Ducky saying? Okay.
Ducky saying that was his statement. It's like, he was asking that question, that's the answer to the question. Because also, like, they did, I think, a great job within that game shutting down the Aurelia. I remember in the after party talking to Sniper, and he was like basically saying like, oh, when he was playing aggressively top lane and trading, and then the Maokai ended up like diving him and ganking him, and that was a play. He was like, oh, I heard in comms that he was bot lane. so but no, just making that clear because I think that like they did a great job making those dives happen and punishing him, and also like marking him for those fights. So like in that replay that you showed, Nar was able to like really set up for the Xerath, make the team fight work, and then like by the time Aurelia was even there to make an impact, the fight was over. So it was just really tough for that pick to be useful.
And it threw that group into chaos.
Yeah.
So let's look at the standings, and then we'll get into what that means for today. Here are how the groups work. Group A, pretty simple. Cloud9 won the group, Team Liquid second. The game today between Lyon and Disguise is going to be for third and fourth. This other group, a lot can still happen. FlyQuest is 2-0. Dignitas could get to 2-1 if they beat FlyQuest. And the interesting thing here is 100 Thieves is actually locked out of top 2.
Oh!
So I just want to explain the tiebreaker situation really quickly as we pull this up on the screen. So these are the standings. Obviously, if Dignitas gets to 2 match wins, they would just be...
Dignitas
this is not... Okay, this is if FlyQuest wins, I believe. I want to get to the grid that shows the tiebreakers. So if FlyQuest wins, they'd obviously be first. But here's how the tiebreakers would work if everyone is 1 and 2 that we just saw. So the first tiebreaker would be match wins. The second is game wins. So the way to read this is Shopify, even though they lost to FlyQuest and Dig overall,
they won a game.
1 game win in each and 2 here, which would give them a total of 4
I can count.
Boom.
Let's go.
Dignitas, though, would only have 3. And 100 Thieves would only have 3. So that's why Shopify would end up being second in that situation. And that's why 100 Thieves is actually bottom 2. So we're going to have them, at best case, be in the lower bracket of playoffs. Worst case, not even make playoffs if they lose their matchups next week.
Which is really critical because there's only one chance if you start in the bottom of playoffs. You don't get the extra elimination chance.
True.
So that's why it's such a big deal that they're already locked out of the upper part of the bracket for playoffs.
Also, Shopify are just sitting there hoping that FlyQuest 2-0. They're just like the biggest FlyQuest fans.
Correct,
Buying
because if
their merch.
Dignitas win 2-0 or 2-1, they can either be first or second with the way the tiebreakers work as well.
Yeah.
So
It's actually crazy because
every game matters.
every game matters.
every game did matter.
Every game matters. Dignitas could be the best team in the group. It's possible, everybody. All you doubters out there. Are you in the Dig, what's it called, the LTA fantasy team?
I am.
We are.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you guys were one of the first couple in there that went into the fantasy.
Yeah,
team.
absolutely.
Honestly, the dive fantasy group is up over 2,000 now. So we're battling up forward.
I'm still waiting for my invite, Kobe.
Your invite, you have to click the link. We post the link on every single episode.
Not.
You sent me the link?
You don't need a direct invite to join the league.
It would be nice.
Okay.
It would be nice.
You know what?
Raz, have you had an invite?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hand deliver you
Wait,
the
I
link.
had an invite.
You have the invite?
Yeah,
No! What was this? This is personal. It's actually personal.
You guys
Anyway,
should just click the link.
Yeah, let's just take a look at the schedule today and save Kobe some grief. FlyQuest versus Dignitas. We already talked about the stakes that matter there. DSG versus Lyon. Which one do you guys, I mean, the Dig versus Fly one.
versus
Yeah,
Dig.
that one's exciting. But I don't know. I have some faith out there about the DSG guys. They've had some changes. Ido's been moved up. Like, there's been a lot of positivity in that camp. It could turn into something. Lyon has to be as down as they possibly could. They cannot win a game or series.
Raz, you know Ido pretty well. Do you think this is going to be a really beneficial change?
I think so. Because like, what matters most is getting the guys talking and like getting them involved in all these things. And I think he's also had a great track record recently. A lot of players that have worked with him in the past been really positive about him. So I'm looking forward to seeing the fruits of the labor.
yeah, but the first series you saw, FlyQuest versus Dignitas, and Azael, he is on stage with Busio ahead of today's games.
Hello, I am here with Busio ahead of their series against Dignitas. Busio, I wanted to talk to you about the meta a little bit. You guys were cooking last week. You brought out, Nidalee top. You brought out some Janna. We saw Xerath yesterday. We've been seeing a lot of new picks, and I was just interested in how you guys balance, the creativity of bringing in new picks and new stuff into the meta versus just kind of picking what works in Fearless.
Yeah, for us, it's important to just pick what's good, and that happens to be Janna in that game, or it happens to be Nidalee.
but also this is just best of 3, and ultimately best of 5s will matter the most. So it could be good to force some new picks just for the practice sake of it.
Absolutely, that makes a lot of sense, you know, because going into Game 4, Game 5, obviously you have to have a lot more depth in your champion pool. How much time are you guys actually spending maybe practicing some of these new picks versus just like playing the meta these days?
We spend a good amount of time, but it honestly just depends on the pick. Like some champs people just are comfortable on, and other champs are new and we need to practice them more. So it's just player to player, champ to champ.
Makes a lot of sense. So yesterday, Cloud9 secured first place in their group. They beat you guys in the positioning phase to get first place overall. So if you win today, you'll be first and you'll get to play against them for first seed in playoffs. Are you looking forward to getting a little bit of revenge potentially against Cloud9?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think they're a good team, so I'd like a rematch to show we're the best.
All right, well, thank you very much. Good luck today. Back to you all at the desk.
Go fast. Thank you very much, Azael. FlyQuest has also been a very diverse team in terms of their champion picks. Here we go.
There's a lot.
I mean, I think the thing that stands out to me that I just want to call out, because I did like the Janna pick a lot, and I had talked about how going into Fearless, we would see, like, you expect the solo laners to kind of be able to lock in a lot of different picks, but we really expected the AD and the support pools to widen, and we've definitely seen that, especially with FlyQuest.
I mean, everybody out here and the shy apologists are looking at this.
No.
Yeah,
No. That's a
erase that one. Get that one off.
I don't care.
Last night.
I don't care who plays it. I still hate it.
Bwippo's a trailblazer.
Yes, he is.
I will also say, Bwippo's rather inconsistent, and I think the last 2 weeks have been the best indication of this. He was the player of the week 2 weeks ago.
True.
And quite possibly the worst player on the team last week. So we got...
Whoa!
I mean, I'd say left is good, Bwippo.
Yes.
Camera left? I can't... Anyway,
Jekyll
this one
and
good,
Mr.
Bwippo.
Wide.
That one bad, Bwippo.
Yeah.
This is just a beast. I feel uncomfortable.
Wide Bwippo was always a positive thing, though. Wide Bwippo is when he's confident and he's blasting.
Yeah, but Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Wide is the rhyme we're trying to hit.
Yes.
I guess makes Mr. Wide. Let's look at the stats, though, that he has from this. You could see 12, 2, and 9 in his player of the week. And then last week, 2, 13, and 19, with every other stat being negative. Which Bwippo is going to show up?
I think it's going to go back. It's going to flip-flop, you know? So now we're back to the Dr. Jekyll.
No in
the
between.
happy, successful Bwippo.
So I kind of have this feeling with him that he gets so confident, kind of gets high on his own supply, and then just feels like he can do anything, and then he almost needs these down weeks in order to bounce back. So I do agree he'll have a good
I was gassing him up in his Player of the Week interview. I think that did not help him. It did not help him at all.
It's your fault,
It was you, Raz.
I may have been
your
me.
fault.
Look, I'll take I'll shoulder the blame on this one, but look at him right now. He's focused. He's determined.
I just like that he and the team always have confidence in him to play these picks before other people in our league, at least, play these picks. You know, he was first onto the Yorick. He adapted it to the Nidalee. They try and play around that. He is definitely one that always embraces using like the fearless mindset. Even when we were not in fearless mode and we were just in best of ones, he loves using those champions to put his opponents in a position where they don't know how to play around what he's bringing.
Well, and more impressively, I think, is the way that FlyQuest is able to play around it, because we did see, again, Nidalee top, I don't like it, but when he was in the side lane, even when Shopify were able to get onto him, FlyQuest were able to leverage that with their other 4, right? So I do think that a lot of times, and that isn't even the best example, because I'd say ideally you want your split pusher to not constantly be dying in side lanes or be attacked, but I do think that FlyQuest have a really good understanding of how to play the map generally, as does Bwippo, so they can leverage a lot of these performances.
Yeah, and I believe they'll be playing up against Dignitas today, where Azael is standing by with Shaden to hear what he has to say.
Thanks, everyone. Here with Shaden ahead of their match against FlyQuest. Shaden, a lot of stakes for the match today. If you guys 2-0 against FlyQuest, you're going to get first place in the group. If you win 2-1, you're going to get second place in the group. And if you lose, you'll be playing for an elimination match to even get into the lower bracket of playoffs. How important is this match today for you guys?
Very important.
Very important. Okay, fair enough. So going up against Inspired, a lot of people consider him to be, best jungler in the league, maybe best player in the league. How do you prepare going up against him?
I don't know. I don't really care. it's the same as every other jungler, I guess.
So is there nothing in particular you think that you have to worry about when you're going up against FlyQuest as a team compared to other junglers, other teams?
He farms the most out of every jungler, so you kind of need to not waste time, or he's gonna get really ahead.
So you used to actually be on FlyQuest. Does that give you more familiarity, with these players? Is that anything that you can kind of use to your advantage?
No, not really. I don't know. I don't even remember. We never really scrimmed them when I was in Fly, so I don't know.
All right, well, fair enough. Good luck with your match today, Shaden. Back to y'all at the lounge.
Amazing.
That was beautiful. Honestly, straight to the point. Straight to the point.
I don't know. We never really played that.
Well, listen, first question. Azale said why it was important.
Yeah.
True.
So he's just confirming what Azale said.
That was a lot of stuff.
Very important. Yeah, agreed. Amazing. I love him.
It was really funny though, yeah, because Shaden and Surdy, obviously from FlyQuest Challengers, and Papa Smithy has talked a lot about how he thought it was a good thing that Dignitas, brought them as a pairing, and they do have that history, so it's cool to look forward to.
In the history, I think it's so funny because these are the two players that FlyQuest really prides themselves off, being like, look, we had them in our tier 2 team, like we really built them up, they were really strong. Dignitas wanted them. Look how
that.
Just take a look at it.
The bedrock of our FlyQuest Challengers team, right here.
Haven't heard that description in a long time.
Yep.
You're about to hit me with that one. But yes, like the fact that they were able to bring them in as a duo because they worked so well in that ecosystem and they honestly wanted to play with each other coming into this team. Like it should work and it has been starting to work in their games. Like the wins have been sparse, but like in their games when it's competitive, it's mostly because of those two.
Yeah, it started off pretty rocky, I think, for both of them. We talked a lot about Surdy just because he was kind of the star challenger player and tier 2 player coming in. But I do want to shout out Shaden, especially in a lot of their recent performances, because I do think him getting involved early with his lanes, regardless of whether it's top lane with Surdy or elsewhere on the map, has been one of the crucial things in their kind of glow up. Even when, to Raz's point, they weren't necessarily winning some of those games, they still were having really good early game performances.
Dude, Tomo is locked in. Everybody else is going to the meeting.
Look, Smolder's back,
He saw that Smolder.
What's he practicing right now?
Dialed in.
Honestly, Jat tossed me that dig speaking tool. I need him. Oh no! I missed. That was too fast.
It wasn't on camera. Nobody saw it.
Okay, thank God.
Anyway, try it again.
Okay, one more time. Whoa. Oh, what is your? Okay, one more time.
We're between the numbers, man.
Okay, you know what? Okay, you know what? Bat me one more time. I'll be the catcher. Get in there.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Look, okay, I just want to talk about the players. You know what? I just the opportunity to talk
about the players.
All right, fine. I'll get a little. That used to distract me. At least with Dignitas, something that the players talk about a lot is coaching philosophy, like trying to play the right way, like getting for vision once, like clearing slow, not taking like kind of weird fights. And you know what that means? Long games.
There we go.
Long games. And so now they have taken what seems like 4 of the longest games so far this split, and they're going up against a team that has had the fastest games.
And I think they have the fastest games because they're so organized and so on the same page. Whippo loves to accelerate games. Inspired has been with this team now for over a year, so they're all very organized with how they end. And I will say, long games aren't always bad. A lot of these games are long is because Dignitas is hard to close out, not because they don't know how to close. They also don't know how to close, but they kind of have both of those qualities, right? They're really good at stalling games and not good at closing. So this could be a very interesting series if Dignitas is able to kind of get to that next level.
Yeah, they have stalled out in a lot of positions where they're super far behind and you think they're guaranteed to lose the game. They have been able to fight back. So it also kind of like builds up your mentality from playing from behind, so you don't exactly get crushed. We'll see. It is definitely going to be a very uphill battle. Because FlyQuest here definitely looked like the strongest team in the group. But as we said, in the standings, if Dignitas 2-0 FlyQuest,
whoa,
they will be number 1.
The first seed. It's crazy how this kind of snuck up on us because we've talked about top 4, bottom 4 for the last 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Yet now we know that either Shopify or Dignitas are going to be in the actual top 4. come playoffs because 100 Thieves has dropped off. So very, very interesting what's going to happen in a few minutes.
Did any of you pick Dignitas to 2-0 FlyQuest?
Predictions. Ooh. I predicted FlyQuest to 2-0.
Yeah, same.
Whoa! Whoa!
Wow.
We're the Dig
None
believers.
of us even gave Dig a game? No?
No, not a single person.
I didn't.
Maybe someone in the chat.
But is this a 5-head move because they're stronger when you don't believe in them? A lot of teams have talked about.
CLG brain
a lot of
talking,
teams have talked
Kobe.
about they want to keep the underdog storylines and they want to keep the underdog mentality. Everyone's just helping with that by predicting 2-0 FlyQuest.
FlyQuest have won without the underdog mentality.
So
I'm just saying.
For me, if Dignitas is going to win, it would be off of the back of Sturdy and Shaden.
Yes.
Because if Whippo continues to play in an inconsistent way or tries to ego too much on Sturdy and Sturdy actually plays well, then that can backfire. Like that's almost all of FlyQuest's bad games is when Whippo pushes a little too hard and gets punished. The rest of the team is generally solid. I'd say the other way Dignitas has lost games is Caney has had some poor side lane play, so he will need to clean things up as well. But that would be the path forward, is pretty much Sturdy and Shaden exerting themselves against Whippo and Inspired.
And I think Caney's Yone is very clean. And I think if he gets that pick, I'm quite happy with it. Didn't like the Jace. If I think about Shaden mechanically has been so good in a lot of fights on his Nefiri, or even like his Vi. I think it's going to be up to those two for me. The only rule, and this also kind of extended to yesterday's games, don't start Otacon. I think it's always turned into some bad results. So that's the one. That's the
You're
one
a curse
lesson for me.
believer, Raz?
I'm a believer of the curses. If you start that thing, it's not going to be good. But one thing we should start is the damn show. Let's start that thing. Let's go. Get it away from us. Start the show.
Welcome back to the LTA. It's Spirit Blossom Week here at the Riot Games Arena, and the stage is set as we close out our Split 2 group stage play with today's matchups before the cross-group battles begin to light up the rift next week. Later today, Disguised and Lyon are both still looking for their first series win this split. It might be past the point of locking playoffs, but both teams want to finish the group strong and be confident heading into next week's high-stakes matches. But first, Dignitas still have a chance to lock themselves into the playoff upper bracket, but they have to go through FlyQuest to do it. Can they pull off the upset, or will FlyQuest complete the clean sweep and finish the group 3-0? We are about to find out right here, right now, at the Riot Games Arena. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael and Emily Rand, joining the team here for the TriCast on this first one, as we see if FlyQuest can lock first place, or if Dignitas can steal it away, because if Dig gets this upset, they're not only locked in playoffs, they're first in the group.
Yeah, if they 2-0, they're first in the group. If they 2-1, they will get second place due to the tiebreaker rules.
Because of the tiebreaker.
They have to get a 2-0, but it's still up for grabs, which is kind of crazy. But on the other side, if FlyQuest wins, that means Shopify is going to end up second in the group. So it is a big surprise either way.
For anybody wondering how we're talking about these tiebreaker rules, by the way, if you end up with tied actual series records, it goes down to how many individual games you've won. So a 1-2 loss is worth more than a 0-2 loss. That's how that's all shaken out. That's why 100 Thieves aren't in the conversation anymore. That's why it's either Shopify or Dig. But it doesn't matter now. We still got
in the Yone costume.
We still got the game to play first. So let's see how this one goes. It's Yone, Nefiri, and Vi banned out by FlyQuest on the blue side. Dignitas going to respond with some very different bans compared to what we normally get at the start, with the Yorick, the Corki, and that Cassiopeia pocket pick from Qua.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with the Yorick, and they also, don't want to deal with the Cassio, as we see Varus locked in for Masu, and that is a great sign. And then the Jace locked in for Dignitas, actually.
That's what I was gonna say. Is to me, the York ban signifies you want to play Jace, right?
Yeah.
But now, you know, it's gonna be Varus Ezreal trade. I feel like we're just gonna get a Sion. Whippo really does like Sion into this matchup, and it is one of the advantages that FlyQuest have when you have these kind of unique champion combo pairings of like, okay, well, we don't want to give Quad Cassio, we don't want to give Whippo York. All of a sudden, a lot of the meta champions become, you know, much more available. You don't actually have bans for everything. So I would not be surprised to see, you know, Xin Sion here. It feels like a really solid, you know, 2, 3, 4 FlyQuest. And we'll see if they want to actually go for it.
Something to keep in mind is that Jace could also be going to Kani in the mid lane,
Quad
which
also plays Sion.
Yeah, okay. Which is something we've seen previously, right? So something to keep in mind as Inspired is just going to lock in that Xin Zhao, and we'll see what we have coming through for Quad. The hover is Azir. I can definitely just see them locking it in here, yeah.
Okay. Makes sense. I mean, Azir is obviously just so flexible. You know, it's incredibly strong in basically every single matchup.
But I feel like that also means Sion is the prime target to headshot in the second half of the bans if you're on the Dignitas side. Don't allow Whippo to have that matchup that, like you already said, Isaac, he seems to be very comfortable in.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the question for Dignitas is, you know, are you going to match mid lane or are you going to match jungle? And they do elect to go for the Sejuani here, so they are going to be locking that in. It does feel like then, you know, for Dignitas side, you would be targeting top lane bans, and for FlyQuest side, you'd be banning out mid laners, very likely.
Yeah, we'll see where they also think this Jace is going to, right? Because in picking their junglers, we see the Sion taken off the list. They do still leave that option open to flex, especially since they are on the red side that will have last pick.
All right, FlyQuest. Let's see what they want to aim for here. Are they buying that the Jace could potentially be a swap, or do they think it's 100% just the top lane pick for Surdy?
I mean, Katie played it last week, so it definitely can be swapped around, but I do feel like there's higher chances of it going top lane.
And I like the Talia ban here because I feel like every single time we see an Azir matchup, we see Talia picked as the answer into it. So they're just saying, hey, even if the Jace is a swap, we're going to go ahead and just cover this incredibly common response.
No, it makes a lot of sense. And I mean, it can just be one of these things where it's like, okay, if you're going to double ban mid lane and take away those options, then Kanye will just play the Jace mid. If you double ban top lane and you're saying, okay, we're going to try to force that mid, well, then he's just going to play a top lane, right? So you can kind of, you know, react to it in that way. And that's one of the advantages that Dignitas do have for being on red side is they are going to be able to flex around the Jace and potentially get, you know, a counter pick here on that last pick.
Okay, Karma banned out, last ban of the draft here for Dignitas. FlyQuest running the clock all the way down, and Silas. Okay, so double ban mid from FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense with the potential Sejuani pairing that they would be a little bit nervous about that. Silas, it is another common answer into the Azir. And the Xin Zhao, you know, being able to steal that ultimate away is really, really powerful. Silas loves being able to take Xin ult, Alistar ult. A lot of these defensive ultimates can bring a lot of power here. And you double ban mid lane, it's just going to be Victor coming through here. Very interesting.
Hey, happy birthday!
Happy birthday. Also, I've seen the Happy Mother's Day signs. Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day!
Make sure you call your mom if you haven't already. Me too.
Check. Did you call your mom flowers?
I woke up 20 minutes before call time and walked over here, so I have not yet
apologize
had
to your
the
mom.
time.
I know she watches the broadcast.
Sorry, Mom. I know that you guys like Azale better anyway, and this is probably just more points in his column. No, my parents text me to ask when Azale is casting.
That's amazing.
His parents are awesome.
That's so fun.
I got to meet them at one of the finals.
My parents have no idea what League of Legends is. They're still very confused about my job as we see the Nidalee coming through.
Okay, the top lane Nidalee for Whippo running this one back. The first time he played it, it wasn't the greatest results. Yes, they won, but more of in spite of the Nidalee instead of because of it. So we'll see how well Whippo can do with that one against Surdy's Jace in this game against Dignitas, as we still need to see Dig lock in that support, and they'll go with Rakan.
Yeah, and it's going to be Rakan, but it's into the Nico support, which obviously is a pretty big lane bully. Varus Nico is a really tough 2v2 to be playing against. Yes, the Ezreal can try to sit back and just kind of farm with Qs and whatnot, but Rakan early does not have a ton of pressure in that lane, so I do think it's going to be actually very difficult for Tomo and Isles, especially if Masu ends up playing, you know, poke Varus. That is going to be a really tough 2v2. Interested to see how Bwipo does bounce back on the Nidalee top. You know, last week, obviously, it did not really work out for them. They did win the game. It got a dub in the column, but...
He has 100% LTA North win rate on it.
There you go.
Proof positive. I think the big thing, so even having watched it in LPL with the Shy, I'm sorry, I know I'm going to disappoint a ton of people by saying this, I still don't necessarily like the Nidalee top. In most situations, just because it really forces you to play in a very specific way, right? And so anything that, you know, doesn't always give you as much variety in the way that you play, I think can end up biting you sometimes when it doesn't work out. I do think, and I said this previously, that FlyQuest are really good at recognizing how to leverage that map pressure that Bwipo can create.
Yeah, and I will say, as much as, you know, there is that weak side of, okay, you know exactly how they're going to play when they do have the Nidalee, I will say the other side of that is your team also has to play a very specific way, because if you don't, you're going to get pounded by the Nidalee. It is really difficult to lane against this thing 1v1. Everyone pretty much goes Emax. You have so much sustain. It's really difficult to be able to actually stand up in that 1v1. And if Nidalee gets ahead, it can be a nightmare in the side lanes.
Yeah, that's absolutely the most obnoxious part about it.
All right, let's see how this one's going to shake out. Can Dignitas pull off what I'm sure most people are assuming is borderline impossible and 2-0 FlyQuest to lock first place in this group? Or are FlyQuest going to continue their domination? I think so much of this question hangs in the fate of the Dignitas solo laners. Last week we saw Dignitas play a close series, but both games had a problem. And the problem was each one of them had one of the solo laners really struggling. You can see here in Game 1, Surtees Renekton was hard focused by 100 Thieves, 3-9 in that one, but then he really shapes up on the Mbessa in Game 2. Meanwhile, Caney having a great Ahri game in Game 1, but in Game number 2, his Jace was borderline invisible. So if both of these solo laners can have an impressive performance in the same game, I think that is paramount for Dignitas to stand a chance here.
I agree, and I do think that Dignitas is getting better. You can see Bwipo doing a little trick. He already has the grass proc ready. That's because he dropped a trap on the enemy red buff. So both that scouts out if they're going to be overrun by that red buff, but also it triggers the grass proc. So right off the start of the laning phase, he already has that grasp auto ready, and it's just one of these little things that you can do to help get an advantage as that Nidalee top. It's all about just constantly poking, harassing, jumping in and out of the brushes, getting these autos down, and just triggering the grasp over and over and over. And as he shifts into melee, you know, you get the extra HP, I do believe. When you do actually go for that shift back into Cougar form, it counts as a melee grasp proc.
Yeah, and it makes it so immediately Surtee doesn't get to do the auto for auto trade right back. Well done from Bwipo up here. We'll keep an eye on how much he can abuse this laning phase with this pick, since that's what it's all about. We need to see this Nidalee building those advantages that you're talking about, Emily, in the side lane. Make it oppressive, make it impossible to deal with this guy without bringing in additional help.
Yeah, I mean, she's just so annoying, right? And we also see, we also see this up top side. We see the bot lane getting shoved in, which Azael had already kind of set up, right? This Nico Varus is so annoying, just constantly should be able to poke, push out the lane. Shaden is pathing bot. Wow. Surtee already had to blow flash.
I mean, he was getting pounded in this lane. It's like he already went through his biscuit, he already went through his potion, and he had to flash, and now he has to base on 9 CS. So his buy is going to be a refillable. Like, I don't think he can get anything else. Yeah, his buys are refillable and a pink ward, which is really, really tough. And Bwipo is just already starting this off in a fantastic spot. Obviously, he does not have a lot of CS as well. This is just one of these things where, yeah, he's not going to be farming as well, but he is just focusing on keeping Jace down, on constantly harassing Jace and putting on so much pressure that basically the Jace is poor too, and the Nidalee is more valuable in those situations.
We're both going to get dragged down into the muck, but Nidalee's more confident in her ability to claw back out.
It's one of these weird situations in top lane where it's like, if they just do nothing but hit you, you can't actually focus on farm, or you'll just lose the trade so hard that you're going to be forced back to base, and then they will take a farm advantage. So it ends up just being both top laners, when one opts into this, they kind of just have to fist fight.
Yeah, it turns into a brawl one way or the other. Bottom lane still continuing to trade, but it's Shaden coming top side to put a little bit of pressure here onto Bwipo. The control ward and the pixel brush means that Shaden is not seen.
And down on the bot side, we did see Inspired potentially looking for something. Like I said, he was pathing down towards that bot side, but is just going to end up backing after a full clearing and getting that crab. So
yeah,
both junglers back out on the map.
They both do the exact same thing. You do the full clear, you get the crab, you look for a gank, there's nothing there, go home.
I was really looking to see a few more creative paths, maybe.
Ooh, the heal used there from FlyQuest Busio for the extra movement speed to escape, as Isles wanted to also use his own aggressively going in for the grand entrance.
Oof.
And Quad is at 50 HP. This is Zir not having a great time versus the Victor.
If that E hit him, he might have died. Like,
Yeah.
that was incredibly close. It would have been at least like really low health. And so definitely a lot of pressure being put on there by Kaney, but credit to Tomo and Isles. They're the ones who actually forced Masu back earlier. I definitely did not think the lane was going to go that way. They do trade heals, but Masu and Busio, Masu's going to stay around, or rather Busio's going to stay around and try to hold that wave as much as he can, but of course they are going to force it in. It is a cannon wave, so shouldn't be losing too much here, and we'll be at least able to grab that for him.
So as nothing's really going super crazy here early in the laning phase, I want to ask you guys, when we're looking at the Dignitas comp, we see clear angles for engage through the Rakan, through the Sejuani. Over on the other side, yeah, you have a couple of big mechanisms, but it's more like you have to full send a Zir in there for a shuffle, or Nico's got to find a disguise that they take the bait on. Quad thrown up into the air here from Isles, forced to flash away from the gravity well as Kaney chases him further back. Nice moves from the Dignitas support.
Yeah, really nice roam from Isles. As we see, they're already swapping their lanes, right? They're sending Tomo up to catch that top wave, and Surdy is down here on the bot side, going up against Busio and Masu. So yeah, really nice roam, recognizing how dominant Kaney has been thus far in this lane, getting that flash.
I mean, this is just fantastic, too, because he barely even wastes any time. It was super efficient. He walks straight out of base towards mid, forces the flash, goes right up to top, doesn't miss anything there. And now they're in kind of this weird situation where Bwipo goes mid because Quad was forced back. He covers the one wave. Now he's heading bot to try to set up this dive. But Shaden is here to cover. They've got to be able to pull off this dive, though, because no one is top to catch that wave.
All right, Shaden has already lost his Arctic armor. Pretty big defensive layer not available if they decide to full send this dive. And it looks like that's going to be the plan. Inspired, leading the charge here at the start. Montu lands the rain of arrows. Surdy, first blooded immediately, and Busio barely gets away. Calculated by FlyQuest, and they aren't done yet. Shaden's still got to try to escape. The Sejuani double killed now as Masu's just getting all sorts of money. One more hit's going to be required. Isles falls, and just like that, FlyQuest have a 3-0 game.
That was huge for FlyQuest, and now Quad wants more. He's trying to get involved.
Yeah, Quad's ready to take his own fight over here in the mid lane, immediately with the engage through Emperor's Divide. Defensive Chaos Storm from Kaney. Quad gets the better of that trade, even though he cannot force out the flash from the Dignitas mid laner. He'll still be happy with the advantage.
And that dive bot was so close, right? Like Busio was this close to getting down, and then Isles coming in off the back thinking he can help is already too late. Ends up dying as well, loses flash. It was rough stuff for Dig, and now Fly 3 kills up, 1.6k up, and Feet of Warfare.
Skill Jace now with Nico.
Okay.
Nico start tanking
thanks.
anytime.
Yeah. Tanking. I'm flashing out.
Yeah, stop.
Do
you want to go again or no? I think.
Oh, Kaney in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, Kaney's got to be careful, but immediately Surdy ready to try to help out his mid laner. As you can see, Bwipo jumping out of the way as the knockback was coming through from Surdy's hammer form, made it so instead of being knocked back towards the Dignitas turret, instead he's knocked away to safety.
I mean, there were so many little things about that dive. Obviously, extremely well played, very well juggled by FlyQuest. But even if they got that kill on Busio, Shaden would have hit 6 for the redive, and then maybe it's a very different story. Like, there were so many small things that could have changed it.
And this is something that I want to bring up because when FlyQuest get ahead, they tend to just absolutely dominate, right?
That's a lot.
So it's all of these stats in terms of their absolute like map dominance early, but then also going into today, they now have the highest goal difference at 15 as well, at 917. So just top of the league in so many of these stats. And once they get off to these early leads like this, they already have the 1.5k gold lead off of that, and Feet of Warfare, like we said. They tend to not let up.
Well, Dignitas has a flower that you can see in the UI up there, so they've got something going for them as well here in this early game that honestly...
It's very Spirit Blossom.
Yeah, they're on theme for the week. I'm trying not to dog them too bad because it really has been just that one play as Quad gets a nice shuffle onto Isles back underneath the turret. It won't be enough to threaten a lethal situation, but still nicely played there from the FlyQuest mid laner.
I mean, Surdy is so incredibly low. Bwipo, if he hits anything on him, Surdy is going to get dove. So Surdy is going to have to go back to base here. It's going to be more tower damage. He can TP back, but Bwipo likely to grab this plate before he has to go back to base. They're taking grubs on the top side. They are winning out everywhere. It really was, as you say, just that one play, but that one play has completely exploded the game for Dig.
It was a huge play, right? Yeah. Like, it completely just took over everything. And now, yeah, like you say, all 3 grubs go over to FlyQuest. There's no response on the Drake in retaliation from Dignitas. So FlyQuest just getting everything they want here in the first 10 minutes of the game. The side lane Nidalee for Bwipo working out great so far in these early stages, like we were talking about. The immediate rush on the plated steel caps for the extra mobility and survivability in these quick, short, bursty trades, doing a lot.
Oh, Shaden looking.
Yeah, Shaden has found his way into the mid lane finally. Dignitas are on the board as Shaden sets it up for Caney to get paid.
Yeah, nice response from Dig, right? Recognizing they have, it's not like they haven't been trying to do things, right? Like they have. Shaden recognizes he can go for that. They had set it up previously with Surdy able to push in that bot wave, and now we'll see if they end up going for this Drake as well. So they might at least be able to trade the objective, but FlyQuest looks like they might be looking to at least set up some vision here.
Yeah, I mean, Masu already has the Umbral Glaive, obviously a very cheap 1-item spike here, but he has completed that. He got 2 kills on the dive, so he's in a great spot. And with the pressure they had through Nidalee and bot, I mean, Surdy is locked under his tower permanently. Inspired is going to be able to take the dragon, no problem. They are looking really, really good with how they're moving the game forward. Surdy has to go back to base again, and it feels like he just TP'd back after getting harassed down. He knows there is a potential of a dive because they're taking dragons, so they're just going to force this.
I mean, you can just look at the cooldown of his teleport to see the story of how this lane goes, right? If you TP and you're already back in base before the cooldown is 1/4 done, something has gone terribly wrong.
And I mean, one of the most frustrating things about playing against this AD Nidalee is it's like, Steelcaps rush into Sheen, and it's like, what are you supposed to outplay? You're just getting right-clicked, right? Like
She's full build.
It's not even about spears. Like, you don't have to hit spears. You don't have to do anything. You're just dropping traps, and you're just autoing the person over and over and over and out-sustaining them. So it's very, very difficult. There's not a lot of champions that can kind of just straight-up scrap with the Nidalee, but it is a pick that you have to have a lot of confidence with, because if you mess up, if you die, if you're getting ganked, you don't have really anything besides this kind of power in that side lane.
Yeah, you start off slightly ahead of the curve compared to everybody else, and you need to stay there, because otherwise your character is a very fancy ranged minion, and that's not exactly conducive.
Who can turn into a melee minion.
Yes, both minions at once, which unfortunately a minion wave going from 6 to 8 doesn't win you the game in the side
transformer.
lane. Yeah, exactly. Not exactly the recipe for success on Summoner's Rift, but FlyQuest have been finding so much success here in these first 12 minutes. Nearly a 2,000 gold lead. They got all the grubs. They got the first Drake. And I think that that's a great example of what you were talking about, Emily, with the stats. I feel like it's so rare to see a team get both of the first neutral objectives with no contest for either one.
Yeah, and I do really like, again, not a huge fan of the top lane Nidalee. However, FlyQuest do really know how to push their advantages and play around it, as we see them on this jungle invade, really making it so that Bwipo can push in and potentially get first turret off of this as well.
And FlyQuest know best of 5s are coming, right? And they're going to be in playoffs guaranteed. You know, they're already going to be top 2 for sure. And like Busio was saying in the interview with me, is that they're also looking forward to best of 5s when you're getting to a game 4 potentially, you're getting to a game 5 potentially. You have to have more tricks in the bag, right? Like, you can't just go towards the standard meta picks. So even if you want to make the argument that like Nidalee maybe isn't the best for a game 1, hey, maybe it's the best pick available for a game 4 or a game 5. And I do think it's really cool that they're building up more and more of these picks that you really have to respect and worry about when you go against FlyQuest, because that's just going to open the door for so many of these standard meta drafts for them to just clobber you with too.
Yeah, and as we talk about just like split pushing in general, I actually think this has been a huge difference maker when we have been talking about maybe teams that have been struggling a bit more in the standings as opposed to the top teams like FlyQuest, is just their ability to essentially in this case, force Dignitas into making bad choices or having very narrow windows with leveraging their map pressure.
And it's one of the things I actually really like about the new season is that I think the fact that there are less objectives, that there's not these early lane swaps and everything, these sort of changes have allowed us to see more of these aggressive side lane picks that want to be glued to that side lane, that need to be bullying. If you're just getting lane swapped on, you're not playing AD Nidalee.
Surdy just hit Whippo with the accelerated shock blast, and Whippo healed it off with a single cast.
And then he Sheen autoed it.
Primal Surge, and he Sheen autos to then win the trade. It's
Yes, sir.
so obnoxious to deal with this Nidalee in the 1v1. Nobody has managed to successfully alleviate that pressure on Surdy yet, and that means Whippo is honestly one more push away from taking the turret. Here he is. The last auto attack will seal the deal, and now Surdy surely knows he doesn't win the fight anymore. Too low on mana, fighting the top side as Quad dies. Dignitas making the move with the multi-dive there from everybody else on the team as Whippo continues the chase after Surdy, who does escape. So Dignitas at least get a kill back on the other side of the map, but FlyQuest will lock in for first turret and secure the feats.
Yeah, I mean, they'll get this first turret, they'll get feats, they still have map pressure. Whippo's actually able to push that wave all the way in on the bot side. Masu is just chilling, like, at the mid lane turret, right? Like, he's just been shoving waves into this, so that is what I'm talking about with, again, Dig do see an opportunity to get something, right? They do end up getting a kill, but they're not even, they have to reset immediately. They don't even get the wave in on the top side, and now FlyQuest are going to have first rotation onto this Rift Herald.
Yeah, Dignitas at least approaching to potentially contest this one. Let's see if FlyQuest allow them to do so. Inspired's already got the Herald most of the way down as Masu and Busio just run interference. Nobody from Dignitas can even get there in time to try to stop the take of the objective. Whippo's here on the flank as Shaden now trying the front line here for the Dignitas side. Inspired immediately dropping the Crescent Guard, keeping himself alive as Whippo has to retreat. Surdy's joined the fight. Accelerated Shock Blast just doesn't do a ton of damage, though. So Dignitas, they try to get something off the back end of things, but FlyQuest fight their way out. They'll take the Herald, no casualties.
Going to be feeling pretty good about that. And I mean, on the Dignitas side, I think you're just hoping that this Nidalee, isn't going to scale that well. They can kind of keep the game pretty stable. Yes, you are behind now, but you do have an advantage for Kani. You got the early road. That's stacking up. He's working in towards his Leandries. 2-0 is the only person with the lead, but the lead on the Nidalee is going to mean less and less. Once Surdy gets to a point where he can kind of just one-shot the waves and just, really just kind of stall out what Whippo is doing, the game should get easier for Dignitas, so I think that's really what they're going to be hoping for.
Well, right now, though, Whippo is on that Trinity Force power spike, and even though Surdy is close enough, is caught up enough to have his own first fully completed item, it's still pretty scary to continue to deal with these Trinity Force procs. It's still obnoxious in the 1v1. I feel like Whippo will probably still be able to continue putting on this pressure for quite a while, as Dignitas now, they've got another neutral objective they have to try to contend with, as Inspired and FlyQuest are starting up the second Drake of the game. Isles jumps in, going after Masu. Busio's Pop Blossom finds nothing. Beautiful counterattack from Shaden to lock him into the Glacial Prison. Isles barely gets away with 50 HP, but the Drake has already been slain by Inspired, and now Dignitas has to be careful. Whippo's still looking to find a little bit more as Inspired chases after Shaden, and Whippo flashes over the wall to find the kill. Now the second one comes through for the top laner as Isles finally falls. Quad walks away with 20 HP, and Whippo is not done yet. The Nidalee continues putting the pressure on as Dignitas are forced further and further back.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of how this could potentially get scary for FlyQuest, right? Especially when that Pop Blossom ends up missing, but they're still able to get the Drake. When Whippo joins, again, like when Nidalee joins, she has to be able to do something, right? Because that's when you're giving up your split push pressure. You don't want her over joining. He's able to get that kill on the backside as we take a look at that fight again.
I just really like how Isles and Shaden were able to play out the initial phase here. Really well done. Battle dance out to safety. Shaden re-engages. They lock down Busio, burst him down. But you did spend a lot. You spent the ultimates from multiple members just to kill the support. Then Whippo arrives here, and he just starts kind of harassing them, chasing after them. You have so much movement speed in these situations to chase after your opponents. Whippo flashes over the walls, able to finish them off, and then Quad going in, putting the pressure on. Barely survives that last auto.
Ooh, Isles jumping back to the safety of Surdy. And yeah, talking about the autos, it was just a Trinity auto that killed the last 200 or so HP that Isles had after Whippo jumped after him. He misses the Nidalee spells. Isles jumps out of the way, but the spear is in the air, and that auto attack's going to bump her through.
The spell is just to give you the sheep proc.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's all it's for. It makes your hand glow red, and then you get to kill the guy with a 300 damage auto.
And guess what? FlyQuest are first to 3 turrets again.
Yeah, it's looking like those stats aren't really lying here, Emily. I think that FlyQuest might be pretty good about playing the map when they get those early leads. 18.5 minutes into the game, 3,000 gold ahead, all the grubs, both of the Drakes so far, 3 turrets, to 1, and we want to see how well they can keep this pressure on. This is not a team that I feel like traditionally struggles a lot when it comes to keeping that pressure on. I feel like they have been one of the better macro teams in the league for quite a while. So I expect to see Dignitas really have to scramble now to stop this bleeding.
Exactly. I mean, it's just so much more difficult, too, because Dignitas wasn't able to get any early dragons to stop a march towards Soul. Like, there's a lot of poke, a lot of harassment that, is available in this FlyQuest comp, and it's Infernal Soul, right? And they already have 2 super fast dragons, so they're going to be working towards that. It's not going to be a very hard way to move the game forward. It's just super clear. FlyQuest is going to show up to every single objective and basically say, all right, you got to outfight us. And you're going to be having to do it down a lot of gold.
Yeah, it's tough. That Victor that you talked about earlier for Kani, still the lone point of strength for Dignitas with a 700 gold lead here. But you can see Surdy has not found the point where he can deal with Bwipo at all. Just running down the J. So much damage with Masu to help out. Bwipo goes on a killing spree, and Surdy has no home here on Summoner's Rift. Bwipo has kicked him out of the top lane, kicked him out of the jungle, and continues his reign of terror in the side lane.
Oh, it's just so miserable.
It's the worst.
When this Nidalee works, it's awful.
Nice engage coming out there from Shaden to try to catch Quad, but it's not enough. The follow-up damage can only take him to half HP, and Isles dies trying to get in.
And look at top. You're going to lose that top lane tier 2 as well. That's going to be solo gold for Bwipo. Pretty much guaranteed. They can't get up there, so he's going to get even more rich. He was already way ahead. Killed off Surdy with the help of Masu, and they know you have to answer top, so Inspire just goes bot. Quad is down here. Masu is moving. This is a free Otacon, and this is FlyQuest, I think, taking an insurmountable lead in game 1.
I do love to see it because I love when teams actually use their split push pressure correctly, right? Like, I really, really love what FlyQuest have been doing.
Are you sure it's not because you hate top laners and want to see them suffer?
I have to eat my words maybe on the Nidalee top for this game only. But I do think, again, like, this is exactly what you are supposed to do with that pressure, right? And maybe I do like to see top laners in Sprawl. I don't know, Azale.
Well, while Emily praises the Nidalee, I'm going to take this moment to apologize on behalf of the entire league for the amount of top lane Nidalee you're all about to have in solo queue this evening.
It's already been pretty bad, honestly.
Well, I think it might get a little bit worse.
We're gonna get auto attacks, buddy.
After this one, yeah, it's about auto attack o'clock in top lane this evening. As Bwipo has set up a massive advantage. There is a 5,000 gold lead for FlyQuest. There is a 3.5, almost 4,000 gold lead for Bwipo.
I mean, one of the things we talked about coming into this is that Dignitas has the slowest games. FlyQuest has the fastest games. And this is feeling like it's a little bit towards the left here, then more so towards the right. We'll see if Dignitas can stall this one out, but it is such a big early lead for FlyQuest, and they're moving towards Soul. Third Dragon's available. They're fighting for it.
Inspire jumps in. Has to drop the Crescent Guard pretty quickly, though. He gets dropped to 40% as he tries to find that initial engage. The rest of FlyQuest isn't there for the immediate follow-up, so Inspired just going to use the chicken camp there to fuel back up a little bit, siphon some HP. Dignitas are starting up the Dragon, and FlyQuest don't want to allow them to stop that Soul stack. Bwipo making his way forward towards the Dignitas lines. Chains of Corruption finding massive pop blossom from Busio. He's on a rampage, and Dignitas is on a one-way road to the cemetery. A beautiful engage from the FlyQuest support. It costs his life, but it does not matter. It's a 5-for-1. Triple kill for Masu. Double kill for Busio. Massive team fight for Fly.
It is crazy because when you see a fight like that, you're like, that's going to be Baron 2. Baron has not even spawned. They're just going to go for the base here. They take the tier 2 mid. They take the tier 2 bot. They're going for the inhibitor towers as well. FlyQuest are stomping Dig in game 1.
And what a stunning team fight with this coordination, right? Because initially Inspired goes in, he has to pop the Crescent Guard, the rest of the team isn't there. Dig actually does get the first rotation on that Drake, right? And they're so patient in waiting for their moment, as we can see in this replay, when Shaden ult, then here goes Busio with the Pop Blossom. Quad's already flying in for his ult.
Yeah, that was just perfectly coordinated. I mean, Masu had already hit the ulti on Kani, then Busio goes in, Quad sees the angle as well. He's right in on top, everything stacked perfectly. They just erase them off the map. It is nearly a 5,000 gold lead in top lane at this point. Just insane. I'm pretty sure Bwipo is going to have his third item probably when he bases, and Surdy is still on 1 in pieces, so this is looking crazy.
I mean, We said that FlyQuest was going to try to stack Drakes and Dignitas had to stop them. They technically stopped the Drake stack. Now Masu trying to get away as Shaden goes for the engage. Masu using both summoner spells there. Looked like the cleanse might have been slightly early. Still in the sticking around a little bit as now Isles too far forward might just get punished. Quad goes in for the shuffle back onto Shaden as well. Isles is the only one to drop right now, but Bwipo is not happy with that. Gonna continue keeping the pressure on, going after Shaden. Jumps forward yet again. He has no mana, but he does not need it. The right click dominates the top lane in game number 1, and Bwipo is making it look easy. Nearly a 10,000 gold lead for FlyQuest.
Click, click, boom, and gets him with another auto. Bwipo now sitting on 2,500 gold in pocket. He's going to go back to base, finish another item as FlyQuest out of control. And Masu, what a change of corruption on the engage from Isles. Anticipated Isles going for the engage, and he just hits him out of the air. It's like Duck Hunt out here.
That was an insane ult to save his life. And then it also allows Quad to come in, right? And so, yeah, I mean, they're just in such a good spot. That looked like it could be, okay, we get a pick. Maybe we'll be able to reset on the map from Dig. Nope.
All right, FlyQuest, now that Baron is live, again, they're in the enemy jungle. Again, Isles is about to die. Luckily, barely survives that one. The heal is enough to keep him going. But FlyQuest, having forced back one of the main Dignitas initiation tools, now feel even more confident continuing to move forward. Bwipo doesn't care how much of his health he has to trade away as long as he doesn't die. And Sterix guarantees there's no way to actually kill him. He'll continue to spam those heals as FlyQuest move back towards the Baron and keep Dignitas zoned out of the jungle.
I mean, he's got Sterix, and he's got the tier 3 boots for the shielding as well. Plus, he's got double buffs right now, so he's not going to have any problems at all. Just keep these fights going and going and going. And he's basically just trying to force them to use resources on him. He's just going to keep scrapping you, jump over the wall, force you to waste cooldowns.
Yeah, and you can see the follow-up from Canids laser and Surdy's shock blast and the true shot barrage from Tomo all hit him. He's still not afraid of anything. He's still got 25% HP left, and that's enough. And again, the chains of corruption from Masu just immediately deny Isles any opportunity for entry into the fight as Tomo goes after the FlyQuest AD carry and he finds the kill, but it'll be AD for AD. The Varus and the Ezreal both fall, but FlyQuest have secured the Baron.
Yeah, playing with fire a little bit on the back end of that. Masu does end up going down, but that entire time, Inspired is on the Baron, Quad joins him. They're two-manning it as the rest of FlyQuest are keeping Dignitas out. They're in absolute control of this game.
This one's
It's I feel very repetitive right now, you know?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, FlyQuest have just owned the game from the very beginning, right? Ever since that dive bottom lane at the tier 1 turret got them the 3 kills, ever since they barely get away, like calculating it, you know, Busio barely survives flashing out of the turret range. The game has just been in their control. That was a 1,500 gold lead after that play finished. The gold lead never shrank from there. It just kept climbing and climbing and climbing, and so much of it is on this top lane situation for Bwipo versus Surdy. Dignitas, they banned the Yorick, they wanted to play the Jace, they thought they had it figured out, and Bwipo just immediately sat him down.
I mean, they didn't even just ban the Yorick, they banned the Sign as well. They banned 2 of Bwipo's biggest answers to the pick, and he's like, great, here's number 3.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to deal with these guys with these super deep champion pools for all these situations. Jace is historically such a difficult character to deal with in lane matchups. Yeah, he's great for those types of situations, but if you can prove, hey, this is no longer a safe blind pick versus our team, that's a massive advantage in drafts.
Absolutely, and it's one of those things where sometimes, you know, it's frustrating when people talk about a solo queue picks don't work.
Inspired has already gone in for a big engage here with a crescent sweep as Isles has to try to escape, and Shaden's now the target here on the front line. The Sejuani's about to die, but both the Rakan and Sejuani survive as the shutdown on Inspired comes through for Caney. FlyQuest may have overextended a little bit here, got a little bit too hypey, but Bwipo is not one to slow down, continuing to find the damage, and the spear, the Q, secures the kill on Caney as FlyQuest continue to retreat, and Busio with another massive Pop Blossom, Quad flies in, and Dignitas fall to pieces. A beautiful ulti from the Nico of Busio for the second time this game, and this time it's gonna seal the deal. Only Shaden's left alive. That Sejuani ain't leaving the fountain, and FlyQuest 28 minutes in, 19-6. Game 1 was easy for them.
Beautiful game from FlyQuest. I'm so mad at Whippo right now that I have to eat my words about the Nidalee top.
I mean, he was smurfing, man. I'm not mad about it at all. Whippo putting on a hell of a performance on the Nidalee, really showcasing his flexibility. Last week came out, a lot of players would have shied away from bringing the pick back out because he did not have a good game on the AD Nidalee top last time. He says, nope, it's not the pick, it was the play, comes back, makes it look amazing.
And the rest of the team played around it so well, right? Like they were able to use his split push pressure beautifully. I thought it was a really great setup and a really great execution from FlyQuest.
Top lane Nidalee is back, and so are LTA North Twitch subs. Join the community for exclusive content, including the League of Legends in-game emote, Tell Me Everything, for paid and gifted subs. Plus, get access to all of our exclusive LTA North Twitch emotes, like Giga Flowers, Azale Nodders. Emily, which one is yours? Is it the Cinema?
It's the Absolute Cinema one,
Absolute
yeah.
Cinema, and Emily Cinema, Emily.
We'll work on it.
We'll work on it. Right now, we got the lounge standing by to go ahead and break down game one.
Die.
I have Starax. I'm playing the Rondo.
I still have juice if they chase. If they chase, I have juice.
Yeah. He's looking right now. Fighting him a bit.
Wanna be fine, guys. They're healing.
Yeah, I'm fisting him. Got him.
I still have juice if they go hard.
I'm still playing the game.
I can go with you, Nico. No flash, Ezreal. Nice.
Holy, it's the Shy.
Flashy.
FlyQuest! We were wondering if it was going to be fast or slow. Fast.
Very fast. It was fast and wide. It was fast and wide.
Very wide.
Ugh.
Oh, what the hell? Pick that thing back up.
I mean, they can recover it.
The
They're
three,
squishy.
chat. They still got some more
Yeah,
chances.
they still got chances.
True. But it started out really, really well. Whippo back on the Nidalee, and it led to this tower dive that just completely snowballed the game. So big key point here is that Whippo was smashing 1v1 on top side, and he roams over with the Nidalee with the rest of the team, and they four-person go for the tower dive. Surdy and Shaden try and hide under the tower. They wanted to try and defend it, but first they take out Surdy, then they go for the re-dive after they reset. Busio had done a good job, basically fully tanking the first one. Then he stays out for the second one. He's still able to add the damage. Then Inspired goes in. They get another kill. They get another kill.
I mean,
they get another kill. Jet.
I was trying to save the situation too.
3 dead and 1 tower dive. That hasn't happened in years.
You guys are all in pain, but from the FlyQuest point of view, it was beautiful. This is the game plan. It was like perfectly executed. The top Nidalee this time around, Whippo, I'd say maybe like 13 times as good as the previous Nidalee game that he played.
I think that's accurate. Yeah. I mean, I remember last week's Nidalee game where like he got ganked a lot, he died a lot, and I was kind of joking like, oh, better set that Nidalee behind or else. Apparently so, or else he'll just take over the game.
It's very wide, very wide.
It's very wide.
That's a legendary score. 0 deaths, by the way.
Yes. He, I think, played teamfight.
35% of the team's damage on AD Nidalee?
He played teamfight very well.
You're constantly trading. That's
true.
It's common with top lane.
He was trading really well, of course, on sides, but when he was actually there for teamfights, I think he was like bobbing and weaving quite well. Like he was in and out.
He was.
So I thought this was for sure the best example of a good Nidalee game. And now it's going to give him a great amount of confidence to go towards Nuke Duck and say, another game of that if they block in Jace.
And we called it, Jat. You know, he had the down week last week, so he comes back full swing this week.
It's the Whippo half pipe. He starts high, gets low, and that just speeds him up to go high again.
True.
The question is, can it be accelerated and will he have an awful game two? Because he was so good in game one. Maybe one of his best games of the year.
I think it lasts your whole series. I think it lasts this whole series.
Yeah, it has to.
I think it's going to continue strong through this series, but I mean, that was the whole story of this game. It was domination.
FlyQuest as well, you can see fastest team in the LTA.
They beat their own time.
LTA North so far was even faster this game. Looking at this Dignitas team though, their chance to get first in the group is gone.
Yes.
They needed the 2-0 to get that. They can still get top 2 if they win the next 2. Otherwise, they're last.
Yeah.
And Shopify will move into that second place spot. So very important for Dignitas if they can win these next 2 games. As Shaden said, very important. When asked about the significance of the series, is exactly what he said. Okay, as we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
or through lanes.
I'm okay.
Careful, guys.
Not okay.
Maybe Ezreal has ult.
Space.
Coming. Rakan's ult.
Rakan is ulting.
Rakan flash. I can E him.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I have a good angle. I have a good angle. Yeah, I have a good angle. I'll be very annoying here. Okay. I'm fucking Italy, okay? Oh, sorry, Sejuani.
I can't go. I'm zoned.
Yeah, it's fine. I
can
fight. Win. I can fight here a bit.
Victor ult's gonna expire. I can't really chase
I can block her
into
Q.
them. I have no flash.
But I don't know. Okay, she's dead.
No flash.
Got her. I'm done.
Okay. We can hit mid and nip.
I have item.
I think
I'm
just
kind of
recall
done.
now. The
Yeah, play for now.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Why are we in Indiana? The retreat's in Nashville, Tennessee.
Put Nashville, Indiana in the GPS.
Mr. Shotgun over here.
Bro.
Okay. Let me just figure this out. Oh, we're cool. There's a charging station nearby.
Who puts in Nashville and Indiana anyway?
Yeah. Plans change, but the Kia EV9 is great for road trips and so much more.
Jace now with
Yeah,
Nico.
okay.
Nico's
Nico,
not tanking
thanks.
anytime.
Yeah. Tanking. I'm flashing out.
Yeah, stop.
You wanna go again or no? I can dive here. We can dive here. Okay. I'll tank. Okay, wait me. Okay, I'm tanking. Just go.
Okay, you're tanking.
Lock combo.
It's
I
fine.
won't die. I'm
Just
fine.
stop.
Kill him too. I'm tanking one more. I'm done.
Okay.
Now next. I mean, yeah. Nice job. No flash.
Look literally.
Slow. I'm running. I'm guiding. Signal Q. I'm winning here, okay, on the side.
Okay. Yeah.
Play with me.
Sedge no ulti. Victor no ulti. Sedge flash.
I'm in.
Yeah.
No flash. Kill 2.
I'm going.
Yeah, okay, sounds good.
Nice. Sedge no.
Oh, Sedge no flash.
She has Q.
Nice well played, guys.
I have a spot.
Welcome to the LTA North Brawl show match. This new mode, very fast, has minions for points, and we thought it would be fitting with not only Team Liquid and FlyQuest having such a big rivalry, minions playing such a prominent role in the last big matchup. The confidence level going in out of 100?
100. 120.
Well, that's impossible.
Okay, guys, focus up. Lock in. APA is the fastest Cho'Gath alive. Oh, broken. The triple kill for the coach. Nuke Duck on the Zed came up big.
Shadows for sure.
Nice well played.
Who is this man? Stop was that? Oh, APA.
It's fast, it's fun, it's brawl. Welcome back to the LTA. It is the final day of our regular group stage play here in Split 2. It's where we're finally going to see how the dust settles on things. FlyQuest just locked themselves into first. Even if they lose this series in their group, they will still have that based on individual game score. But Dignitas have the ability, if they pull off the big-time comeback and take this series 2-1, they will be able to clutch the second place spot still. But game 1 did not bode well for that.
No more AD in Italy, though.
Yeah,
True,
you
Fearless
can't pick
takes
it
it off
twice.
the table.
I wish we could get a live Shopify cam, you know, of them just sitting there being like, come on, FlyQuest, let's go.
I think they're feeling
like,
confident.
Yeah, especially after that game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think Katie, you know, he was doing pretty well in the early stages. Honestly, even the Dignitas bot lane in the 2v2 did really well on the first kind of turn down in bot lane. Isles was able to move out on the map, you know, force a flash mid, Jaden found a good gank. Everything looked pretty good in the very early minutes. And then FlyQuest found this dive where it's like 4 versus 2. They kill both of 2. Then Isles comes in to try to save them. He dies 2. No one dies on their side. They get a bunch of plates. All of a sudden, they're monstrously ahead, and the game just absolutely exploded from there.
So I ran into Bwipo before the games today down in the makeup cave. And he told me that he's growing out the beard and he's going to keep doing it until they lose a series.
Playoff beard.
Until they lose a series.
So it's like the Viking thing where you keep growing your, you know,
until you're defeated in battle. Yeah. So that's what he's growing the beard out until they are defeated in a series. He said individual games doesn't count.
Hungry Bwipos. Okay, that one was good.
I mean, hey, he clearly looked hungry to win in the first one. He had an awesome performance. He's playing like a man who don't want to shave. And I think that Dignitas has just not found a solution for him just yet. We have so many crazy artists as fans that are just so talented with this. You're one of them. You can't talk about this from a third-person point of view. You are among that group. You make signs that I don't even know how people can draw that. This is
the person in art class who's like, my drawing's so bad. And Flowers and I are like, yeah, mine too. Yeah, ours are stick figures. Hers is like just photorealistic image.
And we're in draft. Look at that, guys. Rumble locked in for Zerdy. Rumble's a super lane dominant champion. You love to see it.
Oh, man. All right, so we've got the Rumble locked in. We've got the Cassiopeia, the Yorick, and the Corki all banned away again by Dig. The Yone, the Vi, and the Nefiri banned again by FlyQuest. I can't remember 100%, but these might be the exact same bans for the first phase in Game 1, even though the teams have swapped sides and Fearless has kicked in.
And it's going to be Galio as the answer here for Bwipo. Again, it's like you can ban out the Yorick. The Yorick, good matchup again into the Rumble, but so is the Galio. They don't have enough bans for all of his answers, so Bwipo's still going to be able to get this preferential matchup here, and we'll see how he does perform on it. He seems very familiar with how this goes. And Pantheon going to get locked in. So now we have double globals here for the team. And it really is synergistic because you can send the Pantheon in first, and then Galio can ult into the backline off the Pantheon. You have the point-and-click stun for the Pantheon, and that buys time for the Galio to land, then taunt. It becomes really difficult to actually deal with if you're going with any low mobility carries.
Yeah, and I'm super curious now to see if Dig are going to end up picking away that Talia, since it is still up, and that's another champion that you could throw in that mid lane. Talia Pantheon has kind of been taking over, and it already goes really well with these first 2 picks from the FlyQuest side. Looks like they're hovering AD right now, so...
I never trust the Kai'Sa hover. I feel like that's one of the most commonly... this is also partially Bwipo's fault. Like, Kai'Sa's one of the most commonly hovered champions that doesn't get locked. So I never trust that until it's locked in. And there it is. They will go with AD, but the pick is Jhin instead.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, I do think you want to play something relatively safe. Obviously, Ezreal's already off the table from Game 1, but things like Xayah, you know, make sense. And I think Jhin, because you can kind of just give that assistance from long range with your ultimate, is a bit more safe. You have a lot of move speed as well. Ban Nidalee. Well, Nidalee is banned because it was played last game. Pick Timo. I don't know if we're getting the second part of the sign.
No. I don't think we are. But what we are getting is that Talia that I called out that pairs, again, super, super well with the Pantheon and the Galio.
Right, now we need, like, Shen support.
FlyQuest, yeah, we could do an all-global comp. Oh, man. Wow. TF80 carry took me back to, like, playing in Season 2.
That's a throwback, but it could technically work. If you're feeling real
it's absolute garbage, but if you wanted to pick it.
It's a trash bag, but hey, maybe you can still make it work.
I did win on it. I did win on it a few times. back in like season 1, season 2.
Out of 400 games, I've got a couple wins under my belt.
Look, I didn't say the percentage. I just said I've
Just
won
got
some games.
You got some dubs.
Objectively, there were some blue in the match.
It's a true statement.
Okay.
Happy Mother's Day. Is Belbev Kaisa's mom?
I don't know. How many champions are moms? Not many.
Question.
Not many, right?
I don't know.
Oh, and Bessa, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Boom,
she
got
is a
one.
mom.
That was in the hit show Arcane.
Yes.
Okay.
I knew some lore. That's, I think, the first time I've ever gotten a lore question. Correct.
We're in there.
Well, I was asking you because I don't know lore either, so I have no idea.
I
the
didn't.
Zeri is getting booed. I appreciate that.
That's fair.
I appreciate that.
That's harsh, but fair.
She had a long run of terrorizing the bot lane there for a year and a half or so.
Yeah.
But we do have the mid lane focus in the second half of bans from FlyQuest. They'll get rid of Hwei and Orianna. Meanwhile, on the Dignitas side, focusing the 80 carries instead with Kalista and Lucian being banned away from Masu.
No global.
The Alistar being locked in. I love this for Busio. I think last week we got to see him put on a complete clinic with this character. Just insane timing, perfect positioning every single fight. Really,
See,
really
that's a
good
sign
stuff.
I could draw.
I'm ready to see it again.
Clean sweep. That's my kind of art. I can do that.
You can do that?
It's one of the few signs out there.
All right,
I think.
all right. You can write the
We
word.
could collab on it, yeah.
Okay, all right, for sure. But seeing the Alistar and no ban on the Sylas, this is actually one of the best times to lock in this character. Sylas loves the Alistar ultimate. It might be, in my opinion, it's the best ultimate for him in the game.
I think so too. You know, it's that or maybe like Malphite or a Mumu or something like that. But Poppy also goes crazy here, right? You know,
Yeah.
Alistar, Pantheon, as well as Galio, all easy to interrupt there. I do think the Sylas is a fantastic pick. So honestly, these 4-5 for Dignitas made me feel so much better about their draft because I did feel like through the first 3, I was like, oh, this is looking tough. But their 4-5 were really, really strong here. And I almost don't even really care what the AD carry that you slot in is. It's going to be Sivir, which makes sense. You know, you do have a lot of strong wave clear. You clearly want to play through side lanes when you're playing this sort of comp with 3 globals. You want to be active on the map, so you definitely need that wave clear from the Sivir. And it's also a comp that has 3 melee champions that want to run in. Guess what? Sivir ult going to work really, really well with that. I do think it rounds things out well. But Dignitas have a real shot, I think, with this composition. They have good CC and lockdown. They have that Skarner plus Rumble combo. You know, if you can actually hit the ult on the Skarner and then you throw down the equalizer over top, you have a lot of damage. You have a lot of play and engage denial here from Isles. And you have Kani, who's going to have one of the strongest ultimates in the game to steal with this Alistar. Plus, he can take away like things like Galio ultimate and be able to make, you know, counter plays around the map as well. So it's going to be an exciting game.
I mean, so that's the high-level stuff for Dignitas. What about more on the specific objectives early on in this game? We talked about how in game number 1, FlyQuest had one big play early and Dig never really recovered from it. What do you guys think we need to see from Dignitas, specifically in the early game, to give them a chance to punch back in this one and take us to a third?
Yeah, I mean, I do think they need to make some strong plays around their lanes. The big thing for me, though, is looking at that first game, you look at what happened and you're like, okay, that bot lane dive was so close, right? Like, a lot of things were like on very narrow margins. So I think that's the big thing that I would be looking at going into this draft.
All right, non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds. For everybody else, it's do or die time for Dignitas here in this one. Remember, the difference between winning this series and losing, if they win, they're top 2, they automatically have a playoff spot, they're in upper bracket. If you lose, you're bottom 2, which means you have to play an elimination match next week. And even if you win your elimination match, you make it into playoffs, but only into the lower bracket. It is a massive difference just depending on the outcome of this series.
Yeah, and it is going to be so important. Obviously, FlyQuest already has secured first place, but one of the things that just has been so fun about FlyQuest, you know, as we've entered this Fearless week, this was all their picks coming into this week, and I don't know if they had played Sivir yet. I don't see Sivir on there, so add another one to the board, so that makes them at 40 already. You know, they're constantly kind of adding more and more. Pantheon Jungle also is another first, so that's 41. They have been such a flexible team, and I've just found it really, really interesting that in both these games, there's been targeted bans towards Whippo to protect Surdy's matchups, but they just don't have enough bans to ban out all his answers. And so I think it's so cool that we're seeing a player like this who is doing, you know, such unique niche counter picks that are considered in the past to be more like, oh, that's like for solo queue, that would never work in competitive. He's just bringing them out and kind of proving people wrong.
And I think the thing for me that I really like thus far again, it is best of 3, and we see what I'm about to talk about more in best of 5, but they've also been put together cohesive compositions while doing this too, right? Because sometimes you end up in Fearless where you have like a good first rotation and then the rest of your draft maybe doesn't synergize with it well. I do feel like FlyQuest still put together really nice comps overall.
And we've got an invade from Inspired early on here, recognizing that Pantheon is a more powerful fighter against the Skarner early. He'll force Shaden out of his own jungle. And I like what you guys are talking about with the Fearless, because it also goes back to, I believe it was an interview with Whippo that we had just in one of the earlier weeks this split, where he talked about, yeah, one of the things with Fearless is the fact that, you know, you're thinking about, oh, how does this character work in my specific situation, but not how does it work together as a team? How does this not accomplish the objective? And FlyQuest seemed to really have a mind for the Fearless game. Caney is not having a good time in this lane. No, he is struggling early on here with the trades as Quad using the range and the power of that Taliyah to take priority over the mid lane, control over that, plus Inspired invading the enemy jungle means life is difficult for Shaden trying to maneuver around with FlyQuest dominating the Rift early.
I mean, it is really difficult. You know, he lost 2 camps, and he's not going to have any sort of opportunity to actually go for a counter invade. Inspired is even crossing back to his blue side quadrant to be able to cover that, if just in case Shaden would go for an invade. So a really smart path, you know, from Inspired, just did Raptors, invaded towards the enemy side, takes away 2 camps, and as a result, builds that nice early advantage for himself.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was kind of hoping to see without those earlier lane swaps and grub timers, right? Is that a little bit more early creative pathing, and I do really love seeing this from Inspired, and I'm curious to see if he's going to look for anything here as Shaden is approaching this bot lane since they have pushed up.
Yeah, they do push up, but the Gromp already going to be gone. He'll just take the crab, and Inspired should be just fine to take the blue here. I don't think they're going to look for any sort of a re-invade. But, you know, I also wanted to touch on the fact, you know, that Shaden and Surdy here, you know, these guys, you know, were a duo, you know, back actually on FlyQuest. Papa Smithy had a quote about them talking about, you know, them being on the FlyQuest Challengers team and how important they were for this team, that they were able to, you know, guarantee wins at the NAC level. And, you know, promoting them for Dig gave them a higher floor than I think he was expecting a lot of people to give them that credit for. And we have seen Dignitas, you know, I think get better over the weeks. Yes, they're still losing a lot of these series, but it feels like they are making some progress. And, you know, we'll have to see throughout the year if they can continue to build on that and just get better and better and better.
Right, Inspired, level 4 versus the level 3 of Shaden, as Whippo has control over the 1v1 topside, but he is running low on mana. Shaden trying to use the Estral impact there as Caney versus Quad over here in the mid lane. Caney now with a health advantage. The Kingslayer giving him so much extra HP to work with here. Quad needs one more hit. The auto attack in the air. Caney, you had to flash earlier, not at all. It buffers through, and that's a free solo kill for Quad.
Caney was trying to hold on because he almost had his cooldowns back up and the Conqueror stacked. And I think in his mind, he's saying, if I get to my next spell rotation, I flash on him, I kill him for sure. But he underestimated the damage there from Quad. And then, like you say, if he flashes and that auto starts, it is coming for you. It is going to follow through and get that kill. And here's the fight one more time. Quad starting with the level advantage as well is honestly so big. And I think a large part of the reason that he was even willing to take the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. As we see him get that knockback. And yeah, you can see that's where the hesitation from Caney comes in. This is going to set up Quad so well in this lane. He was kind of already having the push there. And it sets Caney back, right? And Caney has also been a really good, like, bright spot for them when we are talking about some of these solo laners that you brought up, Clayton. He has had some strong individual performances and had a good performance in lane in game 1 as well.
He absolutely did, but I mean, it's so tough when you're playing a champion like Silas, and particularly when you're playing just melee into ranged in general, right? If you fall behind, it's like the way that you have pressure in the lane is by being able to actually scrap with them really heavily and threaten all ins and do this sort of thing. And if you fall too far behind, you can't actually take trades because you can't win them. So all that happens is you just get slowly chipped down and you never can actually fight back. And it really puts you into this tough spot here. So Caney, unfortunately, you know, tried to play towards the side brush there, and had he actually cleared out those 3 range minions before that fight and been level 5, it's maybe a pretty different story.
Well, now FlyQuest have swapped
fat wave.
Masu and Busio up to the top side. This big wave about to crash into the turret. Isles doing everything he can to hold it until Tomo makes his way up here to collect all of that standing money as our top laners have switched to the bottom side of the map. Their TPs are pretty much synced up. I don't believe we're going to have either of those available when the grubs first spawn. We'll see if Dignitas can do a better job contesting neutral objectives this game than they did in the first one. Remember, back in game number 1, it was all 3 grubs. It was the first dragon, completely uncontested as FlyQuest controlled everything, and Inspired, again, just looking to get off to an early lead here in terms of the neutrals. Kaney stepping away from the seismic shove, does not want to get knocked back into that unraveled earth yet again.
Yeah, and that's just really unfortunate for Dig, right? Because Shaden's kind of looking around, see if he can get anything done. Quad's able to put him off of it, and in the meantime, FlyQuest are going to be able to take that first Drake off this pressure they've been able to create.
Tomo lost his flash somehow, up on the top side. I'm assuming he just got, comboed out of a brush or something, but he did lose his flash. They are up a little bit of farm. Obviously, this is going to equalize. It's very even overall, between these 2 bot lanes. But kind of some of these positive points have been the bot lane as well through these 2 games. Early, was Tomo and Isles getting a small advantage in that 2v2 where I thought Varus and Nico were really going to kind of slam them. So we'll see if they can be a point of power for the team this time around.
Still a 1,000 gold lead, though, for FlyQuest. With that early Ocean Drake also feels really nice while we're still in laning phase to just have the extra sustain there. Encourage you to take some more of those trades that we know FlyQuest is not shy about in the first place. Masu just going in immediately with the spell shield to block what Tomo can retaliate with. And it's just these small advantages they'll continue to try to build as this goes on. That first set of grubs is live. You can see that Shaden is already in the pit starting to work on those, but Inspired is nearby. He has level 6 as well, so the Grand Starfall is a possibility. Yes, Whippo also does have the Grand Entrance to be able to help with that, but he's on the other side of the map, so he can't quite reach. Inspired's going to lead the charge forward. Now, Shaden has secured the first grub, and he finds the Impale, but it's only onto Inspired. The Pantheon's going to be the focus here at the start. Fourth shot coming in. Inspired gets himself back away. Dignitas continuing the attack as Inspired is down to 300 HP, but Quad has made his way into the fight, and Isles has to try to run. Busio looking for the stun, immediately followed up with a Comet Spear, and Inspired picks up the second kill of the game for FlyQuest. Down in the bottom lane, a trade back and forth brings both players down to about 40% HP. 2 grubs secured by Dig, so they'll get the neutral objective credit for the feats, but the third grub is still waiting.
Honestly, just a really good job by FlyQuest, peeling for Inspired as he got engaged on. Busio had his ultimate stolen there by Kaney. Kaney wanted to go right in on him. Busio just headbutts him straight away. You can see that a lot of damage is going to be blocked by Inspired as well with the E. It's this initial engage, and when you're committing to the Pantheon like that, you really have to be able to burst him down. But you can see Kaney gets pushed out, on the other side. A lot of this damage is getting blocked from the Jhin. The Jhin is so far away, only has the ultimate, can't actually really get in range to do anything after that. So if you don't kill them off and that initial kind of flurry of damage, it's like you have Alistar, a Skarner with no ult, and then Kaney, and that's it. It's not a lot of damage.
Yeah, that squad's not hitting super hard. And Dignitas, though, we'll see if they can get this third grub. Remember that with the rework to the grubs, you get the single grub might spawn only if you have all 3. So that could be an extra advantage they could earn for themselves if they can secure this last little derpy dude inside that pit. But FlyQuest still hanging around the area, though. Do not want to allow them to do that, as Quad back here on the Talia does have his Archangel Staff fully completed. Will accelerate the growth of that tier up to the Seraph's Embrace. And honestly, last game, Kaney was the 1 point of strength for Dignitas, so Quad had a bit of a quieter game. This time around, Quad is poised to be able to be a real decider for the FlyQuest side.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard. When you do get that solo kill as Quad, you're always going to have push. You're always going to be one having that pressure. Kaney needs to somehow kind of find some skirmish where he picks up a couple kills and gets himself, back into it, because you have got to be strong on this champion, especially he is a catalyst, so he's going to be going Roa Silas, which is obviously a very slow build.
Okay, Busio and Masu ready to take the 2v2, making a 3v2. Grand Starfall spells Tomo's doom back in the mid lane. Whippo slammed up into the wall as Kaney's going to be the focus yet again. Tomo dies to the Sivir up in the top side as Kaney barely lives. Quad taken down to 100 HP, and Surdy turns and burns him. Whippo's about to die now too as Inspired claims Isles' life up in the top side, but a double kill back over to Surdy in mid lane. A tale of 2 battles, a tale of 2 results. 2 dead on Fly, 2 dead on Dig. The bodies hit the floor across the rift.
And again, Dig actually being able to trade back these kills as Shaden's going back in up here.
Yeah, that was a little crazy, or maybe not. Surdy joins up to try to secure the kill on Masu. Busio defending his AD carry, then using the Unbreakable Will to guarantee his own escape.
I think Shaden didn't realize Inspired was still around. I think he thought it was just going to be the duo lane there. He saw that Masu was low. He knew that Surdy had TP. Surdy had just gotten a double kill and bought the Leandries, so they're hoping to be able to actually kill off Masu. At the very least, they do get the flash off of Masu there. And Dignitas, yeah, they lost out on the top side, but now they have a point of power here. It is going to be the top lane this time around.
They have a point of power, and they were able to get that final grub, right? So they will get that Void Might spawn in addition to the feat's credit. And we'll see where we're going here first. Okay, we're going top side into the 2v2. Inspired can pretty much join from anywhere, right? So Masu cleans up Tomo on the back end of this, and then Isles punts both of them out as the Poppy, and then Masu and Inspired are able to clean him up.
Yep, able to finish him off, and just a good engage there from Busio.
Here we go.
And then this was that mid lane fight. You can see that Galio's moving up. You can see that Shaden starts to move over, as does Surdy. Everyone is collapsing. They know this fight is happening on top side. Kaney flashes out of the Galio ult. He's really just trying to buy time here. And then as the flash forward comes in from Whippo, he doesn't quite have enough damage. It looked like the Justice Punch got blocked there by Shaden. He stepped in front of that to actually give enough time for Kaney to survive, get the Kingslayer, has that heal. Surdy comes in, overheats. They chase down Whippo with the ultimate there from Skarner as well. Nice peels coming through from Shaden to keep Kaney alive. And now Surdy gets paid.
Honestly, it was perfect timing there from Dignitas. As soon as Whippo flashed in, the cavalry shows up, Quad has to flash out the other way, and it's instantly cooked. That was the absolute value of the defense against the turret dive in game 1 that went badly. Everything there just went wrong. Everything here just went right. And it keeps Dignitas in the game, although FlyQuest still has a 1,500 gold lead. They still have the first 2 dragons, but Dignitas did claim that first set of grubs. And we do have Rift Herald spawning in just a minute and a half.
Yeah, and the big difference maker to me is after some of these fights, FlyQuest have been able to get a lot of chip turret damage off of it when Dignitas have had to potentially reset in a lot of these cases. And then, yeah, FlyQuest are back on their early dragon stacking. I was going to say BS, but I don't think I'm allowed to say that.
Yeah. It's mulch.
Well, you did just say it.
Well, sometimes when I can't swear, I can't swear, and I want to say the swear, and then my head just brain farts, and I can't think of what to say.
I got my messages deleted in Twitch chat yesterday for the games that I wasn't casting.
Little temp ban and flowers.
It happens all the time. Don't worry. I take it as a badge of honor at this point.
I've gotten timed out in Twitch chat before.
Yeah, you know me. I'm just always hanging out by the bleachers after school causing trouble. You just got to live a little. Busio and Whippo, though, hanging out here, seeing if maybe they can get an angle as Inspired arrives. But no, Surdy was wise to it. He does not care about this at all. FlyQuest, they made the attempt, swing and a miss.
Yeah, and that's a bit unfortunate there, as that Pantheon ultimate is quite a long cooldown. Surdy was playing very carefully and was not getting aggressive whatsoever. They were hoping, I think, that he would step forward a little bit more aggressively because he is in this advantageous position, but at the same time, he realizes what could be going on. Now Pantheon ult is down, and he can play more aggressively in that 1v1.
And honestly, that kind of awareness, that kind of patience is what I really want to see from a guy that's kind of fresh into Tier 1 pro play, that was known for being such a lane-dominant player in solo queue, would just slam his matchups. You're going to win because he has this massive lead every game. Being able to reel that in and say, no, this is not the time or the place, we've got to wait for the moment, I think is really good indication of growth as a player and acclimating more to the Tier 1 stage.
It's evolution from solo queue to pro. That solo queue, you walk up, you die, and then you ping your jungler.
Exactly.
In pro, that doesn't work because then the jungler, you're going to actually have to look at the guy after the game and he's going to say, what the hell, man?
And the big thing coming out of that is that Dig actually were able to get the Herald on spawn as Busio's caught.
Yeah, Busio popping the Unbreakable Will for some extra survivability, but he's very squishy still. Equalizer comes down. Busio staying alive as Kaney tries to make the flank, but the Alistar still escaping. Abscond Duck will not hit the target. Busio's still on the run. Surdy trying to catch up to these guys as Whippo channels a taunt, but it ain't going to hit anybody. Justice Punch to disengage. FlyQuest scramble to protect their support, and they get him out alive.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. I think that Kaney misclicked the Sivir instead of the Alistar and stole the wrong ultimate because they were stacked. I'm assuming that's what happened. I'm kind of curious. I'm trying to watch it back in the spectator client. Yeah, they were both
both kind of stacked. So I think that's what happened. Maybe he intentionally did that, just try to escape and realize that the TP was going bad. But, you know, surprising to see him take that Sivir. Either way, TP's in, does get out. The game is 2,000 in the lead for FlyQuest. But Herald is still available, so Shade maybe can help them take a tower back. They are going to lose this bot lane tower, though. Very low chance they can actually keep this alive. In fact, there's no chance they can keep this alive.
No,
they're not keeping
not a
it alive.
shot. And it's first turret of the game. They already had the feat of warfare, so that means 2 out of 3 feats claimed. It's the special boots again for FlyQuest. Here's another look at this fight. So let's see what Caney does with the ulti.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been intentional if he realized that, hey, the fight is just going bad. But this is the combo I was talking about earlier. Shaden stuns him into the wall, and then he throws down the Skarner ult. He catches 2, and you drop the equalizer over the top. You're looking for that layering, but as the Galio comes in, they can't really follow it up, and that was absolutely not a misclick because they were very separated.
Yeah.
So I think he realized, you know what? The fight is going bad. I don't need the Alistar ult. I just need to run.
Well, it does end up resulting in no deaths for Dignitas, but unfortunately no kills either. And now Inspired has made his way into the top lane. Surdy flashes over the wall, but he's flashing into enemy territory. Inspired going to continue the chase. Surdy does have teleport to try to make a quick escape if he thinks he can find a moment to recall quickly. But Busio also moving around here to try to find the Dignitas escapee. And now the support and jungle duo of FlyQuest going after Surdy. Quad's ready to join up, and that's a killing spree for Inspired. Surdy, he ends up spending his flash just to waste a little bit of FlyQuest time.
And that should also stop this Rift Herald push, right? So it's going to give Cryo back to FlyQuest so they can potentially go in on this Drake, as Bwipo is also just pushing topside.
Exactly. Bwipo takes the tower, top lane, Inspired. Yes, he ults in. The last one didn't work. This time, he forces the flash. They get the kill. They take the tower. And that is really tough for Surdy. And it's just difficult in these situations. They haven't been able to really get a lot of deep vision, which means you can't track the Pantheon.
Surdy's multi-kill gold lead has now been reduced to less than the value of a cannon minion. In the meantime, Bwipo took the tier 1 turret up in the top lane, and we now have Soul Point 18 minutes into the game on yet another Infernal Soul map for the side of FlyQuest with a 3,500 gold lead. The game went from much closer than game number 1 to, oh, it's game number 1.
Without AD Nidalee.
Yeah, and they're going to get this mid-tier 1 as well. And I think that is, again, the super dangerous thing about FlyQuest is after a lot of these skirmishes, after a lot of these plays, even if they get a kill, Dignitas have had to maybe reset outside of that Rift Herald take, right? Whereas FlyQuest, they were able to get a lot more chip damage on turrets early, and after a lot of these skirmishes and fights, they're getting a Drake, or they're sending someone to split push a side wave and get more turret damage. They're sending Bwipo to take top tier 1, stuff like that. Again, just leveraging their map pressure whenever they are able to get a kill.
And it has just felt to me like Dignitas is so light on damage in this composition. When Caney fell behind, and Surdy is often in a side lane, they have these 4v4s where all your damage is a Sylas who's way down, and then a Jhin who's mostly just contributing ultimate, right? From like a screen away. Yeah. And a lot of the ulti shots are just getting blocked by like Pantheon-y or an Alistar or a Sivir spell shield or, you know, whatever. So it's just feeling like they don't have any damage. Like, yeah, Poppy does some upfront damage, Skarner does a little bit of upfront damage, but when Surdy is not there, they really don't have much. It just feels like in the extended fights, they are losing out so heavily. What Quad and Masa are doing is heavily out DPSing what their counterparts are doing, and the same is true of Inspired. So it's just a tough spot when Surdy was really the only strong one on the squad and is locked in a side lane. It just doesn't feel like they have enough oomph behind these team fights, even if they land the CC.
Plus, losing that flash on him also huge when he tried to escape up there in the top side. You could see that he was thinking for the teleport plan, but FlyQuest immediately just dogpiling and making him waste that summoner spell. Now, it's even harder to get that target access with the little bit of damage that he does have, as Dignitas are going to need to find a pretty big fight pretty soon, because if it gets much further away from them, they're just going to be depending on a FlyQuest mistake, and based on last game, it's been a little bit looser, I feel like, this game, but FlyQuest don't seem to be making that level of error.
There's always Alcon.
I guess you could always have a classic
cross your fingers and hope for an Alcon through.
I mean, the tough part is the Dragons are even faster this game. Actually, a lot faster this game. You know, they're looking at like a 23.5-minute soul. So that is very, very difficult. And Dig are not looking like they're in a spot to really fight right now. You know, I do think before this next Dragon comes through, we're going to have the second item very likely for Quad, maybe even Inspired as well. Masu already has his IE completed, so he is really, really strong. And it just doesn't feel like what you're seeing on the other side is going to line up with that. You know, if you have Caney, on just a Roa that's not even stacked and some components. Like, is he really going to be able to get enough done in this next fight? It feels unlikely.
It's hard to believe it, right? Like it's
going to have to be a perfect fight, right? Like you're going to have to get that dream where, you know, Shaden CCs someone in the wall, gets a multi-man Skarner roll, Rumble Equalizer, everything hits at the same time, and you kind of kill him off that way. Barring those kind of plays, it just feels like they straight up don't have enough damage.
4,500 gold lead for FlyQuest as we still have less than 2 minutes on that dragon spawning. Still going to be another 3.5 or so until Baron is on the map. So FlyQuest just going to continue playing this one slow for now, shoving out those waves, taking control over the rift. And you can see an absolute ton of vision in this topside river from FlyQuest. All of these wards placed down in that topside river for total control. Thank you, Emily. Over that area of the map to guarantee nobody on Dignitas is trying to sneak away an Otacon. Nobody is trying to set up some sort of a cheesy brush play to catch somebody on FlyQuest out.
And it's just really easy for so many members of FlyQuest. Oh,
that was a boomerang blade steal from Masu.
That feels so bad.
Not allowed to have anything.
That's tough, man. Quad just based. You know, he finished his second item. He's got the Leandries now. Black Cleaver got finished for Inspired, so they all have that second item. Even Bwipo has a second item now as well, as he actually completes the Riftmaker, and they are potentially just looking for a fight off on topside.
Yeah, Quad started to ride the Weaver's Wall away, immediately hops off of it as Inspired and Bwipo are ready to reinforce. The Pantheon Galio combo, the meteor shower falling from the sky to back up their mid laner.
No one's there.
Now, Masu and Busio, we were talking about Masu as a wave clear option when you have all these globals. He can just shove those waves down instantly.
Yeah, you see it in action right there. And what I was trying to set up is how so many members of FlyQuest can be anywhere at once, right? So if they do want to try to get a pick in these side lanes, if they do want to try to set up something against Dig, you can have Inspired joining, you can have Quad joining. Both of those ultimates now will be down, though, for this Drake setup, but they still have first rotation on it.
Okay, Quad going for a seismic shove there. No setup means no hit. As Masu now being protected from the Jhin ulti there by the Alistar. Bwipo and Inspired off to the side. Dignitas already tried to make their move and they didn't find anything. Shaden using Estral's impact to escape through the wall. FlyQuest end up getting the better of the trade despite the fact that it's Dignitas trying to make it happen. Shaden takes a little bit of damage. Bwipo with a nice taunt onto Kani. Boomerang blade over the top. Kani has stolen away the Alistar ultimate, so FlyQuest know they can't fully commit to trying to kill off the Sylas. Dignitas still looking for an entry point here into the bot side river as the Drake has been started by Inspired and FlyQuest. This is Infernal Soul if they claim it. That's why Dignitas are so adamant about fighting for this. Busio at half HP already using the Unbreakable Will. Dignitas want to try to let that fade away. Kani now using his own stolen Alistar ultimate as Bwipo zones him off. The Drake itself down to 4,000 HP. FlyQuest moving back into contestant, allowing it to reset here just a little bit as Bwipo and Kani keep scrapping off to the side. The Infernal Drake going to be claimed by Inspired, and Dignitas is about to have a real bad time. Shaden is already down. They try to use Isles to tackle Inspired into the wall, but it ain't gonna matter. The Grand Entrance already there to protect him. The Dignitas jungler still the only casualty. The Infernal Soul is the prize. Surdy is running towards the wrong base again, and FlyQuest are gonna kick him straight out of their jungle as Masu picks up another kill onto Isles. Kani and Tomo are on the run, and Dignitas' chances evaporate in front of the Infernal Dragon Pit.
Oh, well played by FlyQuest. I was just about, you got it though. I was about to point out, I'm pretty sure Isles is also going to die on the back half of this fight. As Baron spawns after it, we see this really extended fight over the Drake.
I actually really loved how Inspired played. This is actually after it, but he realized that Kani was flanking and he had the Alistar already. So what he did was he walked down, jumped on him, forced him to use the Alistar ult early, and then Bwipo just continued to mark him and never allow him to actually join the fight. They already knew that Tomo would use the Jhin ult, which was completely blocked by Busio in the mid lane. So they really didn't have very little damage. And look at Masu at this point in the game. 1v3, easily knocks him down. Could have killed them all if they stayed around. And you can see Shaden knows it. Their chances are cooked after that one. But we're back to live and we're back to scrapping again.
Yeah, we got another fight as immediately Isles finds the Keeper's Verdict. Quad in the target, but hey, as soon as he flashes, they can't do anything everything else onto him. Equalizer hits Masu a little bit, but not a ton of value out of that one. Masu takes a bit more damage, but now Surdy in danger, having a flash away from the taunt of the Galio. Busio and Masu making a little bit more space. Unbreakable will from Busio, but he's already very low. Curtain call, looking to snipe Masu down, but he gets out of the range in time. Inspired about to take a couple more bullets. Got to be careful about that one. Blocks up the last one with the shield as Whippo then tries to escape, but a nice pull from Shaden. Finds Quad. They get the enemy mid laner. Dignitas get a pick, and they really needed one. Whippo goes back in, trying to make some kind of a revenge play, but instead gives a second kill over to Dignitas. 2 kills plus 1 turret. It's not going to bring them back to an even state, but Dignitas get a fight.
I mean, it's something. It's a start, and Quad actually almost killed Masu with his ultimate as well. He bumped him back into the enemy team and made him have to flash out. This fight, FlyQuest do go in early, but Busio gets ejected. By the time Whippo shows up, Quad had already taken a lot of damage. He had to flash out. They realized, you know what, this is actually not a good spot to fight in. Surdy lands a really good equalizer, and then right here, look at that. Masu gets knocked back to the other side of the ultimate. Busio goes in to try to peel. Tomo just flashes over the combo, forces the flash out there from Masu. Really aggressive stuff from him, and very well played. Yes, the Jhin ulti can't actually finish off any kill, as Spell Shield and then the shield from Inspired block a couple of those shots, but it's this redive here.
Yeah, this is where Shaden is able to go in, get Quad. Even when Quad gets the flick off, then they're able to go back in, clean up Whippo as well, and Kaney manages to live off the back half of that too. So a little something, and also kind of an indicator of what we've seen from Dig, where they do have these long games, even when they do fall behind, because they're unwilling to quit, right? Like if they do see an angle, they will try to go in.
And they got 1.5 or 2,000 of that gold lead back, but now FlyQuest wants to return the favor. They immediately 4v1 Surdy. There's no way for the Rumble to get out of that one. And with that big team fight damage threat that you guys were talking about earlier out of the picture, FlyQuest now see an easy opening to go in for the Otacon, an easy opening to go in for the mid laner. Kaney knocked down to 20% HP, forced to flash away. FlyQuest now know this Otacon is theirs, free and clear.
The question is, do they just start Baron after as well? I feel like they can. You just push Kaney back to base. Surdy is still dead. You know the Equalizer's on cooldown. Even when he reses, they're pushing mid lane, but the Baron's going to be gone in a hurry.
Yeah. And it seems like Dig have accepted it, right? They already TP Kaney in to try to push in that bot tier 1. They themselves are pushing in up on mid. So Otacon and Baron over to FlyQuest, and they'll try to get this bot tier 1 off of it. He should be able to get on the next push.
Yeah, Kaney needs a little bit more minion time here on the turret. Looks like nobody from FlyQuest will try to arrive and save the thing. So Kaney can at least get that, get a little bit more objective bounty money back towards Dig. So the gold lead is actually just about where it was before the initial pick onto Surdy, leading into the 2 objectives, because Dignitas managed to take the 2 turrets in trade for the death, plus Otacon, plus Baron. But the problem is, FlyQuest now have permanent Otacon power. They have the Baron for the next 3 minutes to snowball that gold lead further and further ahead. So now the job for Dignitas is very difficult. Dig in, defend, and try to hold as many of these towers that are still standing as you can.
Dig in, eh? I see what you did there.
Man, that's...
Freak is with us still.
That was not intentional. I'm not trying to step on Freak's toes here. That is his territory.
No, you get credit for it.
I don't want it.
Too bad.
Freak can have it. That's
Dig
his
in
world.
right now.
No, man, that's his world.
Well, FlyQuest are actually digging in because they're going to get the push on the bot side off of the Baron minion. But again, they're just making it so difficult, right? You could see even in that Otacon setup, it's so dark. We have this kind of spread of FlyQuest members that make it really dangerous for Dig to even walk up. As they have the push and the pressure from the Baroned up minions, they'll be able to get this in with the Talia wall as well.
Yeah, the classic Talia wall to go for the tier 3 turret push. Inspired shield blocks a lot of damage, but he still has to flash away from the incoming Dignitas threat. So Dig will hold the tier 3 for now. It took a lot of damage, but it's still not dead. Keep your eyes on Whippo, though. Inspired, thinking about taking a recall, but now staying with the rest of the team. Still has 40% HP to work with, and the shield cooldown is back by now. The FlyQuest don't want to take a crazy risky fight. The Elder Dragon is alive. This is the one real way for Dignitas to get back into the game.
And they did get all the tier 2s off the map on that push, so you can see the Red Bull Baron power play up above 3k, so they want to spend their gold. They go back to base, they finish their items. It's now 4 fully completed items there for Masu. They're going to heal back up, and they're going to look to take the Elder here. Dignitas knows this is realistically their last shot. If you can steal the Elder, you can maybe flip the game on its head, win a fight, maybe make something happen, but without that, they've got no chance.
And they're about to walk into a brush that FlyQuest has full ownership of. Grand entrance right down over the top from Whippo as Shaden's locked up by the Justice Punch, and the Dignitas jungler is already down. Canids about to join him. Whippo staying on top of that mid laner yet again as Isles tries to get away off to the side, barely surviving here with 100 HP. Whippo with another two-man taunt, and Dignitas are staring at black and white screens. Canids and Isles still stumbling away, but not for long. Inspired with a grand starfall for the grand funeral of the Dignitas mid laner. Elder's not even required. FlyQuest are marching down mid lane, marching down bot lane, marching down whichever lane they would like to march, because Dignitas' base and all of Summoner's Rift belong to them. Isles can't cut the wave. FlyQuest has found themselves at the Dignitas Nexus. 31 minutes and 45 seconds, right about on time with their average time. Shaden gets a pull kill onto Whippo, but it ain't gonna matter. FlyQuest will sweep this series. They will finish their group at the tip top, 3-0.
Lock it in. Next week, we're getting FlyQuest versus C9. Both teams top their group, and we are going to have the rematch there to see who finishes first place in the regular season. Crazy stuff from them. And Shopify, at the end of the day, are going to come away with second place in this group. So Shopify as well should, off the tiebreaker rules, be an upper bracket.
Yeah, and it's kind of fitting for them as well. I thought they actually gave FlyQuest a little bit more trouble than Dignitas did today. Really huge statement victory, 2-0 from FlyQuest.
Yeah, FlyQuest is looking good. They are looking coordinated. There's a couple of oopsies there, like we saw in that topside river fight where they end up having the Weaver's Wall knocks Masu back into the equalizer for a split second. There's always parts that can be fine-tuned, but in general, I think FlyQuest still looks like a team that gets ahead early and stays there.
Absolutely, man. I'm just so excited for the matchup next weekend.
Same.
C9 Fly, best of for first place in the regular season is incredibly hype. And the first place seed also gets to pick their opponent in that first round matchup.
That's huge.
And we know that Shopify is going to be in that upper bracket, so I think a lot of teams will be looking at them as that reward potentially. You know, maybe they're going to be underestimating them, but a lot of stakes here for that next week's matchup, and going to be very exciting.
It's a lot of fun, man. I'm so glad that we got to see this global comp too from FlyQuest in the second game.
The Avengers assemble.
Yeah, it's just so much fun to see everybody fly in there all at the same time. I think the best example of it was the top lane fight where Quad starts to ride the wall away, but then immediately jumps off because the Galio and the Pantheon both land right beside him. It's just fun stuff to see. And I think we're going to be having an interview here real soon, so let's go ahead and toss things over to Jat at the fan zone for that interview.
Yo, look, poking.
I'm ulting. No poking. Let's just kill him. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go, guys.
Look Sivir.
Look at this guy. Yeah, I'm looking Sivir. Don't worry. We win. I have all my spells already. Don't worry about me. I'm fine.
Everyone on place.
I'm going on them.
I still have ult to chase someone.
Go both side. We can end.
I can still chase Silas.
Up to you. I'm pushing bot.
Now we are in it.
I'm chasing. No flash.
All right, here with Inspired after a dominating 2-0 over Dignitas and 3-0 in the group. How does it feel? How's the team progressing?
It feels good. I think the games maybe looked kind of like one-sided, but I think in game we were not like that. It wasn't that easy. I think we still had to make a lot of decisions that we are not sure about, and it was not as clean as it looked like from the outside. But yeah, I'm happy with the win.
Yeah, looked pretty clean, 27 minutes, 31-minute win. I also wanted to ask you about the game with the grubs being moved back to 8 minutes and the Audicon changing. How has that influenced the way that you approach the jungle?
I mean, honestly, I just it influenced the game a lot for me. I don't really feel that confident playing right now because it seems like the meta shifted very hard, and you have to kind of adapt to it mid-split. And it's not like jungler. It's not like grabs are very important right now, that you have to put all your effort through the early game into getting as strong as possible into grabs timing and fighting there. Now it seems kind of like you need to get your laners ahead and be stronger on drakes, because even if you have stronger early game comp, you will get like first and second drake, but then if enemy have good scaling, they will contest you on the third one and fourth one, so you need to have your team in a good position. So I think it kind of requires a lot of synergy with jungler and laners, and I think we kind of lack it sometimes. Like sometimes we are not sure what to do in game, if the better play is to sacrifice time and try to help the laners, or just keep farming and waiting for an opportunity, and I think we are working on it, and we'll see if we will be able to figure it out for playoffs.
That's awesome. Sounds really interesting. And you'll also get one more week of regular season to see who the #1 seed is. You guys play up against Cloud9, and then the winner of that gets choice of first round opponent, which would be between, we think, Shopify or Team Liquid on how things are going. But talk to me about the matchup with C9 next week, especially with the meta changing and still figuring things out.
I mean, in scrims, C9 looks like the best team. I think our record against them been pretty good though in scrims. So I'm confident going into the game. Like I think we are confident no matter team we play against. But they are for sure the strongest team we can face in LTA right now. So it's gonna be an interesting game. I think if we prepare well, we can beat them, but it's not gonna be an easy game.
All right, Inspired. Congratulations this week. Take a good week off. See you next week for Cloud9. And we're going to toss it to break with Lyon versus DSG on the other side.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yep. Hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Oh.
Huh? Nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed.
Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Giant like a titan, ready for combat, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors, rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers.
Anyone help me? Can you smite with Q smite?
Yeah, I can, but Scanner wants to ult me.
We got it. This guy stomped. Just go front to back. I think we're fine.
Rumble's in banana.
They can't kill me, just Jin.
You can go on him. Yeah. I don't have mana, I don't have mana.
I can help you.
We're chasing Rumble.
I'm killing Rumble here.
I can call you. Don't be scared.
Look, Talia. This Talia push.
Let's walk up. Can we
push Talia?
Got it, no W.
Yeah, push Talia.
My W 2 second. My W 2 second.
Got this one.
Look, no push. Look, no push. That's it for me, guys.
I'm thinking, okay.
They haven't walked in. They must have blued in.
Alio can push the bot.
Yep.
There's a ward here.
Can you guys just start it and make them come in? They're low, no?
Yo, look. Poking.
I'm holding. No poking. Let's just kill him. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go, guys.
Look similar.
Look at this guy. Yeah, I'm looking silver. Don't worry. We win. I have all my spells, so don't worry about me. I'm fine.
Everyone on place.
I'm going on them.
I still have ult to chase someone.
Go both side. We can end.
I can still chase the Sylas.
Up to you. I'm pushing bot.
Touch the sky, we can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah, we are soldiers, we are heroes, we are fighters. We can save you through the fire, through the blaze. We are gladiators, world dominators.
Top 3. Piores congeladas de peito de Lyon 3. Lyon Gaming contra Albus Nox Luna 2016.
Still loud, still outputting damage, and Arte
White
now
Lotus.
in the wrong position of the fight. Is he going to get the kill? He's still alive! He's still going! He's still licking him! He's dead, and now
they should be able to take game 3.
And once that happened, the fights went in their way, and they were able to outplay it very well.
World Stream does not end here, because they're going to take down the towers, they're going to take down the Nexus, and they're going to take us to game number 5.
Lyon are looking dominant. They're looking very impressive.
They're still alive somehow, but the Nexus is exposed. They're going for it. They want this, and they get it. Albus Nox Luna are making it to Worlds.
Look at the team of Lyon. Of course, it's sad. Albus Nox Luna, they have a lot to work on, but they've shown that at the very least they have resilience.
2. Rainbow Seven contra Pen Gaming Worlds 2024.
Ojo, cuidado, Lions. Se va lanzando un poco suicida. Se queda mal parado. Summit se tiene que sacrificar un poco también. Cuidado con esto, hay que salir de ahí. Dios mío, Curi. Una penetrante perfecta por parte de Seo junto con el daño Kane. Dios mío, esto se complica demasiado. Seo no puede salir. Mete daño. Se logra deletear a uno. Kane, dale, Kane. Exterminio nada más. Dios mío, no te lo puedo creer, Rafa. No te lo puedo creer. Faltan 2 segundos y empieza a castigar al Nexo Pen Gaming. Termina imponiéndose en esta partida.
1. Lyon contra Cloud9 2025.
Zen también se hace de oro y hace que esto sea un partido imparable para Gena. Todavía tenemos suficiente daño en las manos de todos los jugadores. Gena que no se muera. Zen también a punto de ser erradicado. No, por favor. Luego Dylan se lanza otra vez, avance retorcido, acaban de erradicar.
Tenemos otro partido para recuperar. Lyon mostró una muy buena cara de lo que son capaces.
Gena está a punto de caer, por favor que alguien lo ayude. No pueden salvar al tirador de Lyon. Solo una les pedí. Y terminamos perdiendo otra vez. Fuera los cristales. Color rojo. Hay victoria para Cine.
What's up, everyone? I got the new head coach of DSG right next to me, Coach Ido. First of all, how has the last few weeks been for you?
Yeah, it's been interesting. You never really know what you're going to walk into, like in a struggling team especially. I didn't know if I was going to need to like fix vibes before I even get into gameplay and kind of like scout out how things are going on the team. But really, it's been super easy. The players are really easy to work with. Their mental is really strong. So we went straight to gameplay, and it's been going well so far.
Absolutely, and also because we've known each other for a very long time. I want to say like 10 or so years ago when we were playing like normal games in a Discord server. Like, how has the journey into competitive been for you? Because I know you were breaking in. What was your journey like?
Yeah, it was definitely a bit up and down. At first, it was kind of like around 2020, like getting into EG, coaching there for a while, and then when the academy system went away, I wasn't really sure what I was going to keep doing. Went to school, and then this opportunity came, and I figured it'd be stupid not to take it.
Because also, like, I remember when you broke in, you were with our personal friend Pascal, like, going into, like, Unsold Stuff Gaming. So you were, like, doing LJL stuff. So that's been pretty crazy journey for you. And even getting to this position, there's a lot of players in Tier 2, Tier 3 that's been singing your praises. Like, why do you think they have really, like, celebrated you? Like, what's something that you feel like you've been doing that has been working?
Yeah, well, I like to think my game knowledge and my coaching ability is really strong, but I think I'm able to connect with players on a personal level as well. And I think that's really important first, that they know that I care about them as people first before players. And then that makes it a little bit more easy to be more candid and open, and that I'm not, trying to hurt their feelings or anything, just trying to help them improve. So I feel like I'm really able to resonate with people.
First goal in mind with DSG, I mean, you came in obviously during like a little bit of tough times. What's something you really want to hammer in with the team?
Kind of tearing out a lot of the old maybe misconceptions that the team has and trying to get them on the same page. I know that's like a vague thing to say, but really when you're on a struggling team, you probably don't see anything the same way. 5 players don't see anything the same way. So just trying to make sure that maybe there's a couple concepts that we really do see on the same page. There's no need for communication and like deliberation in-game, and try to clean up that. So taking it one step at a time with just seeing certain plays the same way.
All right, appreciate it, brother. Hope you have a great series, and
going to be sending us from straight back.
Thank you very much, Raz. Awesome to hear from head coach Ido, the new head coach of Disguise. Started off as an analyst for them and now takes to the stage with the team. Squaring off against Lyon. You got Kangas and Kobe on the cast today. And pretty big implications here, Kobe, because the loser of this will be 4th seed going into next week for the cross-group play.
Yeah, and you do not want to have to play against 100 Thieves. So the winner of this series actually gets a big reward, because 100 Thieves being down in the 3rd, 4th, matches there for next week is definitely very scary. So, yep, both these teams, a lot riding on it. Really cool to hear, some words out of Ido there, because he has a lot to do, and he's talking about ripping out some old misconceptions and getting everyone on the same page. Yep. I mean, Dignitas in the last 13 games, they are 1-12. So they really do need to rip out a lot of that old, the old misconceptions. And
they got that one against Team Liquid. This guy says that one win against Team Liquid. That's pretty good. Struggled the rematch, though, in their series there. They're up against Lyon, who also have had a tough go of things here. Also, shout out to Castle, by the way, wearing a cape. That is, I believe, official disguised cape there.
Blanket cape.
Blanket cape.
Comfy and stylish.
Is it more of a blanket? Is it more of a cape? We'll let you decide at home. But either way, it's comfy.
It's a blanket turned into a cape.
What if we put like a little emblem in front of there,
the cool thing is where it came from, right? When he's wearing it in practice for comfort. And Toast made him a disguised, branded one with his name on it.
It even says Castle on the back. Exactly. It's great. So now he can put the old blanket back on the bed, and now when he's practicing, he gets to wear this cool one.
And they're doing everything they can to make their players comfortable on stage. I think that is definitely one of the key building blocks here for the the struggling teams, for the teams at the bottom. So we'll see if Disguise can turn around and get a meaningful victory versus Lyon here.
Wow, Lyon win is better than Mint Ice Cream? That's crazy. Mint Ice Cream's great.
All right, well, they're going to start with the Rumble lock-in forecast, so I think that's a good place to start out. We're talking about comfort. He's got his blanket, and he's got his Rumble here. So they'll probably be looking for one of the very common AD jungles to pair with it. Xin Zhao available. Vi, obviously, is basically been permabanned, but Licorice already is happy to put the Mbessa into it.
So the Rumble's a pick against Licorice as well. It's his most played so far. Go check out the Patreon. But they're taking that away from Licorice, but he also knows how to play into this, so the Mbessa classic counter there. As I'm trying to think what the other jungle premier options are. The Fury's really that top one. Vi, Sejuani, Nocturne all off the table, as well as a Xin Zhao. No, it's going to be a solo laner again with Yone locked in.
Yeah, now for the side, for Disguise, your answers. You need your AD jungle, plus what are you going to play into Yone? Yone is 100% pick ban, super high prio. All right, there's your AD jungle, the point-and-click stun for XU, for the Pantheon. Technically, can flex it to Huhi as well. He does like a lot of the roaming supports.
Sure.
So keeping that one open, but would be a very good jungle choice in this scenario, because it does pair super well with the Rumble up on the top side. And another possible flex here, but probably look for Scary Jerry there.
I love Pantheon for a player like XU just because he's a very creative jungler. He likes to go for aggressive plays early and doesn't necessarily play the jungle the way that you expect a lot of the top players to go for. Instead, he looks for much earlier plays, and Pantheon allows you to do that. Also kind of allows you to get away with it because you have that ultimate to make plays happen that otherwise wouldn't be available.
Meanwhile, to pair with your double AD split pushing solo lanes, the Maokai here. This is looking deadly. Lyon are crafting a very scary comp here. Maokai ultimates into Yone and Mbessa ultimates. Incredible team fight, very scary, but short range stuff here fairly early on for Lyon, although they are very mobile, so definitely can't make up for it that way. Let's see about focusing down the bottom side of the map, and they do ban away the Ezreal, so they're thinking it's going to be the Tristana answer into Yone.
I'm not going to ask. Fan in the audience, I'm not going to ask, actually. I think you should keep that.
We need to see them chat logs.
No.
Pull them out.
That's your guess? All right.
We're not going to show them on stage. But we
Production will check, and then security will talk to you later.
Some of them might be censored.
Yeah. All right, well, we have the Ezreal, the Bobby bans, and then the Lucian and the Nautilus bans coming through. So more focus on that bottom side here. Let's see what the premier pick is going to be for Lyon. They like to save that support pick, or at least a lot of teams like to save support pick for the counter. Go for the 80 carry here. Now, again, you don't know if you're into the Tristana or if that Tristana is going mid lane, so they're going to go for the Kalista.
It's interesting because we have seen a lot of these short-range ball comps with Kalista and a bunch of melee engagers. And actually, it kind of like worked for Dignitas in that super long one they came back versus Shopify Rebellion. But I don't know, after the nerfs, I really have dropped Kalista priority. And since Disguise can still answer with their last couple of picks here, looks like they're going to go Quirky Alistar for it. Getting the Alistar when you're facing so many short-range champs, I think is a lot of super high value here for Huhi.
But it allows for a counter pick. This is what I like to see from Red 5 if you're saving support. You let your opponent pick the Alistar. Renata, also a pretty good combo with the Kalista, but Renata Glass will have a great work just kind of getting rid of that Alistar's engages, at least in the laning phase. And also, you know, again, layering ultimates. We have the Maokai to set things up, Renata ult on top of it as well. Like, there's a lot of chain CC and engage at Lyon are packing right now.
Yep, huge team fight power here with a lot of the AoE and very, very good engage for themselves. Very exciting one here now for Disguise and Lyon because of the way that the other group went. And 100 Thieves kind of looming over on the other side.
The boogeyman. You definitely want to pick up a win here because the winner will get to match up against Dignitas. But that's all in the future. Immediately ahead of us right now, we got a best-of-3 series between these two teams. You got to keep their eyes on the prize and their mental focus right now. That's been Ido's focus with Disguise since he joined as head coach. Get everybody on the same page. Lyon trying to do the same. Non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds. But for everybody else sticking around, get ready for Disguised versus Lyon game number 1. A reminder that both of these teams, great room for improvement. They both have been improving since that first split, but they have yet to really solidify a mark here in Split 2. This could be the beginning of just that.
A lot of options here for these junglers too, pretty early on. I want to see if they want to invest in any level 1 stuff to try and get any early wrap rewards, because there's definitely some volatile angles to go for if they want to get some ganks in. So far, looks like a little bit of a jungler stare down here. Adilan and XU, little handshake in the river before the game starts.
You also see him on screen hovering above the rift right there. Very different journeys to get to this match. XU coming in here. 3rd time now in Tier 1. He's been bouncing around between Tier 1, Tier 2, and he's trying to prove that he does belong. And also that he's a creative player. I actually got a chance to chat with all the members of Disguise, and they all gave like a 1-word description of their play style, as Lyon's actually going for a bit of an invade here. It's just to get a ward down. The 1-word descriptor for each Disguised member from top to bottom. Castle, he wants to be rock solid. Okay. XU, creative. Abadaga, improved. Scary Jerry, belongs. And Huhi, fearless.
I like those, you know, kind of boiling down some of the stories here to a single word. You know, Abadaga's one definitely caught me there. He wants to be known as improved. You know, that's really been the course that he set himself on joining this team, because he has had previous success here. Meanwhile, Scary Jerry, that one as well, definitely fits with his interviews, belongs up in Tier 1.
Hey, if you're a rookie 80 carry in 2025, it's a tough position to be in right now. But I also want to bring the conversation towards the mid lane here, because Abadaga versus Saint, a lot of experience on Abadaga's side. Saint has had a great resurgence so far in this split too, but there's a bit of an asterisk on that because of last week, Kobe.
Yeah, they got so close to taking down Cloud9. It really was a heartbreaker. And that, the chain right there.
You don't want that one to land.
The long Silas one that went out, but that was the end of game 2, right when they were on the brink. But you have to be able to move on from that, you know, recover, not kind of dwell in the past. And Lyon, like you said, they had showed a lot of very good looks. I'd say especially their early game has been quite positive in a lot of the series, even when they don't find victory, and something they should continue to snowball on. Particularly these early skirmishes Adilan was very successful in a lot of his Xin Zhao games, especially. Maokai is definitely less threatening, but has a lot of support as far as going for ganks. A lot of very good lockdown there. So both junglers are heading up towards the, or clearing down towards the bottom side of the map. So
yeah,
we'll see about the pushing lane of Kalista Renata helping Adilan out for the Scuttle Crab. And I would just assume that XU is going to try and go trade rather than fight that one, since their bottom lane's got the reset here, and you got your early tier buy for Scary Jerry.
Yep, went for the early reset, had to use the cleanse, and he also had to use the heal earlier on. So they're going to be down 2 summoner spells as Lion's bot lane do have the push yet again.
And they're down a lot of CS. And that cannon also just died on my screen.
Ooh!
So it's a lot of CS, and it's a lot of very valuable CS with the cannon one going down. So with that bottom side push, of course, yeah, bot side Scuttle Crab to the Maokai, top side there for XU. Kind of trading.
XU's actually going in for an invade right now. Drops the ward down, waiting for the Raptor spawn here. Adilan will spot it out now as he gets hit by the spear. And XU, with the help of Abbedagge, are actually going to try and force onto the Raptors. Adilan might look for the smite fight, but he actually doesn't have smite, so he's just got to walk away. XU will successfully take away those Raptors.
Yeah, you're trying to scare the Maokai enough so he doesn't come in for a Q smite. Maokai Q is still such a Raptor killing ability, even after the nerfs that they laid on it. And so because Abbedagge is over there, you know, they push him off enough, and Adilan only got one of the little baby Raptors there on that respawn, so success.
This is something XU loves to do. He loves to play aggressive in the jungle, and Pantheon's a perfect type of champion for him to do just that. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more invades, especially if Abbedagge can continue to keep priority in the mid lane.
Yeah, the reward's not that huge, of course, with the time invested and with Adilan going up to grab his Krugs. But now on his reset, we'll see where he drops his control ward and if he can actually set anything up, because you mentioned that mid lane again, and Abbedagge actually took a lot of damage, so making it very volatile here, and we're going to get both of the junglers slipping in towards that mid lane.
Adilan spots out XU, just a Q from each jungler. And XU actually drops the control ward, so now he doesn't have that anymore. 75 gold down the drain right there, as he'll try and keep his own. We're fighting for the vision early in the game, but it does help set up for the dragon. So I think that was probably the idea from XU is, hey, maybe I can find a window mid, and then we can transition that into an objective.
I think the way that team comps have gone, the early dragon is going to be really hard for DSG regardless. I don't think they want to fight with a Kalista Renata smashing lane. So this is one of those situations where you cannot trade anything because the grubs do not spawn till 8 minutes now. And so that's why a lot of the pros have been talking about how quickly the rise in bot lane priority has happened since early dragon focus is so much more rewarding, since the other team can't just trade anything.
Yep.
So yeah, XU, you know, he got I mean, he didn't even actually kill the ward. He dropped his ward, saw the other ward, and then just had to get pushed out. So all going according to plan so far for Lyon.
And we've seen Lyon and their bot lane be a strength point for them. So I think that this meta will suit this team very well if they can play stronger bot sides. Henna, yes, he's coming in from LCK. He's made playoffs a handful of times, but if you hear the players here talk about Henna, he provides a lot of pressure for the team, and we're already seeing that early on here as XU is going to go for another invade at the spawn of Raptors. Oh, but Lions is actually pulling it away, wasting some of XU's time here.
Yep, leashes it out, and they're going to be here well ahead of time. It looks like they actually are just going to go into another re-clear for Adilan. You do want to get your level 6 Maokai ultimate as quickly as possible. It's kind of a game changer here for these early team fights.
And that's one of the big additions with the change from the grubs going 8 minutes, as Abbedagge taking another rough trade in the mid lane right there, is that junglers that have a strong ultimate are even stronger for that grub fight, because Maokai with ult, yeah, just hits it. It's going to have a big area of control. Pantheon ultimate does not provide a lot of power to the kit when it comes to taking grubs. So I actually think that this is another big advantage for Lyon right now.
Yeah, we'll see if they decide to swap their bottom lane up to the top side, because we're already at 7:30 plus into the game, so grubs are imminent. And it looks like the pressure on bottom lane is still there for Lyon, as mid lane as well pushes in, and they can get the early access to the top river.
Abadage is going to go for a reset now. Doesn't have the teleport. Saint is going to be able to push another wave here then, if Abadaga does actually commit. Yeah, we'll finish the back. XQ's heading bot side, so there is a window here that Lyon will have shove mid. They also have Adilan on the right side of the Rift. It could just be an uncontested grubs if Adilan wants to go for it. Even Licorice has the shove top side, so expecting that to be the play.
Should be. Bot side recalling now, going for their reset. Adilan will at least get some of them. Here comes XU.
XU might look for the ult, yeah.
It's fine. He's at least going to get one, and he has smite for the second one, so you can, as long as you get two, looks pretty good.
XU actually just walks up instead of committing the Grand Starfall, and will push Lyon away. And like you just said, Adilan just smites the second one. They're happy with the objective secure stacking. That's now 2 monsters cleared as they go for the feat of monster slain.
And it means that, you know, Kalista here, off of the reset, gets a comeback. Upgraded boots ready for lane, gets a nice large minion wave as well to collect. Didn't have to spend any time like walking up to the top side of the map. Henna even gets a really nice stop on that recall to delay pretty heavily. Scary Jerry
Lions can do it again. If Lion, oh, he's not gonna walk up, okay. Whew, well, Scary Jerry will get a reset now. Gonna probably just head right back to that bottom side. Dragons in 2 minutes. No fights yet. It's just been Lyon a little faster on the map so far. Yeah, XU has gotten a couple of camps advantage on Adilan as he took away some Raptors, but it really has not meant much for Disguised. But all in all, fairly even game state other than Lyon being ahead on that monster clear count, going towards feats of strength. Chunk onto Huhi though. So now Alistair in a bit of trouble. And I see actually, anytime you see Pantheon, like this is what I'm talking about. He can go for creative ganks. Abadaga actually jumps in. Saint gonna have to back off. I want to look at that bot side though, because it still looks like XU's looking for the Grand Starfall, and here it comes. Going for the engage, flash forward from Huhi, trying to lock it down Henna. He pulls back in Lions. And Henna's now the focus, but he's bouncing around, dancing past the damage. Disguise cannot make it stick. Now Adilan looking for the re-engage, locking down Scary Jerry. Flash available. He's going to have to use it to get out of this one. You have to imagine. There it is. Over the wall. Saint follows, misses, but flashes for first blood. Lyon turned the play.
And it is the mid jungle coming down from mid lane that turn it. It's going to cost them at least 1 turret plate due to the Tristana, but I mean, that kill is going to cost Scary Jerry both summoner spells as well. A lot, of course, spent by Lyon to get the kill, but definitely kind of opening up for the next spawn on Dragon. They will be returning after their reset.
That's the difficulty of trying to get onto the Renata Glass when the Kalista has ultimate available. Henna just keeps Lyon safe, and they're able to get out of there. So now Lyon on the board. Gold in the pocket of Saint as well is pretty good for the Yone, even if you lose that plate. But ooh, Huhi's actually going for roam top side. Hex Flash available, no regular Flash though, and doesn't have the ultimate either, so Licorice could be in some trouble here as XU and Huhi are gonna look for the dive. Scary Jerry's joined as well. Licorice flashes away, just jumping back. Huhi looking for the pulverize, doesn't quite get the stun, but XU should have the damage. Licorice trying to make it hard for him. One more Q tap, and there it is, XU evens the scoreboard.
And that's DSG trying to react to what is happening. Yeah, they're not going to be able to fight the next dragon, so they say, you know what? We're going to full send on a cross-map play. Yep. That means it is, you know, it is like getting something out of a situation that's pretty rough for you. It's still going to cost you a lot, though, because not only do you lose the dragon that you decided to give up, but you're also going to give up a bunch of turret plates and money on the bottom side of the map. But they were in a rough spot regardless, and so they say, you know what? Best choice in our scenario is to go for the cross map. They do at least get their kill and get some turret plate money traded for Scary Jerry up there as well. But
yeah,
Lyon stacking ahead. Their dragon plan with this Kalista Renata is still in motion. Number 2 acquired. Really the breaking point usually comes, though, a bit later in the game.
Sure.
You know, where DSG will decide to fully fight it.
It's not over. We're making a second play on the Licorice. No public execution, no flash this time. Licorice gonna try and bounce it back, but there's just not enough damage from Disguised right now. Licorice should walk all the way back up and takes a chunk, but should be just fine. At least Scary Jerry got enough plates there. He equalized the amount of plates that Henna was able to take. So when you look at the grand scheme of things, Disguised are a little bit ahead in gold. It's not much, but it's something. But again, it's Lyon and their focus on the objectives that's putting them ahead, as they should have secured all 3 of the feats of monster slain there.
Yeah, Disguise trying to focus on keeping their money up so when they do decide to fight either third dragon or fourth dragon, Eventual Soul, then they will be in competitive standings. You know, a lot of these first item completions are coming in or very close to coming in for them, so definitely getting into position for that one.
And as we look at where the advantages lie, I mean, Scary Jerry's falling a little bit behind. The plates will keep him in it. But topside's actually going fairly well for Castle here. He's had a couple of rough performances over the split, but he wants to be known as rock solid as a player.
Then?
Well, yeah, where's the, that's a good point.
Solid,
that's a good point. Rumble's not exactly that forte, but doing a really good job in the laning phase, all things considered. Has that first item completed. And for a player that, I mean, he's had a lot of really good moments, but Kobe, he's never made it to playoffs. Even last year when he was on Immortals, he's still chasing that goal here.
He was missing the cape, Kangas.
He was missing the cape. That's a good point.
Now he's got the cape with his name on it.
He's got the comfort buff. All right, well, let's see if that's enough to get them a win. He's actually pushing in this bot side as the Grand Starfall comes in from XU. Interesting angle right there. They're just focusing down the turret. 3 members here, and the plates are about to fall. Can they get that last one? They did get another plate before they expired, and that should be first turret. This guy's just committing to the play, and now Licorice decides to go in. Lions is there with a hostile takeover, but only lands on 1 member, and actually buffers it with the E. Okay, Disguise, they get their turret and they get out. That's not too bad for them.
Yeah, Lion decided to invest a bunch of ultimates there to try and delay, but yeah, Saint was not close enough on the tower race to be able to make use of that delay. And Disguise get what they came for, so still looking for the 3 kills then. That puts all the pressure on the kill race. The next 2 kills for either team will get you your upgraded boots. Of course, the dragon stacking is really what's going to make or break the game. The boot upgrade isn't going to, like, you know, determine the end or anything. Really, we are looking for these dragon fights and stacking up towards Soul, because that is going to be a mountain. And mountain, to make a team like this that much more tanky, who is all about short range, super hard engage, you know, brawling style here, looks very, very good for them.
Slow start to it, but we do expect action later. As the Dragons continue to sack, Lion have the ability to hard force fights. Doesn't look like they're going to go for that fight at this Herald, though. As currently it is XU and the rest of the Disguise around there. Castle looking for a 1v1 versus a Licorice. There's no turret to fall back on, so Licorice could be in some trouble here. No flash available, and he's just roasting down. Castle does not have Equalizer, but it'll be off cooldown shortly. He doesn't even need it. The Flame Spitter is enough. Castle, that's a rock-solid top laner.
Just ran him down and burned him down right there. Licorice was trying to sidestep harpoons, but Flame Spitter claims him. Double teleport is matched.
It's coming in from Saint. Equalizer straight into it. Saint could be in some trouble. Misses the Fate Seal as Abadaga jumping in. Should have the damage for the kill. Goes from bad to worse for Lion. That's feats of warfare and feats of strength for Disguised.
Castle, definitely rock solid. Maybe even a bit more than that. I think you could get more aggressive with the one word that we burn it down to. That is huge. Abadaga, you like how quickly he answered the teleport as well. Castle rewarded for you know, his big solo kill there onto Licorice, where he just kind of ran him down as both their cooldowns for their flashes were timing out. Here goes the Herald drive into the mid lane.
Will it actually get the full thing? Ooh, good handshake there from Lions. Won't amount to much, though, as the turret should just fall here. That's 2 down for Disguise. Great series of plays for Disguised as a team. And this is really speaking to Ido, what the head coach was working on. He was saying getting everybody on the same page. That type of teleport play from Abadaga to back up Castle was a clearly communicated play, and it nets some objectives, maybe the Dragon.
Hey, I think it definitely should. Saint has no ulti here for Yone because he used it to try and escape, but Lion, they know the Dragon stacking is critical to their end game, so they're coming through. Maokai ult.
Damage onto Huhi to start things off here. Still has the ultimate. He's going to actually absorb a lot of the Maokai ult, but now he's into the pit. Adiland's going to look for the steal. Bramble Smash plus Smite is pretty big, but XU secures it as Disguise are not going to have to fight through the pit. Flash out from XU. They're actually going to disengage instead. Licorice finds Castle all alone. Disguise do not want to back up their top laner. They will sacrifice the Rumble to get the Dragon.
Honestly, putting a big stop to the Dragon stacking here for the Kalista team is pretty worth it for DSG. Just giving up 1 kill onto the Rumble. Very, very good stuff there for DSG. Now, they still retain their gold lead. They send Tristana immediately back out to a side lane there. Get that Tristana to try and answer top while they sacrifice the bottom side here to Saint.
This will equalize the turrets here as Lyon do get more gold on to Saint into the Yone's pocket. But Abbedagge is pretty close to taking out this top turret. If you can get this wave, nah, Licorice and Lions can stop it. But Tristana, if you ever leave Tristana alone in a side lane, can burn through turrets very, very fast. He's hovering nearby, and we still have X with the Grand Starfall, so if Lyon go for anything too aggressive, they could be punished. And instead, they're actually going to back off. They realize we don't have enough vision, so Abbedagge will, in fact, get the outer top turret.
And this is really meaningful because of the comp that they're running here. Tristana keeps on scaling auto attack range as she levels up, so more money into him. Let's take a look at our Smite fight, though, because both champions actually combo Qs with Smites very well. Pantheon with the spear. Tap for the execution, just a bit better. They both try and do it there, but Exu gets it with his Smite, with his Q. And then, of course, yeah, the sacrifice there. Castle at least doesn't blow his flash. Yeah, he says, fine, you know, I'm too far up right now. I'm caught, and he resigns himself to death. So he saves his critical flash for afterwards.
It's fun to see, though. Maokai and Pantheon, 2 of the best junglers at stealing objectives because of their ability to combo their Qs plus their Smite. But Exu, a little bit faster on that trigger pull right there. Means that, again, it delays the dragon stacking. This buys a lot of time for Disguised for the scaling elements of their comp.
Yeah, the Tristana especially. I mean, more range. As soon as you get an Infinity Edge in there, starts to get some real big crits. And it's very mobile. Your big range, plus you have self-peel, your resetting rocket jump, your ultimate. It's just all things that they can use to try and deal with the big engage that Lyon will throw at you when they group up.
And again, gold on Abbedagge, if you had asked me at the beginning of the split, I wouldn't have been as confident. But if you ask me now, he's had a couple of really good performances, and if you get an actual chance to talk to this guy, he is motivated to perform. The word he gave was improved, because he wants to show that he has gotten better since the last time he was in A. If you remember, he won an LCS championship. He made 2 finals in a row after that. That's 3 finals appearances, goes to EU, has 1 rough split, but then makes finals again over there. So he's trying to show that I have improved, I have gotten better since that point. But reminder, Otacon has spawned, which now triggers a special Uber Eats offer that you can check out in chat or the Twitch extension.
And it is going to mean that DSG move a lot of their resources up towards the top side of the map. They leave Castle split pushing down bottom side. Lyon are going to show a lot of people bottom side. So that Otacon that you mentioned might be a target very early on.
That was just flash public execution from Licorice, so no ultimate on the Mbessa. Even if they do teleport in, that's an ult down. Now. That's the Otacon started up. We're teleporting to the turret for Licorice. I don't think Lyon will even get a chance to contest this. Audiolan's walking up there, but has no backup from the rest of the team. It's a solo Maokai. Who he can zone him away. That is Otacon for Disguise. And Saint and Castle 1v1. What's going on bot side? Castle loses it. Saint with the solo kill.
He barely gets it, so they do get the kill eventually onto the split pusher. But the Otacon power now for DSG. That is the permanent buff for the on-kill slow explosion. That is big. Plus the empowered flowers there all picked up. You can see on your screen 27. Since not very many flowers had been picked up in the early game, the Otacon kill just sweeps all of them into you. So really, really heavy payment for this solo kill. And this solo kill wasn't guaranteed. It was close.
Yeah, I'm actually amazed Saint won this.
Castle went for it out of the brush. You know, he had a lot of damage, but Saint barely there with the flash away, and then he's able to life steal enough up, and eventually gets the shield. Holy moly, that could not have been much closer.
No, very, very close. He's looking for even more as he jumps back in. I mean, Saint's one of those guys. He spent 2 full years developing on DK Challengers, comes into the LTA, and immediately we could see the spark in Saint as a player. It's just the team hasn't been able to pick up the wins yet. But it's plays like that, man, that make you remember Saint's name and make you excited for this guy.
All right, here we go. Dragon trying to get back on track. Lyon really need to get this one so they can work towards that soul that is critical. DSG, though, feeling confident, moving in. Pantheon ult goes.
He's going to go in for it now. Pantheon ult, Grand Starfall over the top. He's going to actually dive in, look for the fight instead. And there's Mbessa. Licorice finds the flank. Knockups on knockups, and Lyon are winning this one. Abbedagge looking for the resets on the Lions, but Scary Jerry has to flash away. Everybody's falling from DSG, and it's just Abbedagge alone. Lyon don't lose a member, and they'll get the dragon.
They rip them apart. They're back on track for their Dragon Soul stacking here, and they can even push in a couple of extra waves before they reset, jack up that gold in their inventories. Here's a look at how they started out.
Yeah.
It was a Pantheon over the side, but look at Henna. He's able to flash before the ultimate actually comes through. He gets out of danger, and then Henna's just ripping them up. So
yeah.
Everybody else here on the other side can't really take down any of the front line. And after Henna was able to get safe there,
yeah,
nobody's really in danger.
Abbedagge thought maybe if I kill Lions and I can get a reset, jump away, do something else in the fight, but unfortunately didn't control the vision around the banana bush. Lions gets to safety, and Lyon, the team now very far ahead. 2,000 gold lead isn't a massive amount, but the fact that they're on Dragon Soul point is the big win condition for them right now.
All right. Moving slowly ahead then. The Dragon timer, everybody's looking at that big clock at the top. But will there be any meaningful skirmishes otherwise? Because Baron will get here in 1 minute. I don't think there's going to be a hard commit, but Lyon do have Callista. And this is a 2+ item Callista. Once you have your Rage Blade plus Bork, you do rip through Baron. Like, you lifesteal it very well, and you have Rend. So it is always an option for Lyon to set up their vision around the Baron, start it up, and see if you can get any turns with a Maokai ult, with an Mbessa ultimate on DSG. If you control vision well enough, then you can force some really good positions.
And not only do they have the Maokai saplings, always really good for controlling vision, but they even have like Callista, throwing the little ghost in there. Like, they have so many tools to make sure that they're controlling that vision. It's hard for Disguise to actually walk in. It's a little window that he found that he actually could get some wards down.
Yep, they're doing their best at the moment. 2 item power spikes for all of the Disguised members, trying to get into fighting shape right now. It's fully transformed Manamuna for Scary Jerry in mid.
Play. Grand Starfall as well. Who's the focus? It could be Henna right now, as Exu does land in. Abbedagge's got the damage. Henna knocked back towards Scary Jerry. Has the Bailey. Henna's alive. He's trying to survive, but Abbedagge does get in there. It's kill credit to Castle. Abbedagge falls as Lyon bouncing back in the fight, but Castle still roasting, still doing damage. Shut down to Castle with a triple kill. Lyon have 2 members left trying to run away. Scary Jerry now the focus. Saint thinks maybe I can take him out. Maybe the Soul Unbound will save me, and he does. Scary Jerry's out of there. Saint gets another.
Oh my goodness, Yone just rips through him. This champion just ease at you with a shield bow. Saint, again, no fear. Kind of salvages it there, makes it 3 for 3 in the end, even with the Rumble just roasting him the whole time. Still takes out the AD carry. But the key is, this time they do get Senna. So Callista. They do get Henna. They burn him down, but he gets the bailout, which delays again, and another jump in from Abbedagge because the bailout, he's like, oh man, we got to fully commit to get this. So he jumps in, but then since he's in, Abbedagge went down.
Other way out.
As soon as you lost that Tristana, then it kind of opens up for a counterplay here. And Castle is roasting him the whole time. Scary Jerry's like auto-ing, roasting him. Like, we can't peel this guy.
Yeah. Huhi, I believe,
that's a Yone laugh right there.
Somebody happy about that.
He's like, what is this?
What's going on?
Oh my goodness.
That was a wild fight to track right there. Also, Abbedagge flashing Saint's ult, big part, and then just jumped straight into his death. Almost had the outplay, but man, it's those little lines here. Disguise are still trying to improve their team fight set up, but the fact that they went for that play in the first place is what I want to highlight, because that was DSG opting into it. Teleport flame from Abbedagge, XU ulting in over the top. They had a clear call, and they all committed to it. Even if it wasn't perfect, it was still cool to see. Now the call is Baron.
Okay, definitely dangerous, because Lyon are approaching. They have Maokai ult, they have Mbessa ultimate, but Huhi's on the flank on a control ward. They're looking for the turn.
Yeah, Huhi now, big knock up into Henna. Henna's out of there. Lyon with no AD carry, gonna have to try and find a way to fight Saint, and Licorice should jump into the back line. Rampage for Saint, the carries for Disguise are down. Lions, Saint, and Adiland stand stand tall. Lion stands tall. Disguised, they still have their top laner. Castle gonna try and get some more damage down here, but it is not nearly enough. And Lion win the team fight.
All right, Kangas, Yone and Mbessa looking pretty good.
That was a little terrifying to be an AD carry in that situation.
It started out so good for DSG. Their plan of kill Henna has worked. And this is the best look of it working.
Yep.
They headbutt out of the flank, they delete the Callista. But then, keep your eyes on Saint as well as Licorice. Licorice on the bottom side of your screen comes in, and Mbessa ultimate. He's gonna snipe Abadaga. They had Saint set him up. Saint over the wall into Licorice, and it's the two solo laners just deleting AD carries.
Yep. I mean, that's what Mbessa does. That's what Yone does. Pair them together. There's not a lot of chance. They do it twice as fast. Oh, we're back to live, though. XQ's in a bit of trouble here. Getting locked down by Lions, but Saint does not have enough damage. Oh! Saint almost just gets deleted from the Rift, and so does XQ. Blinking health bars, nobody dies.
Okay, slim margins, but you know, we've got Dragon Soul on Lion. The Mountain Soul is just so powerful on this full send comp. It really becomes difficult for DSG now. That's why this game plan from the very beginning, so successful here for Lion. Let's see, now they can definitely just start up Barons, look for turns, start up Baron, whenever they want. They've got teleport on Licorice, they've got teleport on Saint, so they can push the side lanes, go to the objective, and try and draw DSG into your trap.
Right now they have Licorice doing just that with the teleport available. Can always join up with the team as everybody else groups up. Audioland walks in. Now it's all about vision control at that Baron, and Lion have firm control of it right now.
Okay, here we go.
We're just going to start it up, okay?
Start it up.
It was spotted right as the ward was expiring, and there's one flanking ward that Castle could look at.
Go for the
Castle's
turn.
actually just linked up with the team.
It's
has
in red
Equalizer
range.
available, pretty low. Maokai Ultimate's going to try and buy some space, and they will get the Baron. Can Disguise find and engage after the fact? Lion are corralled, but they fought the space. They've earned it back, and Lion can now just walk away here. Disguise, no contest. Baron to Lion.
Let's see. Yeah, everybody just gets out clean, too.
Yeah.
They're like, you know what?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Or is it a Grand Starfall directly onto Licorice all alone? Nobody from the team backing him up, but here comes Saint trying to link up, and Licorice can't just jump away. If it's only Pantheon, that is not enough to threaten the kill.
Yeah, XU took like a couple hundred damage there trying to pick Licorice, and Licorice lost his Mountain Soul shield for a second.
But it's back.
It's only for a
Good
second.
news. Yeah.
Hey,
now Licorice looking for his own play. Castle won the 1v1 earlier. Can he do it now? But it's not a fair fight. Saint linking up. The solo laners are the story for Lion in this game, and they will find another pick.
Yone and Mbessa. Ooh, quite the duo there, and they're able to get some picks for themselves. With Baron buff, Kangas, you know these towers actually are killable. Despite how short range the team is, you can just run straight through them. Baron buff, Mountain Soul, and there they go, they're diving.
And now onto Abadaga. Audioland starts it off. Abadaga burning down. Oh, barely alive. As the turret will still fall. Disguised cannot hold on to their base. This Red Bull Baron power play really, really positive for Lion right now, up to 4,000, and it's going to go higher. They're going to take down 2 inhibitor turrets at the same time, but will actually back off on the mid lane turret. Disguise had to pick one line to fight. They choose the mid one, but still, big influx of gold into the pockets of Lion. They made a lot of work happen with that Baron.
Yeah, DSG it's so hard right now, but they're trying to find some extra money for their carries here. It's very difficult for them to keep Abadaga and Scary Jerry safe, but all focus does have to be on peeling at the moment. See what they can do on the bottom side of the map. Maybe group up, try and go for a brush play here, a little bit of a counter. Lion are going to continue sieging though. Baron buff still on.
Audioline just taking 0 damage right there. Yeah, I mean, this Mountain Soul really is a thorn in the side of DSG. They just can't find any poke between the Corki and the Rumble to actually stick here.
Split push working out nicely as well. Mbessa up there gets the mid lane pushing towards the weakened tower. And that cannon minion, one shot at a time, slowly chipping
Whittling it down. Saint whittling down Scary Jerry's health bar. Almost one-shots him over the wall. And again, all he took was not even the full Mountain Soul shield damage. Wow. Okay, Abadaga jumping in onto Licorice. There's not many plays left for DSG. At this point, it's basically desperation. Abadaga thinks maybe there's a tiny window here. Maybe I can make some magic happen. Unfortunately, we live in the real world. No magic around as Lyon will take that middle inhibitor. Bottom inhibitor turret as well. Look to put the final touches in this game. It was a slow burn for the first half, but Lyon in firm control of those objectives. And the solo laners stepping up. Final fight here for DSG. Equalizer goes down. Castle not getting a lot of damage in there. And Licorice still untouched. Henna still untouched. Lyon will take down 2. Looking to dive into the fountain onto Scary Jerry. Castle trying to clear the wave under the turrets, but there's just no shot. Lyon roar to life in the series. Quick work of DSG as they'll get the last Nexus turret, focus up on the Nexus, pad the stats a little bit for the fantasy point players that drafted them. Lyon take game number 1.
Nice stuff. Fairly quickly, there was just that one little like speed bump in the mid game for Lyon.
Yep.
When DSG had the good dragon fight, they were able to take away the third dragon to like pause the stacking for a little bit, but then Lyon right back on track. Really nice stuff there. And Bessa and Yone in full force.
That was intense. And Castle, shout out to Castle, had a really good early game, was controlling that side lane, getting a couple of kills, but you just can't peel your 80 carries as a Rumble, and you're not doing as much damage to the enemy team as the Abessa and Yone are to your back line. So tough position for DSG, but Lyon, shout out to them. Really solid win right there. Happy to see things come together. This was a team that we've always seen. They have the potential, Kobe. They just haven't quite been able to get across that finish line and close out a series yet.
Yeah. Looking good so far in this series, though, and the pressure is going to be on DSG to turn it around in our next game.
Yeah, looking for a reverse sweep from DSG. Lyon hoping to close things up soon, but don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR code on screen, click the link in chat, or the Uber Eats button on lolesports.com to access the Champions Shop, featuring exclusive deals and 50% off of Uber Eats. Plus, keep an eye on the new Uber Eats Twitch extension for additional time-sensitive offers across the weekend. That's it from us casting game number 1. Now let's head on over to the LTA Lounge to break that one down.
No, Maokai ulti and we see, okay? Yeah, Maokai ulti and we see, guys.
Chill, please, chill, okay?
Yeah.
I'm gonna ulti first, okay, guys?
Yeah.
I'm okay. They ulti, I'm gonna ulti, we can. Yeah. Front quest, guys, front.
You come my W, Saint, you go.
Okay. Okay, Pantheon, careful, rumble. Yeah. Rumble C. I'm 1 HP. Careful. I cannot die. Yeah,
How much you ulti,
guys, kill turrets.
We can kill, no?
Yeah, now we can
Go kill. Kill Rumble. You come my W,
no flash.
Okay, just kill.
Koroki, no flash, Koroki. Okay.
Okay, we just play confident in this game, guys, okay?
Nice.
Welcome back to the lounge. Banger game.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Absolute banger game.
Yeah.
Hilarious, actually.
I was detained, honestly.
Yeah, what was so funny, Raz, about that game?
Yeah. You want to let us know?
Don't even worry about it. Let's just say, Emily, if you want to talk about it, you can.
No, I'm not going to out you like that. Let's start.
All right, let's start some of these highlights.
I ripped one. Anyways, continue on.
you outed yourself.
You ripped DSG a new one for throwing this lead.
Yes, I did. It was actually, so this one, very interesting because DSG, yes, they had the lead. I thought it was close that Saint was going to be able to get this. Not even close, by the way. Not even close.
Yeah, no. I mean, DSG did get off to like a solid start, right?
Yeah.
And then, as always, it's kind of just about closing things out as Huhi pops ult, almost dies here. XU is able to get it over Audi.
Yeah, Pantheon smite steals, don't even try them.
Yeah.
Because Pantheon will always be able to get them.
Oh,
This is insane, by the way.
This is the play I was waiting for.
Oh, this has to be the play of the week. If we had one.
The game was in a dire situation because Otacon was being taken on the other side by DSG when he had this solo kill. And then just watch the Yone in this fight, what Saint is able to do. So he is right here.
Okay, I see him, looking respectfully.
Yeah. E, R, and then has a shield up, Q3 for the extra knockup, allows everyone to chain. He is just the avocado king right here. He can do whatever he wants.
Wait,
Saint carries
go
his
back
fight.
a little bit, because the other big thing as we go back, we see Henna doing a ton of damage. The other
Henna's
thing,
up here.
Yeah, the other thing is that as we keep going back, it's basically when they jump on him, he's actually able to survive, and he's doing damage in this fight the entire time. Yeah, so right
so roll
here.
from here.
Yeah. Whoop, there we go. Yeah, because he's able to end up escaping out here and using the ult in tandem with Lions. I thought Lions had a pretty good Renata game as well. But another big thing that's going on there is that Henna is just doing a ton of damage across that entire fight.
Yeah, and Scary Jerry on the back end of that fight had to be pushed away. I think Licorice has done a great job as M-Bessa, like being able to dive into the back line, make it really hard for Abbedagge and Scary Jerry to basically hit in fights. So there were good angles, and I'm sure we're going to get to an amazing angle from Huhi at some point. But it was like great angles into, the carries are now under fire. We must run.
Yeah, Henna gets one shot here, but then as the fight continues, like it was such a back and forth game. I believe this is the one where Castle just like cooks everyone that dove in, and we thought maybe they're going to be able to just turn this fight around.
But no, Saint is already big.
He was relentless this game.
He is absolutely smurfed this entire game. Especially after that solo kill on the bot side, he just never let up after that.
Yeah, his Yone is actually so good. And this team composition only works if the Yone and M-Bessa are willing to go completely all out in these fights.
Lion having flashback the exact location versus C9 with Saint also just looking for the pick. No, but they had to fight. It was like there was another play as well where Alistar was going for a giga flank on the top side of the map. He ends up getting it. It looked really good for DSG, but then in comes Saint and Licorice. Like, it was a great dive comp. Yes, they were crying, specifically Scary Jerry and Abbedagge. Double AD carry comp, especially with the threats that they had.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well played by Lion. Winner of this gets the 3rd seed. It's to win to not play 100 Thieves in the elimination game next week. So we're going to see who will take game 2 after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey guys, it's Cloud9 Kia here, and today we'll be answering some questions about our mothers for Mother's Day. I call my mom every off day. There we have it.
Nice. Once a week to every 2 weeks.
Oh, I'm a bad son. Every... I can't even say it's once a month. It's every couple months.
Once per day. Once per month.
4 times a week.
I think my mom thought it was a bit scary when I told her I was moving to Tenerife to play in Origin at the time, to live with like 4 strangers and get paid by some Spanish company. I think she was a little worried about what I was gonna eat and like how I was gonna live and not starve to death and stuff like that. Because at the time I was 17 years old living at home, so I didn't have like life skills. I still don't for what it's worth, but yeah, she was a bit worried about all these kind of things, but you know, constant like demanding of pictures and like proof of life or whatever it's called. Helped her ease her mind, you know.
My mom's on like everything, I think. She's like on Reddit, Twitch, YouTube.
And she downvotes the
yeah, exactly. And if there's a bad comment about me, she'll like message me saying, "I can't believe they said this bad comment about you," like something like that. She's like always defending me, so
respect.
It's kind of nice. But yeah, my mom's she's everywhere. 안 받는데요? 여보세요? 엄마 바빠?
괜찮아. 엄마 밥 먹어.
아 그래? 아 다름이 아니라 곧 그 어버이날이잖아. 아 그래 사랑한다고. 사랑한다고 그.
밥은 먹었어?
밥 먹었지?
그렇구나. 지금 뭐 하는 시간인데?
지금 뭐 아무것도 안 하지 뭐.
그래도 스크림하고 그러지 않아? 지금 쉬는 시간이야?
연습 이제 곧 해야지. 연습 반 시간. 근데 밥 마저 먹고 그러면 내가 또 전화할게. 밥 먼저 먹고 일단 내가 또 전화할게.
알겠어.
알았어. 잘 지내고 있어.
Oh, wow. So good.
That was amazing. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day, everybody. Thank you, Cloud9, for the shirts. That was great. Did you call your mom today, Kobe?
I did.
You did? I called her as well. She didn't answer. Should I send her a text?
Mine was not eating.
No, okay. That was one of the best conversations I think we've ever gotten. I don't even know if that was behind the scenes. That was like in content right there. Will you call your mom right now live?
I like her first answer was, "Did you have dinner yet?"
Yep. It's always straight to the mom stuff. Yeah.
All right, let's get into game number 2 here. DSG need to bounce back. Lyon, for most of the game, had a lot of control there. Very, very good looks, especially from Saint and Licorice towards the end. So, draft will definitely change, though. Fearless, DSG are saved from Yone and Mbessa again.
That was a terrifying combo, man. I don't want to see that one ever again. Actually, as a spectator, maybe I'll take it, but definitely not if I'm on the receiving end of that one. But it was disguised with a decent start to the game. I want to highlight that, especially Castle. So that was the blind pick Rumble. Licorice's counter pick didn't exactly pay off for laning phase. Yes, it showed up huge later. But if Castle can get another good matchup, that seems to be where Disguise can find early leads.
We got some good crowd signs here again today. Coming out to support the squad. All right, first pick, what'll it be here in Fearless? Boils down to Zin, okay. Very high prio jungler, very good at skirmishing, and like we had kind of talked about in game number 1, Adilan and Lyon themselves have found a lot of success skirmishing with Xin Zhao really early on. A bunch of their early games really were off the back of them winning these river fights.
Most
like
big champ,
3-on-3s. Yeah.
But not going to get it this time around, as XU will deny that, so let's see what Lyon want instead. They already banned the Vi, and Sejuani was banned against them, so a different jungler, a little bit lower in that tier list. But instead it's going to be Jace as that first pick. Not a jungler, but can technically be flexed around. That is incredible art right there, sir. And then, okay, well, we already saw that one. Thanks for covering up the
Still good, though.
thing.
Still good.
I need to see that one in person.
Okay, so they slammed down the Jace here for Licorice, though.
Aww.
If Castle really wants to be known as rock solid,
and there we go.
Now
okay.
he would pick the Malphite.
True, he would.
Into the Jace.
Also shout out, I think actually was hovering Katarina for the person holding that sign, if I recognize
think you're right.
correctly. Yeah. Ah, there he is. This guy's a staple of the LTA arena, by the way, the Riot Games arena. Do you have the horn on you? I'm looking at him right now. He's got the horn as well. He always brings a big horn that he can put beverages in. Yeah, it's great. Probably not recommended in the arena, so I shouldn't be highlighting that part. But it's going to be the Ezreal plus the Talia locked in for Disguised.
We got some stinky Teemo mushrooms over there. He was like, oh.
Run.
No Teemo picks, though. We have not had a Teemo pick in a long, long time. Just saying, we could up the Teemo picks.
Technically, we could. That's a Raz drawing if ever I've seen one, by the way.
What is it? What does that mean? It's not like a block person.
Stick figures, yeah.
Okay. All right, well, back into the draft, though. Banning out some of those tanks, expecting Castle to be rock solid and pick them into the early Jace pick. Some good protection bans here. Both the Yorick and the Scion, very good into Jace. And Castle, after the game that he got blasted by Whippo's Yorick, he then picked it up. So they know they have it in his arsenal and trying to get away from that matchup.
And also, it signals to me that they might actually... Well, I guess they already have the Jace, so yeah, they're just going to go for the AD carry and then save that support pick for Lions yet again. So Ashe locked in, a little more setup here. They have a lot of pick tools now between the Ahri Charm, the Ashe Arrow, and also Skarner just finding somebody out of a brush.
Yeah, and Xin Zhao is not a mobile champion.
Whoa,
so
wait.
A viable pick target.
That's Nidalee top lane.
Yeah, Whippo's all over that, bro. Nidalee top lane, back again. It's very annoying, but I don't know if we have, until you see someone successfully win a game with it, I don't think you default to trust with this type of champion. Even though I feel like all top laners like to play that type, because you get to be super annoying, you get to get some, some winning lane, but until your team has actually won a game and proven that you're going to be able to win with it, I'm a little bit skeptical because you're playing into very good team fight. A Skarner and a Braum here will be very good 5-on-5 for Lyon.
You are picking it for the lane into the Jace.
And
we just saw Whippo pull this off earlier today.
Split push will be the name of the game for DSG. Whoa. They've got a Nidalee top. They've got the Talia. So it is split push versus team fight and pick here. Will DSG be able to avoid enough Ashe arrows and attempted picks there with the Ahri to be able to get their split map off? It's definitely a dangerous proposition. Because Lyon have a lot of tools. Plus, they have some pretty good front to back.
Certainly so.
With the Skarner and the Braum, pretty tanky.
I will say another reason the Nidalee surprises me is DSG so far have been the least fearless of the teams. They have the least unique champ picks. So this is definitely going into territory that we haven't seen. Times are changing. Ido head coach now giving that fist bump right there. Non-subscribers, a reminder that we will see you in 30 seconds. But for everybody else sticking around, we got game 2 of Disguise versus Lyon coming up here. If Lyon can win this, they will lock 3rd seed in the groups and play up against Dignitas in the elimination matches next weekend. Disguise hoping to take that spot instead with a reverse sweep. They need 2 wins in a row to get that. Let's see if Disguise have it in them or if Lyon can shut them down.
All right, on to the Rift. Everybody's going to be looking at that Nidalee top. But when you've got a Braum, level 1s are an enticing possibility here. So they do get out fairly early, but DSG get some visual confirmation. They were trying to slip into the brush, and they chased them out.
DSG playing very defensive to start off here. No early invades, but you always have to be aware of the potential of Braum invades, even in pro play. If you're playing solo queue, always invade with Braum. That's my general rule. But in pro play, we still do see it as Lyon actually will go for a cheeky little invade on the bottom side. Unspotted so far, but not going to find anyone there.
Checking around.
Minions have spawned.
Audioline drops a defensive ward on his own Raptors.
Yeah, because you always want to be able to see if they are actually getting the vision or not, but you don't want to get yourself in danger. So that's why it is super common. They get their own ward onto Raptors as well, which was not seen.
Ooh, look at that, by the way. Castle, yes, KDA aside, that's a high damage per minute and 41.7% of the team's damage. Wow. That's
he was cooking.
That's some rock solid gameplay right there.
He was cooking. I expect his damage numbers to be very high this round too, because top lane Nidalee, your gameplay is you go for auto attacks constantly, jump in and out of this brush. Another big thing is that grasp on champions that can transform from range to melee. You want to get your range auto attack off while it's in the air. You turn back into melee. You get melee value for this keystone while still being able to abuse range is one of the big reasons you know, that they go for it here. So lots of sustain, lots of pressure there, and use the brush to drop minion aggro. That's why Licorice put a ward in the first brush here. So that he can't instantly, quickly drop it, but it's just abusive, Kangas.
It is, and you know, we've seen Jace be able to do that, but instead taking the Conqueror for this specific matchup, so probably a different focus here, because the Nidalee does just have the ability to kind of outrange you, outdamage you with a lot of these autos, and also being able to heal up with the trades means that you can just always win the trades over a long period of time. Gets the push in the top side as well, as XU's actually clearing up to that top side of the rift. So is Adilan, and I don't believe he was spotted on that ward. So XU's going to go for an invade onto the buff here. Adilan actually avoided the buff, went straight to the Krugs.
Yeah, because he's going for the hard farm route, so XU will chase him around to the Krugs as well. Stealing away the mini ones is quite good here, so he kind of splits it there. And his solo laner is the Nidalee, so Castle constant pressure is why he wants to go for this game plan. You always play off your pushing laners there, so he's able to use the pressure. Adilan comes back over, but he's on a ward. XU's got some pretty good vision of both areas here, and Adilan does not have smite, so I don't know why he's kind of wasting time sticking around here even.
Yeah.
You have no smite, like there's no opportunity to even contest that red buff, so he's just got he's got no camps on the bottom side.
Oh,
but
he's gonna stay even top side. He didn't finish the back.
There's
a ward in that brush. Yeah, so we don't see it on the minimap, but there, thank you observers for highlighting it. He's now spotted. So Adilan just wasted probably 20 seconds of time, roughly right there. Could have been going towards that bot scuttle.
Can Castle throw a spear at him to stop him again too? That would be truly, truly painful. Okay, he does get it off. At least the Skarner gets the reset now, but is going to be troublesome because XU here on the Xin still has this full blue quadrant to go for. He actually stops off and wants to come pressure topside again.
This is such an XU play, man. XU will do this all the time. He just leaves the camp, says, I am not interested in the CS numbers. We just saw the Skarner back. We know he's heading bot side. Licorice has no backup. Saint even teleported mid. Can Licorice survive the dive? Flash available, and that is it. Nobody's actually going to get the turret aggro yet. XU gets it. Castle, clean play. First blood picked up by Disguise.
Like that from XU. He preps his Q on the tower. When he has the knock-up ready, they go for it. Immediate knock-up into W, full damage, and he saves his charge to then charge away to the minions. He still ended up flashing, but still like the theory crafting there behind his tower dive.
Importantly, Castle did not have to flash. So now he gets the first blood and can still outplay. Let's take another look at that.
Yeah, so there you go. Q prepping it on the tower, getting ready for the knockup. And then you want to do that so that your knockup, you can instantly W and get the big damage proc of the second part of the W. Then he charges away to the minion. Because Licorice flashed at him, then he also ended up flashing anyway, but still like it, you know, using the minions to charge away from as well. And so now Castle with his Sheen and Boots is back out. He's fighting into a very big double-stacked wave, though, Kangas. That's a lot of minion damage.
Not ideal. He had the flash, though, so I think in his mind, he's wondering how much damage do I have on the burst, but yeah, into that wave, it's scary. So wise of Castle to back off. Instead, he'll just get all this minion under turret. This gives Licorice a chance to go for another reset, though.
Okay, Castle could probably push it out pretty quickly as well. So let's see where the junglers have landed after all that as well. XU came back to pick up like the remnants of his blue side. All of his camps are like desynced now because he did go for the invade and then kind of ping-ponged back and forth with the other side of the map. But that control ward there for Saint makes him feel comfortable from this side.
And that's what XU said. I mean, the one word to describe him, he wanted to be creative. That's a creative play, going for that top side. We haven't seen as many early game plays happen as we kind of set up expectation for. We didn't know how much junglers would go for the ganks early, given that we have bigger windows with Grub spawning at 8 minutes now. But XU is absolutely one of those junglers that you will expect to make those creative plays happen early. So it's cool that he gets Castle that early first blood. Now on the bottom side, spotted out by this control ward, but can clear that up. And helping his bot lane maintain pressure down here. Adilan's coming down too, and with the Winter's Bite landing onto Huhi. Scary Jerry actually arcane shifting in, and now engaged from Huhi right as the Winter's Bite expires. So Adilan, flash away from Hui. Looks like Castle just solo killed Licorice, by the way. In the 1v1 top side, we were watching the bot as Charm lands on the Abadaga. He was hovering for a potential play bot side. Saint almost gets a solo kill onto him.
And looks like Castle did not even have to flash for that solo kill.
Wow.
Castle just solo killed him, still has flash advantage, and got to push the wave. Lyon are at least going to move over to the Dragon after their bot side skirmish, and they're pushing bottom side. But the Nidalee now 2-0. Let's take a look, investigate what happened. So into the minion wave again. Just trying to clobber him inside. And even with being able to dodge the spear, it doesn't matter with this champ. Just keeps on autoing, goes back to the queue in cat form, and that is plenty of damage.
And I think Licorice thought he could take that fight because Castle didn't go for the reset. Licorice got to reset, come back in the lane with full health and mana. Castle stuck around, but because of Nidalee's sustain, you're allowed to do that as yet again winning a trade onto Licorice. Big damage from Castle. He just got back in the lane, man. Oh, that's tough to see.
Luckily for Licorice, that Leona is only level 5 and not level 6.
True.
Or else he might have also stuck around and thrown a solar flare on his head and gotten another kill. Regardless, the grubs are available, and they're swapping.
Ash arrow, it lands from downtown. Henna setting up the play. Impale lands as well. Abadaga's got nowhere to go. Chain CC to oblivion as Saint picks up a kill.
That was pretty sweet. Chain CC, you know, saves the charm for all the way after Skarner ultimate as well. Ash arrow hits, full Skarner combo into the charm. Now, let's see about this last grub. They just used Xu's smite. So they are going to back off because they know Adilan still has one ready to go. Still though, Licorice is down to the bottom side of the map trying to push on that tower, and he does not have teleport.
You know what's interesting? The fact that Lyon, the team, is not immediately going into that grub. There's a chance Xu can try and contest now. Adilan does still have that smite, and actually will start it up. So Xu not going to look to contest. It will just be the 2 for the 1 trade. As Henna gets the wave shoved in top. So Lyon do have control over this pit for the time being. They also got that first dragon. And we still have a while for that second one to spawn. But so far, it's about even trades for those neutral objectives. Let's get another look at that replay, though. This Ash arrow all the way from Fountain.
That is a long stun with the travel distance on that arrow. Right into the waiting arms of Skarner. So he hasn't gotten to move yet, and he still has not gotten to move. There was not even a 0.01 seconds between any of that CC. That was perfectly layered CC from 100% to 0.
That's one of those moments you check the death report, and you're like, yeah, I was CC'd for as long as I was in combat. Not much you could do about that one, unfortunately. So that's now gold onto Saint as the Ahri here. A little bit ahead of Abadaga in that solo lane matchup, but it still kind of comes down to the top lane here as Licorice gets a decent trade to start off, but Castle will just heal all of that back. It really doesn't stick onto the Nidalee. Yeah,
Nidalee basically is the DSG lead there with the extra 1,000 gold over the Jace. And thing with Nidalee too is that you can roam around pretty quickly. Because of the move speed through brush, going into cat form, hopping around. So Licorice, you know, every time that Castle pushes him in and goes for these trades, he also then has to call, hey, I can't follow this Nidalee. So Nidalee's coming in, trying to get some, you know, shallow vision through our jungle. Just lots of annoying things. Saint is going to have to ult.
Yeah, has flash available as well, actually. Doesn't burn anything, because the rest of DSG do not force him to. If Xu had gone for a Wind Becomes Lightning, I think you get it, but, you know.
Yeah. He has to use the ult though, so that's a kill tool. That's not going to be there for him.
Castle, another solo kill, maybe onto Licorice, dodges the spear. Castle has flash, doesn't want to commit for it.
Again though, every time he gets beat up and pushed in, there's not much that you can do about it except for like tell your team and update them on the situation. He's like, again, I'm getting beat up over here, guys.
Guys, it's not getting better. It's not getting better.
Watch out for the Nidalee.
Yeah. Gonna get teleport back into lane here, and that should set up a trap plus a spear here for Castle. So, actually avoids a lot of that damage. Castle instead went for the damage onto the turret as Licorice looking for the outplay right now as Conqueror stacked up. Castle takes a turret shot, but in the brush is Hui onto the turret. Leona taking it. Another kill to Castle.
you gotta feel for him, right? It's like the first opportunity was like, ooh, Castle made a mistake. Look at these turret shots. He's taking turret shots. I can do something. And as soon as he steps out like 1 inch in front of his turret, there's a Leona in the brush.
He got blood in his eye, baby. That was a warded brush as well. So from his POV, should have seen who he coming up there. Still goes down. Licorice in a really rough spot in the side lane, but Castle just completed Trinity Force. He's having a fantastic game.
I mean, this is his game. When you play top Nidalee, you usually get to just make the whole game about you. So there you go.
Do you think Bubbo's taking notes? Actually, Bubbo did have a really good Nidalee game just today already. So,
Yeah.
you know, maybe
he
Castle's
had
taking notes
he had
on
his
that
trial one previously. Abadaga.
Actually gets impacted into the wall, flashes early to try and avoid the charm, and does just that. Nidalee taking a lot of damage, but Abadaga does not have enough to kill.
I mean, if you think about it, this is actually the second time where Whippo has successfully used the champ and then Castle used it. It also happened with the Yorick. Mid lane, Scary
Nice
Jerry
use
has
of cleanse right there. Charm lands from Saint, but he's stuck under turret. Oh, Abadaga with the help of a ramped turret will get a solo kill.
Improved.
Yeah.
That was your word, that he wanted to be recognized by. Abadaga flashes over. He's able to dodge just enough under the tower to be able to get that kill. And the second Trinity Force comes in for DSG. They've got it on Ezreal now, as well as
one
Nidalee,
play
so
and then
they're
maybe
powering
let
up.
him walk up. Can you? Are you showing top?
I don't know. Braum could have put a ward here. Small chance.
Yeah, they didn't show, guys. They didn't show.
Chase flash.
I'm ulting here.
Good.
I got it.
Nice. Dragon a minute.
Nice, good shot.
Good play.
Sorry.
Yeah, rough from the Licorice side, but from the very beginning, you know who he's like, let him walk up.
Yep.
And then Castle's like, ooh, I'll take a turret shot, make it look juicy.
Lull him into a false sense of security right there. But yeah, at the end of the day, like you had said, Castle kind of is the lead here for Disguise and can dictate a lot of how this game is going to go. That is a turret picked up, plus they got the feats of warfare, so that is feats of strength now for Disguised overall. They needed to make this series go the full 3 games in order to actually get that 3rd seed and avoid 100 Thieves in the elimination matches next weekend. This is a good start to game number 2. It's still early on here. Castle had a lead in game number 1 as well, and the team was not able to capitalize and play around him correctly, but so far things are looking a little different this time around as Abadaga is the focus, but he gets away. Still impact into the wall. Abadaga actually does not back off. Instead, going to be trying to fight between turrets right here, but Lions hits a Winter's Bite, and Abadaga's in a lot of trouble right now. Saint jumping through all the Unraveled Earth, still gets the kill with the Foxfire. Stun up onto Hui under the turret. Charm lands. Saint with the damage isn't enough, but X2 to save the day. Adiland actually goes down. 1-for-1 trade so far. Mid laner for jungler. Lion stuck around under the turret a little too long.
When there's a 4v4 on the other side of the map, it also just means by default you get more alone time for the Nidalee and the Jace. So if it is a 1-for-1 kind of split, I tend to think that is going to be like a small side benefit for DSG, just because then Castle gets, you know, more alone time over there in the split push. But he got the wave all the way up to secondary tower.
Yep.
Not much more he wants to get out of that one, so returns to the mid lane to pick this wave up as well.
He's just getting all this CS, all this farm, and you look at that 3-0-0. That's a massive goal difference at 14 minutes right there. Almost exactly what DSG is at right now is who he goes for another engage on the Lions. The Braum using the stand beside me to jump away. And now that's going to be Herald picked up here by DSG.
It's a very useful tool here. When you've got the split pusher, you've got Nidalee, you want more open space. Scary Jerry.
Flash out from Jerry there. Saint forcing it, only using the ultimate. Spear Rush will be down, but still, I mean, that's pretty worth it. Now Scary Jerry doesn't have summoner spells for a couple more seconds. Lion could try and use this to maybe force a play into the top turret, but Castle solo onto Licorice yet again. The story of this game has been about the top lane 1v1, and Castle forcing Licorice out yet again. He can dodge his spears, but he cannot stay in this lane.
At least Licorice could be like, well, there's minions dying down there at the tower that he's not getting while he's chasing me off the map. So, you know, at least getting some CS for himself and surviving. You got to count the small things.
Count the small. Hey, he'll catch this next wave too. So at the end of the day, actually nothing really happened there. But Castle is, again, just reminding us how much further ahead the Nidalee is over the Jace right now. If Lion are going to pick up a win, it's going to be one of two things. Either punish Castle being over-aggressive and overconfident with this lead in the side lane, or play to the other side of the map. They have the pick tools with the Ashe, with the Ahri. We saw Henna use one of those already. But right now, the name of the game is just survive under the mid turret here, because the Herald has dropped and Disguised are looking to start their siege.
Yeah, juicy Herald
There's the
charge
arrow.
right there.
And now here comes Adiland, and only the ultimate on the one. It's Huhi under the turret, but that should be enough. Lyon pick up a kill. Nice setup as Abadagi now flies in, but he's all alone. Impacted into the wall. Henna's got the damage. Lions is right there. 2 kills to Lyon and Scary Jerry. Arcane shipped away, but no flash because of the earlier play. Saint can continue the chase. Lion's flashing in with a Winter's Bite, and Saint picks up the kill. Lyon find the engage.
They chase them down. Only 2 survive. Then Nidalee gonna use teleport as well to the top side. Castle at least wants to get that top tower.
Oh, Exu's in trouble too. He was not able to fully retreat back to his own turrets. The Saint is here, just has to land the charm, and Exu actually dashes away with the flash. Exu gets to safety.
He does survive, and Castle's gonna be able to get the top side tower. But in mid lane, Henna will get the mid lane tower to even it up. Teleport behind him too, though.
Flank from Abadaga. The hits just keep coming. DSG do not want to lose the lead that they had worked so hard to get. Abadaga trying to keep them in it. Can solo kill Henna as Abadaga picks up another kill for himself.
Interesting because there's only 10 seconds left on the Dragon. So even though it had been a very big Lion win with the counter on that play towards mid, in the end, DSG will still get the mid tower. And with the Dragon spawning right now, they should be able to retreat on over to that.
And Castle with the teleport topside got the top turret. So end of the play, it looked nice, the engage from Lion to begin, but DSG got way more in the second half.
They do get their objective. Cutting down on some of the gold here, though. Lion really do need just the gold from a lot of these kills. Let's take a look at it. So it was the super blast cone. That's nice. To get Adiland, he was able to get the Nidalee flash, plus still grab the kill on the Leona. And then Abadaga is to Leah wall in into a very compromised position for him. Makes it really rough. Of course, then you know, the Braum does have flash. Scary Jerry doesn't, but Lions does. So he's able to collect that one too. And let's see what can they actually do with this money. If they're able to get another one of these picks, some of these engages with Ashe arrows, or if DSG can actually remain very slippery here. I guess Castle now has no flash, but I would still say chasing a Nidalee is so frustrating and so difficult.
Yeah.
They should probably just keep going for kills on other members of DSG.
Or a Nidalee, I mean, it's hard to chase, but also doesn't do that much when it comes to the grouped up team fights, which is what we saw DSG go for right there. You do want to play for that side lane, as right now is playing for that side lane. CC'd under turret, they just don't have the damage. With a Stairs Gauge as well, Big Shield comes in. Castle is just fine, but the turret is the focus. Lion do pick it up.
Okay, some more gold here for their very solid team comp with their very beefy front line. Let's see, as there's not gonna be any more like easy objectives very soon. So they're gonna go for an attempted pick.
Okay.
Chase him off the crab. I mean, the crab is an easy objective. How about that?
You know what? That's a big one for XU right there. And also the Otacon, because if you can find a pick onto the jungler as the Otacon is spawning,
Dangerous.
that would have been a big window right there. DSG don't quite find it, but they will actually start this up. Kobe, we've seen a lot of games thrown by overforcing an Otacon.
They want to get the teleport out of Jace at the least.
Use it as a magnet, try and force the Jace to join the play. There it is. Very, very defensive teleport. Does not go for the flank, instead going to go for the front to back. But DSG, they're actually committing to the Otacon. Adiland's going to have to find a way in there, and he's not going to find it. DSG are able to disengage who he flashes away from Adiland's ultimate, but Lion, they might look for the chase. Saint goes in with the ultimate. Scary Jerry, Arcane shifting away. DSG have survived the assault. They get the objective, and they get out of there.
Abadaga actually peeled so well, blocks up so much space here with the Talia through that Tri-Brush. He delayed them a long time. He did not let Adiland get in for a contest. So DSG, they force on the Otacon, they successfully get it, and that extra power of the buffed up flowers kind of swept up in their area.
Ooh. Teleporting from Abadaga now does not have the Weaver's Wall. Saint does not have ultimate, but does have the flash, and we'll have to use it there. Okay. Goes for the turret, picks it up, gets teleport out of Abadaga, but has to use his own flash to survive.
DSG fighting really, really hard here to be able to stay in this series, keep this one competitive. They've got the extra dragon. the buffed up flowers. So even though they're down 1 on the flower count, since they're all buffed up by 25% in effectiveness, they've got more value there.
And the bigger thing is also just the slow. If you get that 1 kill, suddenly you can start chaining that into others because you're going to slow down anybody else that's nearby. Lyon are going to have to be very respectful of that. But still, I think that Lyon just have more engaged tools available to them. Yes, DSG have Huhi on the Leon, a very solid engage option. But when you look at Lyon's potential for picks, they've been using it great so far, and that is still going to be the name of the game for them. So Castle, I think at this point it gets harder for the Nidalee. Yes, you're ahead, but when you have these long lanes, you're not hitting outer turrets anymore. Like if you're playing the side lane, you're walking up to the tier 2s. It's much easier to get collapsed on at that point.
Yeah, gotta be a little bit careful, but a lot of escape tools. Let's see about the rest of the squad, if they're able to stay safe, because Ash Arrow is ready.
And maybe Lyon, instead of playing into the Nidalee, will play into the rest of the team. Scary Jerry uses the cleanse, does not want to play around with Adiland hitting an Impale.
Yeah, somebody's gonna have to answer the Nidalee, I guess. They're going with the strat of that we kind of recommended. Go for picks on other people besides Nidalee, but then you're paying the Nidalee price.
Yep, you're going to lose the turret.
The Nidalee price is 800 gold for your team.
Let me tell you, it gets a lot easier for the Nidalee to hit a tier 2 turret when you see all 5 members go for a pick somewhere else.
Nice little buff there.
And now, Adiland again looking for an engage. DSG need to be careful. Need to play patient enough to not get picked off, because yeah, the Ash Arrow is down, but there's still Charm. They're still Impale. XQ's able to get out of that one. Dragon's up in 15 seconds. It seems to be the setup as Castle's back is canceled, rather. Still has the teleport available, so we'll probably look to group up with the rest of the team for this objective.
Teleports right back out for the early reset. They're already in position. They're going to try and burn it down while DSG are pushing mid.
Or DSG can take mid turret forward. They don't have to contest.
Yeah, Lyon are burning it down while DSG are going mid, so they're going to sacrifice. They're going to open base now.
Okay. I mean, I like this call from DSG. This is something that, again, takes a plan. It takes the team committing together. It stops their dragon stacking, but it's more gold in their immediate pocket right here, and it's all 5 members with the same plan, but now Lyon's plan is to punish. Asher lands, XU locks down, and here comes the Excel's impact onto Huhi, but that's the front line. That's a tank, and the appeal onto 3! Adiland sets it up beautifully for the rest of Lyon. Saint with the resets, double kill picked up. Spirit rushing into the back line of DSG and Castle. That gold lead don't mean much when there's 4 Lions chasing it down in the jungle. Another kill to Saint, and Lyon pounds.
Wow, they open base strat, and it works. Sacrificing towers, they get the dragon, and they get the positioning, Kangas. Look at the Skarner. Skarner came up from the bottom from Dragon. Adiland did not recall reset with the rest of the team. So when the Ash Arrow lands, he gets in for the Dream Skarner ultimate. The Talia just barely got into that one as well. The triple Skarner ult, that is what you dream of with the rework of this champion. And exactly what Lyon needed in this game.
Oh, it's incredible. The pick tools to set them up, but then the team fight tools. It's the Impale plus the Glacial Fissure on top of it. They were just couldn't move. DSG get caught out of sorts here, and they got some gold in their pocket, but now it's dead even because Lyon win the after fight. And look at that damage from Saint, man. This is why we keep talking about Saint. He's able to put on performances like this. And now Huhi getting impaled yet again, caught out from the rest of his team. Braum passive does stun him up. He's got the aftershock, but just not enough of a health bar here. Tries maybe for another re-engage. It buys time. Adiland looking forward. Half health on the jungler for Lyon, but DSG just can't find it even with the seismic shot from Abadaga. It is not enough.
Yeah, you're talking about Saint, and he's got a Medjai's Soul Stealer as well as almost a death cap. So that kill just gave him some more stacks for the Medjai's and some more gold to turn into the death cap.
That's rough.
That is a mega damage Ahri. So in a world where we have become accustomed to these Ahris, building Route of Ages and blah, 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 these semi-tank stats are like, no, Saint is doing the real damage Ahri build.
Embrace the patch notes, Kobe.
That's what I like to see. That's some real damage right there.
The increased ratios being felt right now as let's take another look at this replay.
So, as you mentioned, the Braum passive does a lot. The Skarner pulling him in to allow for it. They get the pick. And the frontline difference that we mentioned from Champion Select has been prominent in this game. Adilan and Lyon constantly moving
up. Okay, we're back to live. So we had the Otacon as the magnet to pull in the teleport last time. Now it's the Baron, but DSG, I don't think they're actually going to commit to it. Who he goes for the engage with the rest of the team, not all there. Now XU joins in. They caught Adilan. Teleport in now from Saint, but he's straight into all members of DSG, but Saint won't go down! Saint, are you kidding me? That Ari just carried the fight after teleporting head first into a Leona!
All right, Lions. There are three lions versus one cat. You know, it should be 3 cats versus 1 castle. Doesn't really stand a chance here. Tower's going to go down in the aftermath. What a brawl.
Yeah, that's one for the history books right there. I'm very shocked that Saint had the gall to go back in after making it out. He lived for long enough to do the damage. Lost a couple of stacks, but we gotta look at that one again.
Okay, so the fight starts so quickly that the teleport channel is still gonna take a while for Saint. He recalled to get his reset to buy that death cap. So right now, he's buying the death cap. So the Skarner's dead when he arrives, and he tries to ult out, but he knows he's gonna burn down, so that's why he goes back in, because he's like, I'm gonna burn down anyway. So it goes back down to try and do enough damage. But really, you know, the Licorice and Henna up there were the ones kind of blasting through it, and they are going to return to the scene of the crime. This Baron that now should be theirs for the taking.
DSG have the jungler and support nearby, but Castle's gonna have to teleport in. So at this point, it's Lyon doing the reverse. They're actually gonna force teleport out of Castle to come stop this. Weaver's Wall from Abadaga keeps Adi in the pit. Ashera goes out, lands onto the mid laner here, but no follow-up as now re-engage here from DSG, trying to get onto the back line. Big seismic shove, but just not enough damage. DSG have already lost their front line. They've lost their mid laner. It's down to Castle and Scary Jerry, and they just don't have the damage. Lyon push through. Disguised will fall. That is going to be a clean ace for 0. Lyon get the team fight and the Baron.
They're going to get the Baron. They can collect the Dragon at their pleasure as well. Lyon now full control of this deciding game.
Yep. I mean, we gave all the story for Disguised, the one-word answers for how we can describe them as players, but at the end of the day, Lyon are the team that pushed C9. Lyon are the team that we've been talking about all split as maybe that one that can punch up, and they are making quick work of Disguised in this series.
And Saint's gonna restack up to 25 stacks off of this team fight. So they go for it, who he's in, they get a seismic shove on 3, but it does not matter. They re-engage here, rip them apart. Too tanky of a front line on the side of Lyon. Saint kind of dances back in, able to pick up the last one as well. Constant with the resets.
Yeah, solid work right there. Hard to get through the Braum. Effort was seen from Disguised, but Lions just holds the line here. Kind of been the unsung hero of this game. I know it's Henna setting up all these big Ash arrows. It's Saint with the flashy plays. Licorice coming back after the disastrous laning phase, but Lions on the Braum here. Solid performance. I mean, this guy in his first split playing in the LLA makes it to international performance, makes it to the finals of his own regional league, has been to multiple international performances, and has been really hyped up from Latin American fans saying this is the support that we want to highlight here, having a really good performance in the LTA, especially in the series.
All right, back to the game plan from DSG, though. They can't really change game plan away from Nidalee split push once you have the Nidalee.
Yep.
So they're like, all right, well, they've got Baron buff. Still, we're sending Nidalee to split push.
Okay, but now
Licorice is going to try and answer.
Yeah, Licorice has gotten enough gold. I actually think he wins this 1v1 at this point. Castle's going to go down. Licorice with the revenge store finds his own solo kill, as Disguise will have to try and hold the line, but they just cannot do it. Lion is too much for Disguise. It's only Scary Jerry and Abadaga left. They have some wave clear. So Lyon are going to have to play very carefully here, very respectfully. Low health bar from Adilan, but teleports from both solo laners. Lyon want to end the game right here, right now. Henna caught off on the other side of the Weaver's Wall, but he holds his ground, will eventually fall. Adilan might just burn down as well, but he's still alive for now. Finally goes down, double kill to Scary Jerry. Is that enough? Has that scared back the Lions? As Saint trying to look for his own charm, he's still almost full health bar. Scary Jerry just can't get through the broad shield, but what a flick from Abadaga! And that will shut down the game end for Lyon. Disguised with their carries will hold the line.
Lion, they need to be more careful at the Nexus turrets. This is get dicey once again. I think in this game, they have the power to return and finish the job, but DSG just got a bunch of money here in some of the defense. The chase down, Lion just gets so hyped up. You're like, oh my goodness, the Jace finally got to play the game. You know, Licorice gets his solo kill up on the top side. The rest of the team here takes out most of DSG, but it's the 2 carries left alive for DSG. Scary Jerry and Abadaga fighting against this Lion squad. The wall was so good.
Hannah just walked too far up. I mean, if you're just able to stick with the rest of the team, and that is the same position that Saint did it against C9.
They were so focused here, though, and Abadaga ends up getting another seismic shove right about here onto Saint. Just the edge of it to pop the Ahri. Cut down on the Medjai stacks, and everyone's kind of hyped for the possibility of a comeback.
I'm smurfing?
Yeah, they're 2 people left alone at Nexus turrets, and they're like, I guess we're winning this fight now.
Scary Jerry said he wants to prove he belongs. It's a tough feat in this current climate to say, I'm a rookie AD carry, I'm going to have standout performances, but hey, you like to see that confidence. Now Disguise going for their own engage yet again here. Lion have been the ones starting off a lot of the fight so far. Now they're going to actually start this one up well. Hui goes down, Exu as well. And now Scary Jerry has to cleanse, Arcane chipped away, but the fight just keeps coming. He cannot get the safety. Saint over the wall. He'll take down Jerry. A brief moment of respite for Disguise, but it will not be enough as the Lion team pounces yet again. Another clean ace for Lion.
Saint still just has so much damage.
Yeah.
You know, you saw him pull a Leona in for the Ahri to kill, and he actually does do it with the full damage build, Kangas.
No Nexus turrets to defend, and Lion, pride stands tall. They will 2-0 in the series.
Big stuff there for Lion. That means in the cross-group matches for next week, Lion get to avoid 100 Thieves.
Yep.
Very big stuff here. DSG definitely will have the work cut out for them.
We saw a better early games from DSG, specifically around Castle getting leads in that top lane, but Licorice with the comeback, he gets his own solo kill by the end, and everybody else just grouping up, doing better in the team fights, outperforming in the engages and in these clutch moments. Again, Saint just refusing to die after teleporting into the Leona, and then, like you had highlighted, everybody else firing out damage while he was the distraction. Take your bow, Lion. First series win of the group stage, well earned.
Whew. Quite the banger.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that we get a chat with some of the players because that was definitely a fun series. So we're joining Emily and Saint on stage for an interview.
Hello, I'm joined by a victorious mid laner Saint after kind of a crazy ending. I wanted to go back to the Baron fight where you TP in as Ahri, full death cap. Talk me through that fight.
Good.
Good? And then in the first game, you got a really insane solo kill, Yone onto the Rumble. Yeah, that kind of changed the game. I wanted to ask your opinion on that.
I thought I already lose, but because he started very well, like ulti and he damage to all damage. So I think I thought lose, but I just tried and that was success. So I think really fun. That was really fun.
Well, you took over the game after that, so it was really fun to watch. With this win, you also avoid having to face 100 Thieves in the bracket. So looking ahead, I guess, how are you going to take this win into your next match?
I think today's match was really good for us because we victory. But I think today our performance is not good, so we need more practice and we should win versus top teams.
All right, well, all the best. I thought your individual performance was very good. So thank you so much for joining me, Chikaheo. And we'll toss it back to the lounge to close out the day.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Emily. Saint, good series.
Nice series. Love that series.
Raz, Licorice
Bring it in.
Licorice is
Bring
joining
him
us in
in.
a second. Like literally walking in
Literally
right now.
There he is. You
This
could
is
have brought the water
live
bottle.
behind the scenes work.
Production would have not liked that, but.
So how was laning against Nidalee?
It was, I mean, it's kind of brutal, right? Like, I actually played against Biffos Nidalee in scrims. Did not go well. I came back with like a second plan. This time I started D-Shield. I thought I had the right runes, but he surprised me with the solo kill out of the bush at level 7 because I just didn't think he had the damage. And then, my team carried me, so that was good. And then I got like the solo kill back at the end, which is like I didn't do anything the whole game, and then like I'm ahead of him, and then I like and then I kill him, and I'm like top cam.
Like even just thinking about the matchup, like you try because also it was played earlier today because Bippo obviously as you mentioned he already played it. Like you get out sustained, you get out traded because she also just has like an attack speed steroid. Like what is because it did not look like the strategy as you mentioned. What is the plan? Is it just doomed?
I mean the plan is like. My plan was I take Conqueror, and then I take D-Shield, and I like try to get one item, and then I think I can win.
Okay.
That was my plan. And then, I got dove, and then I died, and then died again.
Yeah.
And,
Also tell me about, because obviously there must be still some trauma in the last series where you try and end the game as a team, didn't look too good, and it happened kind of this game as well. What's been happening? What do the comms even sound like in those moments?
I mean, last time I felt like it was kind of random. I mean, I think I talked about this before, but it's like one of those Silases. You see, like the Silas throws out the E, and like no one expects it to hit, and then it hits, and we're like, oh my god. Then we all died trying to help him. And then this time, we died like in the same spot, which was like I think that was like a little triggering for me. You know, I was like, like I saw Henna there alone, and then I was like, oh no, and then we all died. But
so we have comms from your final fight. We're gonna listen back to. Hopefully, remember them because I know you won't be able to hear this, but we'll be able to hear it, and the fans will. Let's hear those comms.
Here. They're engaging. I'm here.
Yeah, just play slow, I'm coming.
Yeah, slow. Look here. Leona, we can wait to Leona.
Zenz out.
I make them just... I'm going to we can go. Israel no E. I can end it. Yeah. I can look for you.
Nearly.
Oh, why so much damage?
Okay, I mean like
pretty calm.
Yeah, pretty relaxed comms. Like, is that what you would have expected coming into the team with how the comms usually are? Do they feel relaxed to you in scrims? Is it different on stage? Because for us, it feels relaxed.
We're a stage team. Which
oh yeah?
Yeah, we're a stage team.
Okay.
You know. So,
yeah, I know what that means.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
If you know, you know.
No worries.
So yeah, much more relaxed and calm and cool and collected on stage. And I think like this game, while we threw in the same spot, it didn't feel like their comp could do anything.
Yeah.
Like if they had like a Z or Smolder, then like maybe we'd be shaking, but like they had like Nidalee top that was already outscaled, and just like their best engage was Leona or Zinzao running in, so I think it wasn't a lot of pressure in the late game.
Okay.
I got I believe I've made the playoff bracket. So
clear.
Well, this is not the playoff bracket, sorry. This is next week.
Yes.
FlyQuest C9 for the #1 seed, Shopify TL for the #2 seed. By winning, you avoid the game against 100 Thieves. Did you know that going in? That you were like technically playing for the matchup?
We were confused about the bracket before.
Yeah, it's been confusing.
We thought 100 Thieves would be second, but then we were like, found out they'd be third. So yeah, now we knew coming in that if we won, we'd play Dig.
Yeah, it was definitely a scramble after yesterday with Shopify beating 100 Thieves. Were you surprised by that at all?
Not super surprised. I think like 100 Thieves has been looking pretty shaky recently, and Shopify has been looking like they're like getting better match over match. So it wasn't super surprising to me, but yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen in playoffs.
Actually, I have one last question, which is, what about you guys? Because you guys had a very, in my mind, depressing run of losses. So how's the mental generally been with the team? Because taking a win here must have felt obviously satisfying, but to get to this point must have been a tough trip.
I mean, mentally, it wasn't terrible because like, I mean, it was like strength of schedule. We beat all the teams we needed to beat. Like we beat all the lower teams, and then we lost all the upper teams. So it was just like we happened to have a win streak and then a lose streak.
The order of opponents was off.
Yeah, which I will say was actually kind of great for us because I think at the start, it just like helped. Like we got to win on stage and keep improving week over week. So that was really big. I think like vibes overall are pretty good. We're pretty confident that we can do really well against Dig, and then we'll just have to see. I don't know who we play after that.
Yeah. would be
the loser of something.
Yeah, well, you're the 5-6, so you'll be whoever lost from the upper bracket would be.
Yeah.
So we have to wait a bit for it. We have player of the series for this week. Drum roll. Was it the guy who got killed by Nidalee? No, it was Saint.
Robbed.
It was, yeah, robbed. Licorice earned it, everyone. Blabber Contracts, Bwipo, Saint are the players of the series for this week. I mean, Saint popped off. Anything you want to say about your teammate?
He's really good.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, he's really good.
Pretty nice. You ever just look back at your games and be like, oh, damn. That's not my team.
No, sometimes he's really good. I don't know. And sometimes in scrims, he's doing like the craziest stuff mid lane, though. Like,
yeah.
Especially it's like Saint versus, like when we were scrimming 100 Thieves the other day, Saint versus Quid, they're both just like maniacs in
I can
mid lane.
imagine
Like,
that. They just probably flip the game at like every moment.
No, like, like every minion is a fight to the death.
That's awful. That's like entertaining but awful. I made this before. I was talking with Raz. This is my updated tier list. I want to see if you agree with it. We had a top 4, bottom 4 discussion at the start of the year. It doesn't feel like that to me anymore. So I have Fly C9 in S tier. I have TL and A. I have you guys with Shopify and 100 Thieves in B, and then Dig and DSG. Anything you'd shift?
Not really. I mean, it's like really hard to say how strong the teams are because I feel like week over week it's just like teams look super different based on who they're playing against. I will say I think Dig actually looked pretty strong today. Like even in the loss, like I feel like they're also like Shopify. They're a team that I think has been like improving over time.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We're kind of in like there's like the top teams and then there's like the soup. And then like I think Disguise just takes the last spot.
Yeah, we're bringing back the soup because the fact those 3 teams like Lyon, 100 Thieves, Shopify, I literally cannot tell if they're going to like win a series even versus the best teams or not. Like it's actually very unpredictable.
And I talked to Inspired. It's interesting you say that Dig looked pretty good today. Inspired said immediately in the interview, like it may have looked one-sided, but in game it was actually really hard. It's like there's a lot of times we didn't know what to do and we were able to pull it out. So yeah, I could see that. I could see the 4 teams in the soup and not taking your opponents next week lightly.
Yeah.
Here's the standings.
Check it out.
This is how the groups ended.
Oh, true. It's over.
Yep. Groups are done.
Feast your eyes. Shopify second. FlyQuest first. I had to do it in that option just because my eyes darted immediately to Shopify.
Yeah, to Group B, because the interesting group in terms of tiebreakers. And then Cloud9, TL, Lyon, and Disguised, making it easy on us because it could all be decided through series score. The tiebreakers on the right side, relatively simple to go through. The tiebreakers would go match record and then game record. So Shopify won because all their series went to 3 games. They had the most game wins, so they managed to get second place. Here's what happens next week. C9 fly up first, Lyon Dig. You're playing Saturday second series, Licorice.
Nice.
That's cool. TL, Shopify, and then 100 Thieves, DSG. So the second game of each day is technically an elimination series, since the loser will not make playoffs.
True.
Yeah. No, I call this is like faked playoffs in my
It
head.
kinda
Because I'm like,
is,
it's like I play a series and if I lose, I'm eliminated from playoffs. And it's not, but it's not playoffs, right? Like
It's the end of the regular season,
It's the
guys.
end of the regular season. It's not playoffs, but like it's playoffs. You know?
It's playoffs. The lower bracket actually starts now.
It's like play-ins.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it.
Play-ins are the World Qualifying Series. Another traumatic thing. Let's not bring that back.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine.
Playoffs play-in. Okay, Licorice, thank you for joining us. There's an after party going on outside. You can check that out if you'd like.
Sounds good.
Raz checked it out yesterday.
Boba.
He said it was
Free
great.
boba.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
Nice.
We also have to look at our Samsung SSD Fast 5. You can go if you want to the after party. You want to stick
Sure,
around?
if you want to.
It's up to you.
You can stick around.
Okay, Licorice is staying. He's leaving.
I'm staying.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm staying.
You said you were staying.
I
and then you
ruined
stopped.
that toss.
It's fine.
I'm just going to call out Castle for being the fastest 100 CS. Even in defeat, he won something.
That's a win. No one can take it away from him.
Never.
Samsung SSD champion.
Okay, use code 990PRO LTA 2025 through February 23rd to unlock 50% off the 990 Pro SSD, which is available in 1, 2, and 4 terabytes on Samsung.com. And your MasterCard Player of the Week is going to be from yesterday's series, tying the all-time Baron Steel record, Contracts.
Oh, there we go.
It's
All right.
Contracts.
It's contracts.
It's Contracts.
It's contracts.
Yep.
If there was any question that you had in your mind, it was contracts.
I mean, that series was just so meaningful for them to win. The difference between getting into the upper bracket versus being in the early playoffs that Licorice is a part of is big.
Yeah. And also, like, I felt like the entire series, it was a slog. It was a constant back and forth. The person that looked the most consistent and that was bringing them back in, I cannot count how many steals happened throughout this series. Pretty sure this is one of them. but like multiple Otacon steals throughout the series. It was the same round. Yeah, let's watch this one.
I mean,
can you contest the Pantheon smite steal? I don't think you can.
River was not having it in this game. He was not having good smites. What's funny is that River won the game when all his objectives got stolen.
Yeah, then game one,
and
yeah.
lost the next two.
And then I think this
was
the one
record tire.
Yes,
yeah.
that clinched the record.
He did just get to walk it. This was a little strange, but still got to time it right.
1, 2. Satisfying. Yeah, I feel like with Contract, somebody that like is so emotionally invested in a lot of these games. You could see it in his face after a win or a loss. That was a big series win that obviously, like we just talked about, it launched them into the top 2. Means they're just guaranteed for playoffs. And just seeing the success that they had after what was like a crazy split so far.
And this is the after party that Licorice is missing because we peer pressured him to stay around. So I'd like you to get your thoughts on what you're seeing before we get into the show.
Well, after party looks fun, but I mean about Contract, I think I always like seeing him do well. Because he just seems like a nice personality. Like
he's a nice guy.
He's like someone that I find it really easy to cheer for.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's like one of those players where when he's good, he's really good, and when he's bad, he's like really bad. And like it's always nice when he's on that upward trajectory.
Do you relate to him in that sense? I feel like there's some parallels. Like when you're good, you're really good, but you have some bad games, and you've both been around. But seriously, you've both been around for a long time. You've been on a lot of different teams. You're really nice guys. Great to talk to.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, I don't know about the first half. I'll take the second half. Chalk it up to a win for me,
Yeah, when I'm good, I'm really good. Let's leave it at that. That's it for us. We're going to be back next Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific for C9 versus Fly. We're going to send it over to Loki's stream. Good night.
Have a good one, guys.
Thank you, Licorice.
They're very clumped. I'm going.
Yeah, okay, sounds good.
Nice. Sentinel flash. She has Q. Okay.
Nice, well played, guys.
No flash, Ezreal. Nice.
Holy, it's the Shy.
Well played.
Yeah.
Yo, look. Poking.
I'm ulting. No poking. Let's just kill him. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go, guys.
Look similar.
Look at this guy. Yeah, I'm looking Sivir. Don't worry. We win. I have all my spells already. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Stopping his home guards.
I got no assist.
Okay, goodbye. What a...
GG. Good up.
Plus the reset.
We got Kai'Sa. You don't know flash?
Need a carry. I'm gonna die. Careful.
Okay, nice. It's not that bad, by the way. It's good.
Nice.
Patio. Hey, look where... Yeah. Only you.
I got W for you. Bring your.
Okay, Pantheon, I see Pantheon.
I'm coming back.
Lyon roared to life in the series. Quick work of DSG.
Look here, come, be ulti.
Wait,
Ollie.
Oh.
Look here, Talia. IQ Israel.
Okay, Talia first, eh?
Yeah. I tank for you, Saint.
She's out.
No.
It's not bad. Nice.
I'm smurfing?
Can we just put that mid?
I can look for you.
Near.
Oh, why so much damage? Nice.
Finish now, finally.
Yes.
So don't you tell